Wei Ran had endured 20 years of diligent study, yet he repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, his name forever lost to the annals of success. In a moment of despair, as he contemplated ending his own life, he was unexpectedly ambushed by bandits, who severed his Achilles tendon and abandoned him in the wilderness. On the brink of death, he stumbled into a mist-shrouded ancient tomb, where he beheld a broken stone tablet inscribed with 6 words, to slay the treacherous and tyrannical. Exerting the last of his strength to touch the inscription, a rusted, broken sword miraculously emerged from the earth. The blade, devoid of sharpness, reflected the image of his limping form. Chapter 1. The Fallen Scholar Ha ha ha. 20 years of study wash away like a flowing river, all wasted. Under the cold, bright moonlight, startled crows took flight, casting elongated shadows of a frail figure among the trees. The man, in his 30s, donned the attire of a scholar, clutching a wine flask in his left hand, swaying as he walked. His face was etched with desolation and sorrow, and flecks of white hair adorned his head, a testament to the harsh realities of life. Since the age of 3, Wei Ran had demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for the 3-character classic, memorizing the 5 classics by 5, and entering the examination hall. At 11 yet, this entrance marked the beginning of nearly 2 decades of disappointment. The cultural prestige of the Zhao kingdom was unparalleled among the 5 provinces and 10 kingdoms. In the literary tide of Zhao, the emergence of talented scholars was not surprising. The populace revered literature and took pride in their scholarly achievements. The benevolent Emperor Xiaowen immersed himself in the literary realm for years, while the power of the dynasty slipped into the hands of the chancellor, limping. The court, rife with intrigue, had left the populace in a state of anxiety. Under the shadow of the left faction, even the offspring of military generals found themselves bereft of official titles, let alone the countless impoverished scholars from humble backgrounds. Yet, many learned men remained prideful, believing themselves to be paragons of virtue, unaware that in the eyes of the powerful, they were but monkeys donning crowns, earning only ridicule. Wei Ran was but one among many such jesters, the most ordinary and unremarkable of them all. Yet for him, this would be the final instance of his name falling into obscurity. His faded robe mirrored the weariness of his face, both marked by the ravages of time and hardship. Last year, his uncle's mismanagement led to the purchase of inferior cloth, resulting in the near ruin of the Wei family's finances. Were it not for his grandmother's unwavering support, he would have been left without hope this year. Reflecting on his earlier assurances to her only deepened his shame. Though not of the Wei bloodline, he had been raised by his kind grandmother for 20 years. Once a boy with lofty aspirations, he now stood dejected, his dreams extinguished. Gazing at the frayed rope around his waist, shame and anger surged within him once more. Enough is enough. Perhaps it is better to embrace the afterlife. With a trembling foot, Wei Ran gathered his courage and looped the rope around a crooked tree, fastening it around his own neck. Yet he hesitated to kick away the stones beneath him. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed through the woods. Ha ha ha, you pitiful scholar, how utterly unamusing. If you seek death, why hesitate to kick the stone? Startled, Wei Ran shivered, his face flushing with indignation. You, how dare you be so rude? I am already in despair. Must you mock me further? The sound of footsteps approached, and a burly man, marred by scars and wielding a large knife, emerged, flanked by 2 companions. Hey, I didn't realize he was just a pretty boy from afar. Boss, this one should fetch a good price. One of them sneered. Ha ha ha, should we give this pretty boy a little training first? The other suggested with a wicked grin. The leader narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wei Ran for a moment before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Keep it quiet. Just don't kill him. Trembling, Wei Ran watched helplessly as the brutish men closed in, attempting to break free from their grasp. But the frail scholar stood no chance against such ruffians, quickly subdued and pressed to the ground. How dare you resist? Go sever his tendon, commanded the leader. Ha ha ha, got it, boss, came the eager reply. Wei Ran's eyes widened as excruciating pain ripped through his ankle, and darkness enveloped him. The bandits exchanged glances of confusion. Did we not say to avoid killing him? You two are truly gluttons. Even a man can endure a little pain. Go check if he's still alive. The leader glared, his eyes fierce. One of the henchmen, after a moment of hesitation, checked for breath, only to pale and wave his hands in dismay. No way. This scholar's body is so weak that a mere tendon severing has killed him? What a waste. You two are utterly useless. Hurry and dispose of him. This matter must not reach the ears of the chieftain. The leader barked, turning away without a backward glance. Bah? What's there to act so proud about? We're all bandits here. Why pretend you're something more? The smaller bandit scoffed, then leered. Boss, how about a little fun before we go? Get lost. You're disgusting. Just throw him away. The two bandits hoisted Wei Ran's limp body and, under the cover of night, trekked into the rugged mountain forest. As they dumped him unceremoniously, the forest fell silent, the moon obscured by dark clouds, and a sudden gust of wind stirred, accompanied by the patter of rain. Fatefully, Wei Ran found himself half submerged in a muddy puddle. As the rain poured down, a flicker of awareness returned. Coughing violently, he rolled over, feeling the revitalizing energy of the rain. "This is utterly intolerable," he cried, splashing the water with his hands, his face streaked with mud, indistinguishable from rain or tears. Lying on the ground, waiting for death, he felt the weight of despair ebbing away with his blood, leaving him numb and disoriented. Bang! A sudden clap of thunder illuminated the sky. In that moment, Wei Ran recalled his grandmother's loving smile, and a wave of realization struck him. How foolish he had been. For a scholar, filial piety is of utmost importance. Failing to achieve success in examinations is one thing, but to die and bear the name of unfiliality, what would become of his grandmother? Among all virtues, filial piety reigns supreme. In Zhao's legal system, if a scholar were to bear the name of unfiliality, the family would suffer the consequences. Men would be exiled to the frontier, never to return, while women would be sold into servitude. Though the Wei family had fallen on hard times, they must never be tainted by such disgrace. With this thought igniting a surge of strength within him, Wei Ran trembled as he rose to his feet. Yet, as he looked around, darkness enveloped him. He could neither see his hands nor discern his direction. The wilderness lay shrouded in gloom, and the distant howls of wolves echoed through the forest, sending shivers down his spine as he stumbled in panic. Fortuitously, the weather was mild, sparing him from the harsh chill of winter winds. Otherwise, this frail scholar would have surely succumbed. Time passed, and as dawn broke, Wei Ran, weary and exhausted, found himself confronted with an astonishing sight. Tendrils of white mist swirled toward him, carrying with them oppressive, guttural growls that resembled both man and beast, demon and spectre. In terror, he ought to have fled, yet he found himself drawn forward, unable to resist the pull of the mist. As he stepped into the fog, a foul odor assaulted his senses, and his head throbbed, yet no other symptoms plagued him. It was only then that he dared to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a grave mound, several paces wide, overgrown with moss, and a fragment of a stone tablet lay partially buried. An own name adorned the stone. Only a haunting phrase remained: to slay the treacherous and tyrannical. Chapter 2. The Great Overlord's Swordsmanship. Wei Ran, a mere scholar of humble means, found himself utterly astonished by the extraordinary sights before him. Having only encountered such peculiarities in the pages of books, overwhelmed, he collapsed to his knees with a soft thud. At that moment, a gust of yellow wind swept through, scattering the golden sands and revealing the bleached bones buried beneath. The skeletal remains lay strewn about the grave, their forms grotesquely contorted as if subjected to immense force, while their skulls had mysteriously vanished without a trace. With his heart pounding like a drum, Wei Ran repeatedly bowed in a gesture of supplication, seeking forgiveness from the spirits of this place. However, after a prolonged silence, the grave remained eerily still, devoid of any bizarre occurrences. Relieved, Wei Ran began to scrutinize the tomb. As a scholar, he held a deep disdain for the brutalities of the martial world, considering even the renowned sects beyond the imperial court to be beneath his regard. For he believed that the pursuit of knowledge was the true mark of a cultured individual in the Zhao kingdom. Yet, as his dismissive gaze fell upon the rocky walls of the tomb, his expression shifted dramatically. There, propped against the stone wall, sat a yellowed human skeleton, a massive sword piercing through its chest. The blade was nearly level with the doorframe, its broad and heavy body suggesting an extraordinary weight. The sword exuded a formidable aura, sending tingles throughout his body as if its fierce wind had brushed past him. Truly, it was a divine artifact of the mortal realm. Wei Ran murmured in awe, his gaze then shifting to the ribs of the skeleton, where a time-worn book had become lodged, revealed by the ravages of time. After expressing a quiet lament, he pulled the book free for inspection. In mere moments, he closed the tome, realizing it was a manual on swordsmanship titled The Great Overlord's Swordsmanship, a title that struck him as rather crude. Its contents merely detailed methods for honing one's physique and strengthening one's muscles. Initially considering returning it to its rightful owner, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to tuck it into his robes. Though a scholar should not practice martial arts, he rationalized that leaving such an unclaimed object to waste would be a greater folly than exchanging it for silver to support his household. With this thought, a smile finally crept across Wei Ran's face. Familiarity with the tomb had replaced the initial panic he felt upon entering. His mind, having been agitated throughout the night, began to relax, and drowsiness gradually enveloped him. Before long, he had tilted his head and succumbed to slumber. It was only when he felt a gentle shaking on his shoulder that he stirred awake. "Young man, why are you sleeping by the roadside? The night is deep, and the dew is heavy. It would be wise to return home." Rubbing his eyes, he was startled to find himself on the official road, confronted by an elderly farmer with hair as white as snow. How could this be? Had I wandered off into a reverie? Startled, Wei Ran sprang to his feet, the sharp pain in his left foot causing him to grimace, a stark reminder that this was no dream. Alas, it seems this scholar has fainted from hunger. "Here, take these few steamed buns. If you do not mind their condition, they are yours to enjoy." The farmer produced 2 darkened buns, and Wei Ran felt a surge of gratitude, bowing deeply as he accepted them. "Thank you, kind sir. May I inquire where this official road leads? How far is it to Weijia town in the western border region?" The elderly man stroked his beard and chuckled softly. "You, a scholar, have ventured into the western frontier. If you continue along this official road for several dozen miles, I fear you may not return for at least a month due to your injuries. If you do not mind, this old man could offer you a ride on my donkey cart, which would alleviate some of your journey. Would you, esteemed scholar, be willing to lower yourself to sit in a donkey cart?" Wei Ran, overjoyed, quickly bowed and sincerely replied, "How could I dare to impose? I would be grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder." Upon taking his seat on the cart covered with straw, a pungent odor characteristic of donkeys immediately assaulted Wei Ran's senses, almost causing him to retch. The old man feigned ignorance and casually inquired, "Are you heading to the capital for the examination? How does it feel?" Hearing this, Wei Ran's face flushed crimson as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am but a novice in knowledge, unworthy of the saint's gaze. Please, do not jest, esteemed elder." Upon hearing his words, the old man's earlier geniality faded, and he spat out a thick phlegm, remarking, "Indeed, there are countless scholars in the Zhao kingdom. If everyone could pass the examination, would that not tarnish the nation's reputation? With examinations every 5 years, even the worst candidates can attempt, which truly makes one weary for the officials." Wei Ran squirmed uncomfortably, rendered speechless by the farmer's sharp retort, feeling akin to a trapped animal under scrutiny. The elder, reveling in this rare opportunity to deride those who considered themselves learned, continued his harsh commentary. "This year has seen calamities. The fields bear no fruits, and I fear tomorrow's meals may not fill the stomach. Might this esteemed scholar be so kind as to spare a morsel?" Wei Ran's countenance grew pale, unconsciously drawing in his legs, and he replied with a forced smile, "Esteemed elder, I have exhausted my funds for the examination. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such dire straits, lest I be ambushed by bandits." "Is this truly so?" the elder retorted. "The scholar speaks only truth, does he not? If you deceive this old man, what then?" As the donkey cart veered off course, gradually departing from the official road towards a secluded slope, Wei Ran's heart sank, realizing he had unwittingly strayed from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. It was only when the previously benevolent old man drew a gleaming knife that hope entirely fled from Wei Ran's heart, leaving him in a state of despair. The white-haired man laughed coldly, brandishing the knife. "Riding in my donkey cart comes at a modest fee of 2 taels of silver. Surely, that is not too much to ask. Hand over the money." Wei Ran, too defeated to even plead for mercy, lay flat in resignation. To his astonishment, the old man exhibited unexpected strength, delivering a sharp slap to his face. As he prepared to resist, a strange numbness enveloped him, and he recalled the 2 morsels of bread. Perhaps they had been laced with a sedative, waiting for someone to fall into the trap. "My life is forfeit," Wei Ran thought as he closed his eyes, awaiting death. Yet the villain merely rifled through his belongings, losing interest upon discovering only his tattered books, and spat disdainfully, "Ah, a wretched scholar. With such poverty, you dare to aspire like a toad leaping for a swan's exam? You must be stealing from your own wife." He then contemptuously discarded his tattered robe and departed. After 3 hours had passed, Wei Ran, still tinged with numbness, gradually regained his senses. Enduring the pain, he rose and, after a moment's hesitation, cursed toward the departing donkey cart. "You heartless scoundrel." A month later, on the streets of Wei family town, a filthy and foul-smelling man wandered aimlessly, his eyes vacant, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Look, where did this beggar come from? The stench is unbearable. Roll away, do not obstruct my stall. Do not hinder my business," a voice exclaimed. Yet, something about the beggar seemed familiar. Suddenly, a woman furrowed her brow and spoke. At that moment, the onlookers scrutinized the man's features closely. "Good heavens, is that not Scholar Wei? How has he fallen to such a state? Young Master Wei, please forgive us." "I humbly apologize," they said, as they offered him buns. A flicker of emotion finally stirred in Wei Ran's eyes as he snatched the buns and stuffed them into his mouth. For an entire month, he had subsisted on tree bark and river water, occasionally scavenging scraps from wild animals. Initially, his scholarly integrity prevented him from bending his pride. But as hunger gnawed at him, he realized such principles paled in comparison to the will to survive. He yearned to return to his grandmother and to see his wife and children. The potential of man is boundless, as is Wei Ran's. The nearly 40 miles he traversed marked the most profound journey of his 30 years. The sage's words resonated within him. To weaken the body, starve the sinews, and toil the form, one can return to simplicity and achieve greatness. This notion etched itself deeply into Wei Ran's heart. Wei family's Wei Yuner is coming. Run. A voice rang out, sending the entire town into a frenzy. A flash of red began to loom larger in Wei Ran's vision. The steed whinnied, and the woman atop it remained silent, gazing coldly. Why don't you return home? Do you require an invitation? Chapter 3. A renewed dispute, always appearing so meek. One could only wonder why grandmother held such high hopes for him. What a fool. Crack. The whip of the woman in red cracked through the air, causing the crowd to shriek and cover their ears in a frantic escape. Wei Ran, too, was not exempt. He crouched down, painfully covering his ears, pleading, Enough, enough. Dear sister, I acknowledge my faults. Please, cease your theatrics. Wei Yuner's lips curled into a smirk as she coiled the whip around her waist, urging her horse towards the Wei residence. However, having practiced martial arts since childhood, she sensed something amiss. Abruptly, she turned, her expression icy. What is wrong with your leg? Why can you not walk properly? Wei Ran waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. I stumbled on the way home. It's nothing serious. Wei Yuner dismounted, not waiting for his consent, and hoisted him onto the horse, taking the reins in her grasp. Grandmother has been worried about you. She fears you might do something reckless. She hasn't touched her chopsticks in days. Fortunately, I earned a commendation last time, and a general gifted her some nourishing tea. Let me make one thing clear. If anything were to happen to grandmother, I would hold you accountable. No matter how useless you may be, she is of advanced age. Do not give her cause for worry. By the way, why did you not allow me to accompany you? Wei Yuner turned, her gaze probing. Is it that your long-tongued wife has been spreading rumors again? I shall have her tongue cut out upon our return. That is uncalled for, even if she is insufferable. She remains your sister-in-law. Let us not breach decorum. You are such a simpleton, Wei Yuner retorted, a chilling tone lacing her words. Very well. You shall understand once we return home. Wei Ran looked at the incessantly chattering yet exceptionally cold figure before him. As the dust of the journey seemed to wash away in that moment, Wei Yuner, the eldest daughter of his second uncle's family, had been his companion since the Wei family's rise, and to say they were childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. As the two individuals gradually matured and developed differing aspirations, a sense of estrangement began to emerge between them. Upon reflection, this transformation likely commenced after Wei Ran took the hand of the Zhang family. At that time, Wei Ran had no intentions of marrying. It was merely through the machinations of his uncle, combined with the expectations of his grandmother, that the union was hastily arranged. Following their marriage, the couple frequently clashed. Wei Zhang's fiery temperament and rudeness conflicted with Wei Ran's singular focus on attaining scholarly success, leading them to become increasingly indifferent to one another. In a moment of contemplation, their horses came to a halt before a dilapidated estate. The once grand plaque now lay obscured by dust, and the corroded vermilion gate was marred by rust. Even the stone steps had been pried away, leaving only a dark, earthen staircase. It had fallen into a state of greater disrepair than when they had departed. Wei Ran sighed deeply, striving to conceal his despondency as he gently rapped on the door. After a brief interval, footsteps echoed from within, and at last, a long-yearned visage emerged. The unfilial grandson has returned. Wei Ran's eyes brimmed with tears, and he knelt upon the ground. It was Yuner who brought back the elder brother. Isn't Yuner remarkable? Wei Yuner's charmingly cold visage broke into a smile as she hurried to support the elderly woman. Wei Yunshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her frail form quivered as she tenderly stroked the hair of the kneeling man. It is well that you are home. It is well. Rise. They assisted Wei Yunshi into the courtyard, but before they could enter the main hall, a sharp and scornful voice rang out. Oh, my top scholar has returned. Might he bring along his concubine to witness the sights of the imperial city? Wei Ran swiftly grasped Wei Yun's arm, turning to his wife with a forced smile. No more studies for me. It seems I lack the fate for scholarly pursuits. Let us simply live our lives in peace. Humph. Wei Zhang scoffed, her countenance revealing derision. You claim to dedicate yourself to your studies more than anyone else, yet now you dismiss it with such casualness. What? Does the top scholar speak so lightly? What would you have me do? If you twist your words further, do not blame my sister for her resolute nature. Wei Yun'er was genuinely incensed, her hand resting on her waist, ready to unleash her fury with a whip upon the insolent tongue. Wei Zhang evidently relished this exchange, swallowing her tea in silence, before deliberately spitting disdainfully and striding out of the hall. How utterly unreasonable. Wei Ran pressed down on the edge of his rising anger, shaking his head with a bitter smile, having no intention of retaining his wife. Regret etched deeply upon Wei Yun'er's face. Had she known better, she would not have heeded her younger son's advice to allow such a fiery daughter-in-law into their home. Had it not been for the Zhang family's aspirations and her second son's business dealings, she would have meticulously scrutinized Ran's marriage prospects. In hindsight, it was indeed a calamitous choice. Since the Zhang family entered their household, the Wei family's textile business had plummeted. Wei Feng, the elder son, had remained safe and sound within the military, only to receive news of his tragic demise the very day after his marriage. Moreover, the domineering nature of the Zhang family, previously kept in check by Wei Feng's official standing, began to surface following his death. As the Wei family's fortunes waned, Wei Zhang audaciously asserted herself. Truly, it was a matter of fate. Wei Yun'er stifled her compassion and forced a smile. Cough, cough. Little Ran, do tend to your leg so as to avoid any lasting ailments. Go to physician's son. There is no need to rush to pay the consultation fee. Simply mention your grandmother's name. Yun'er, you should accompany him. In a few days, I must return to the military, and I know not when you two shall meet again. Wei Yun'er shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to part from her grandmother even for a moment. Observing this, Wei Ran gracefully declined and made his way to the residence of Dr. Sun on the eastern side of the street. In truth, he was well aware that whether he went or not, the severing of tendons would only leave one a cripple. No stone medicine could remedy that. His actions were merely to provide some solace to the elderly woman. Upon arriving at the renowned medical hall, he found the front entrance desolate, suggesting that the number of patients today was rather meager. After calling out a few times with no response, he intended to return, but was suddenly drawn to the faint sounds emanating from a small room in the back courtyard. The voice was oddly familiar, prompting him to quietly approach the window ledge for a closer look. Inside, a man and a woman were engaged in the most indecent of acts. Such disgraceful conduct should have been met with the dignified retreat of a gentleman. However, upon recognizing the woman, Wei Ran felt a rush of blood to his head. Momentarily paralyzed in shock, he had presumed that the Zhang family had returned to her maternal home in a fit of anger, yet here she was, entangled in such a scandalous affair in the medical hall. Though he was of a gentle disposition, he could not endure such humiliation. With a fierce yell, he kicked the door open, the resounding crash startling the couple within, who hastily covered themselves. Yet, upon seeing him, Lady Zhang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and casually remarked, I wondered who was being nosy. It turns out to be the husband of the dreamer. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home tending to that dying old crone instead of stalking me? Do you have no sense of shame? Wei Ran retorted, his chest swelling with indignation, fingers trembling with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, Dr. Sun had quietly closed the door, and upon turning around, he was met with a sudden blow from a wooden stick wielded by the doctor. Weary from travel, Wei Ran's frail physique was no match for Dr. Sun's robust strength. He was swiftly rendered unconscious by a flurry of strikes. When he finally regained consciousness, a full day and night had passed. Instantly, he felt a chill coursing through his body, a throbbing pain at the back of his head, and his vision was still quite blurred. Shadows danced before him, voices ebbing and flowing, barely discernible. It was only when a resounding slap rang across his face that clarity began to return. Who would have thought that Wei Xiaocai could play so recklessly, not even sparing the foolish girl? One voice jeered. TSK, does he not have a wife? Why engage in such sordid affairs? But wildflowers are indeed more fragrant. Care to repeat that? Another voice challenged. What place is this? Wei Ran furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings in search of a familiar face. Chapter 4. The heavenly cycle reversed. Listening to the whispers, each one struck him like a thunderclap in his ears. His muddled vision gradually sharpened. Looking down, he found himself bound with layers of coarse rope, upright against a wooden post, surrounded by heaps of firewood stacked high around him. Raising his gaze, he saw the county magistrate seated above, while kneeling before him were none other than Wei Zhang and Sun Zhang. With a deep sigh, Wei Ran felt much of his resentment dissipate. He held little affection for Wei Zhang. Their union had been forcibly arranged, and his earlier fury was merely a response to the disappointment in his first wife. If he wished to separate, he could have simply proposed it. Why resort to such disgraceful behavior? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the county magistrate, adorned with a black hat, struck the gavel, the sound resonating powerfully. The accused. Wei Ran stands charged with the bullying of the simple-minded girl, Xiao. Do you acknowledge your crime? Wei Ran shot up, astonishment painted across his face. Rendered utterly helpless by the magistrate's sharp, discerning gaze. He had bullied the simple girl, Xiao? How could a mere scholar bear such a heavy accusation? In a moment of desperation, his gaze shifted to Wei Zhang, whose trembling shoulders betrayed either fear or concealed delight. In an instant, Wei Ran erupted with fury, his voice ringing out, Zhang Yunru, why have you treated me thus? What have I done to deserve such malice? Do you not know that I hold the integrity of a scholar above all else? Why must you frame me in this way? Impudent, thundered the magistrate. You dare to feign ignorance in the face of your charges? Seize him and show him the consequences of his bravado. The gavel struck again, and 2 constables, armed with clubs, charged forward. 20 brutal strikes rained down upon Wei Ran, yet he did not cry out, as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving him in a state of numbed despair. As the constables returned to their posts, the magistrate stroked his goatee and continued, Wei Ran, a promising seed of scholarship squandered, daring to commit such heinous acts against justice. I ask you once more, do you confess to your see the stake on his back swayed precariously? And Wei Ran could already sense the encroachment of death. Wei Yun'er was already in tears, desperately covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she sprang up and shouted, I know where that thing is. Save him, and it will belong to you. Dr. Sun, kneeling alongside the Wei and Zhang families, instantly looked up, his eyes sparkling with intensity. He shook off the hands of those beside him and swiftly made his way to the inferno above. However, another figure emerged, a crone, aged yet vigorous, wielding her cane with formidable force, sending shadows of strikes in all directions that effectively repelled Dr. Sunday. Just as the crone's withered face showed a hint of triumph, it quickly transformed into one of horror as she stumbled backward. A flurry of nearly invisible silver needles shot from her previous position, striking 2 officials. In the blink of an eye, their faces turned pale, and they collapsed, frothing at the mouth. The crone turned her gaze sharply towards a girl in floral attire amidst the crowd, speaking in a low tone, the Hua family from Shida Mountain has arrived. It seems today will be tumultuous indeed. Young lady, your actions could prove fatal. This is ill-advised. The floral-clad girl merely glanced at the crone, disregarding her words, and focused on Wei Yun'er. Is it true what you said? If I save the old man, will you give me what I seek? Wei Yun'er nodded fervently, hastily indicating the figure engulfed in flames. Remember, a promise made must be fulfilled, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The floral-clad girl, upon uttering these words, vanished from sight, only to reappear above the inferno. With a graceful sweep of her arm, she conjured a powerful gust that extinguished the flames, sending sparks flying in every direction. This left the onlookers in distress, cries of agony erupting around them. The astute magistrate had long taken refuge beneath a table, his terrified eyes revealing his insignificance and helplessness. With the area cleared of bystanders, the floral-clad girl nodded in satisfaction, seizing the charred man and casting him towards Wei Yun'er, then extending her right hand. Wei Yun'er, recovering from her shock, hurriedly clasped her hands together and implored, Forgive me, esteemed one, but that thing is not with me. What? The floral-clad girl furrowed her brows, lifting Wei Yun'er with ease, her voice low and menacing. Is my request unclear, or do you think me lenient? Why, oh why would you deceive me? The girl's strength was indeed remarkable, and Wei Yun'er, realizing her breath was escaping her, quickly patted the small hand, pleading, Please, esteemed one. This item is a family heirloom of his. Once he regains consciousness, he will reveal its location. I, being of the same lineage, vow my life as collateral. Do you still dare to demand I save him? The floral-clad girl's eyes sparked with fury as she flung Wei Yun'er aside and seized the old man, violently wrenching his right arm, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Wei Ran gasped in shock, staring at the girl before him, bewildered. Could this be the realm of Yama? For how else could such an oddity exist? He struggled to comprehend how this girl, appearing no older than a mere teenager, could lift him so effortlessly. Old man, where is your family's treasure hidden? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Hee. Why should I reveal the belongings of my household to you, Zaiwang? Such rudeness could earn you a beating from my master if he were to catch wind of it. Huaying turned her head to see another man approaching leisurely, a broad knife strapped to his back exuding an aura of lethal intent even from a distance. Humph. You Li Goshing from the Big Knife sect, just wait. If you dare to imply that my master has a bad temper, I shall certainly report this to my master without fail. Li Goshing's imposing demeanor collapsed instantly as he scampered over to Huaying's side, lightly tapping her back in a sycophantic manner. Oh, Huaying Shirshu. Outside they can call me Li Tianyi, or even Mad Blade Swordsman, anything but Li Goshing. for that is rather unflattering. The old woman and the physician exchanged glances, both recognizing the deep-seated apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. What on earth has the Western Tuashan become entangled with the Big Knife sect? Chapter 5. Winds of change in the vast execution ground. Only 5 or 6 individuals stood present. Naturally, Wei Ran was one of them. Huaying seemed to disdain him, casting him aside onto the ground without further inquiry. She gracefully turned, her delicate face displaying a frosty expression as she exclaimed, "The lecherous Dr. Sun Jimiao and the madwoman Li Rong. What miscreants of the martial world are you doing here?" Li Rong planted her cane on the ground, scoffing, "What nonsense. I have traversed the martial world for decades. It is only through skill that one proves their worth. Everyone desires such prowess, so let the outcome be determined through martial might, shall we?" Sun Jimiao nodded, a smirk appearing on his pallid face. "That sounds splendid, quite fair indeed." Huaying nonchalantly acknowledged, then turned to Li Tianyi, pointing at Sun Jimiao, "Dispatch this androgynous creature, or else you shall no longer call me Shu." Li Tianyi grinned widely, brandishing his dark blade and charging towards Sun Jimiao. Huaying and Li Rong stood opposite one another, both observing the duel, wary of any underhanded tactics. Li Tianyi, a promising newcomer from the Big Knife sect, wielded his blade with unparalleled ferocity, each strike infused with tremendous energy. Sun Jimiao, however, was no ordinary opponent. He specialized in leg techniques, each kick leaving behind an afterimage, blending reality with illusion. Leaving Wei Ran in awe as he struggled to discern the genuine from the false. The two combatants were evenly matched, prompting Huaying to stamp her foot in frustration. "Li Goshing, if you continue to dawdle, I shall inform my Shu that your training is lacking, and you deserve an extra meal. I am Li Tianyi, Shiji," he bellowed, his aura suddenly shifting, the dark blade glimmering ominously. Li Jimiao sensed the formidable nature of the blade and realized it was unwise to confront it directly. With a nimble leap, he became an indistinct blur, seductive whispers echoing around Li Tianyi. Clearly, the seasoned veteran understood strategy, anticipating that this inexperienced young man would falter under such a peculiar tactic. Indeed, Li Tianyi was unprepared for the disorienting sounds. His face flushed crimson as veins of blood began to surface in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jimiao coldly laughed, revealing a hidden dagger from his sleeve, launching it towards Li Tianyi's forehead after a swift step in midair. As Huaying's expression darkened, she attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted as a cane swept through the air, completely sealing her position. Li Rong grinned menacingly, lifting her cane without further words and striking forth. Huaying, in a fit of anger, unleashed a series of palm strikes against the incoming blows. The chaotic brawl involving 4 individuals had already taken shape. Just as Wei Ran was engrossed in the spectacle, a furtive voice whispered, "What is there to see, young lad? Allow me to show you the world." Before Wei Ran could utter a word of protest, a swift chop rendered him unconscious. Nearby, Wei Yuner, who had been watching intently, was also silenced with a pressure point strike, rendered motionless like a wooden statue, her eyes darting in alarm. Meanwhile, the 4 combatants were too engrossed in their struggle to notice the unfolding events. Wei Ran was taken away by a mysterious figure, who, employing some unknown tool, burrowed into the ground, escaping for a whole night. It wasn't until the dawn of the following day that the strange individual emerged from the base of a mountain, noticing the man behind him still deep in slumber. In a fit of anger, he struck his own face, causing Wei Ran to awaken groggily. Upon seeing the peculiar visage of his captor, he nearly fainted anew. How could a normal person appear so bizarre? The individual's eyebrows were longer than the goatee of a local magistrate, cascading down to his shoulders, while a grotesque bulge loomed on his forehead. His sharp teeth and pointed features resembled those of a creature from a fable. Enough of scaring him, Xing Xiao, a gentle voice interjected. Unbeknownst to Wei Ran, a middle-aged man had appeared behind him. The man dismissed the strange figure and turned to Wei Ran with a smile, introducing himself as Luo Yunting Huangze, apologizing for the disturbance. Seeing the man's courteous demeanor, Wei Ran's expression softened. He returned the courtesy, saying, "I am but a humble scholar. I fail to comprehend what could incite such fierce competition among the heroes of the martial world. Is it possible that the laws of the Zhao kingdom hold no weight before you?" "Not at all," Huangze replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. He lightly tapped his fingers, and a swirl of yellow light suddenly appeared, dancing in his palm, casting a somber shadow over his face. Since the founding of the Zhao kingdom, the literary elite have been the benchmark, striving to suppress the martial sects, especially the royal guards. Despite possessing the fortune of venerable ancestral tablets, they engage in the sordid act of oppressing martial artists. Do you not agree? Wei Ran's countenance darkened, and though he wished to retort, he found no compelling words to counter. Even so, such actions seemed unjust. The court had its own difficulties in this time of peace. The common folk were, after all, well fed. Huangze chuckled lightly, unfurling his folding fan to disperse the yellow light. Instantly, the pale sky was adorned with countless glimmers, gradually coalescing into a luminous veil. Behold, these 5 brightest points represent 5 provinces. We find ourselves in the western border province, a vast expanse. Do you grasp its significance? Are you aware of the Zhao kingdom's diminutive size? Have you heard of the southernmost seas at the end of the earth, or the northernmost reaches of the world? This world is immense, and we are but insignificant specks within it. What do you wish to convey? Wei Ran inquired, furrowing his brow. Huangze waved his sleeve, dissipating the lights, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. Do you know why your endeavors have repeatedly failed? Beyond your lack of literary talent. The literary lineage of the Zhao kingdom can no longer accommodate more scholars. After all, the land of this small kingdom is exceedingly crowded. In other words, the soil of the Zhao kingdom has nearly exhausted its nutrients. How could it possibly nurture quality seeds? Certainly, should you be willing to cast aside your pride and explore an alternative path, you may indeed witness a different facet of life. Wei Ran, deep in thought, felt a surge of distinct emotions within, albeit subtle, yet leaving an indelible mark. Observing this, Huangze's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. The alternate path is fraught with challenges, and effort does not always guarantee reward. The realm of martial arts is populated by many aspirants, resembling a vast river, capable of both embracing and annihilating. Today, in a favorable mood, I shall enlighten you about the realm of martial arts. This realm is categorized into martial practitioners, masters, grandmasters, and the pinnacle known as the transcendent realm. The term martial practitioner is quite broad. Anyone possessing even rudimentary skills may be referred to as such. A martial master, however, signifies a deeper understanding. Akin to the 4 individuals who fought yesterday, the young girl and the man with a sword are likely at the 7th rank, while the elderly woman and the man are somewhat weaker, residing at the lower 7th rank. A grandmaster represents a true entry into the martial domain, possessing immense strength, capable of launching objects with a mere flick of the fingers, able to kill without a trace. Bang! Huangze flicked a pebble with his fingers, launching it, as several stones pierced through the tree with a muffled sound, each hole identical. Wei Ran's eyes widened in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. Perplexed as he queried, what purpose does this serve? As a scholar, how could I abandon my books to pursue martial arts? Moreover, you have shared so much. What exactly is your intention? I have never heard of what you desire, nor do I know where to find it. Upon uttering these words, Wei Ran expected the man to chastise him, but to his surprise, Huangze remained unfazed, gazing at him with a serene smile. Who are you? And what is your purpose? Wei Ran inquired once more. Huangze shook his head with a smile, lightly stepping onto the back of the creature known as Xing Xiao, his voice rising and falling with the mist. Return and inform your grandmother that the favor owed to Luo Yunting has been repaid. Although the debt is cleared, the Wei family shall still be regarded as honored guests, hoping for your return to alleviate the old master's longing. What? Is it truly so? Wei Ran's eyes widened, his expression transforming. Chapter 6. The root of trouble. Wei Ran remained in a daze for quite some time. Since his earliest memories, his grandmother had been with the Wei family, diligently managing household affairs until his uncle gained the means to gradually step back. As for his grandmother's origins, none are privy to the details, only that the Wei family has always treated this matter with utmost reverence. It appears that his grandmother, too, may be a person of martial prowess, possessing unparalleled grace in her past, able to evoke such longing in the old master of Luo Yunting for so long. With a heart full of questions, Wei Ran arrived at a mountain ravine. The cascading waterfall, resembling a white silk ribbon, created an ethereal ambience, imparting a sense of being in a celestial realm. The injury inflicted by the bandits on his Achilles tendon throbbed faintly, while Huangze had managed to reset his dislocated arm. However, any significant movement still elicited grimaces of pain. After sipping some clear spring water, Wei Ran's stomach began to grumble once more. Yet, with his clumsy scholar's hands, how could he possibly satiate his hunger in this unfamiliar locale? Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter and chatter approached. Wei Ran hurriedly concealed himself in a nearby thicket. At that moment, a group of youthful maidens arrived, each a paragon of beauty in their own right. He watched as they hurriedly shed their garments, the vivacious ones teasing their companions, causing the maidens to blush with embarrassment. As the garments were about to fall, Wei Ran hastily shielded his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a dry twig beneath his feet cracked loudly, instantly attracting the attention of the young maidens, who erupted into startled shrieks. Realizing his breach of decorum, Wei Ran emerged from the thicket, his face flushed, and bowed with clasped hands, saying, "I did not intend to intrude upon this place, nor did I come here to spy on the young ladies. I ask for your gracious understanding." The maidens, submerged in the water with only their heads visible, steadied themselves and exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. One brave girl with peach-like eyes timidly spoke, "How can we trust your words? We, 9 sisters, have never encountered an outsider. How can we discern your intentions? Kindly turn around, while we change our garments." Wei Ran nodded earnestly and turned his back, awaiting their response. However, after a considerable time, silence reigned from the water's edge. Just as he was about to turn back, a stern female voice rang out, "If you do not wish to be frightened, do not turn your gaze. Stand still and do not obstruct us." Following this command, heart-wrenching sobs erupted from the water, unmistakably belonging to the 9 maidens. What could have transpired? As the wailing grew increasingly anguished, Wei Ran felt a rising dread within him. Could it be that someone was tormenting them? If I do not come to their aid, have I not wasted years studying the sages? I must save them. With this thought, Wei Ran abruptly turned around, ready to chastise the offender, but was struck dumb by the sight before him. A colossal purple-gold centipede, measuring 2 or 3 persons in length, gaped its maw, drooling onto Wei Ran's forehead. This was a monstrous creature. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. The purple-gold centipede lunged toward him, as if endowed with sentience, ready to strike. At that critical moment, several silver needles whistled through the air, striking the creature's head with precision. The centipede writhed in pain, its massive form thrashing in the water. The icy water jolted Wei Ran back to his senses, and he hurriedly scrambled away from the edge. Bowing his head in flight, he suddenly collided with something solid. Looking up, he beheld a man wielding a sword and a girl with a frosty demeanor. These two were none other than Hua Ying and Li Tianyi. After the 4 had settled their scores, they sought to find Wei Ran and inquire about the whereabouts of the item. To their dismay, only Wei Yun remained. Struck mute and standing like a wooden block, Hua Ying exploded in fury, determined to follow the trail left behind. Upon emerging from the passage, she beheld the old man facing a gigantic beast, his face betraying signs of struggle. Thinking a shout might serve as a warning, she was astounded to find that the fool did not even flinch, instead turning to confront the creature. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps landed on Wei Ran's face. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him as he stammered, "To kill is permissible, but to humiliate is not. A jade may be shattered, but its integrity must remain intact. If you so dishonor me, what face do I have left to live?" "Oh, then why did you run earlier?" Li Tianyi remarked nonchalantly, scratching his ear. "Enough of your prattle. Get lost." Hua Ying delivered another merciless slap, and Wei Ran, cradling his face, quietly withdrew from the scene. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement gradually emerged in Hua Ying's eyes as she earnestly inquired, "Dog Shang, do you not think that if we managed to slay such a formidable creature, we would return to our mountain gate with great prestige?" "I am Li Tianyi, after all." With the prospect of tremendous fortune looming, Hua Ying no longer wished to jest. In an instant, she soared upward, her energy coiling in her dantian. As her petite frame gathered the most lethal strike she had ever mastered in her martial journey, the soul destruction palm. This was the supreme technique of Shitoa Mountain, requiring the mastery of the 3rd level of the tide pushing skill to execute. Li Tianyi's eyes widened in astonishment as the dark glow of his mighty blade intensified, prompting him to rush into the fray. "Master Uncle, please hurry. Tianyi cannot hold on much longer." Hua Ying did not respond, instead closing her beautiful eyes. Her hands moved with an invisible force, and as her techniques grew increasingly fierce, an aura that could captivate the heart began to unfold. Her complexion turned an unnatural shade of crimson. Though the soul destruction palm was tangible within the tide-pushing skill, one could only comprehend its true essence through diligent practice. This technique transcended the capabilities of mere low-tier martial artists. Only a grandmaster could wield it without sustaining harm. As Hua Ying's complexion deepened in hue, the palm strike was finally unleashed. A massive crimson imprint materialized in the air, ensnaring both Li Tianyi and the 9-headed centipede within its terrifying grasp. Li Tianyi let out a mournful cry and retreated violently. Yet under such immense pressure, where could he flee? He had scarcely taken a few steps before the imprint pressed down upon him, drowning out the anguished cries of the 9-headed centipede beneath the icy waters. This was nothing short of horrifying. Wei Ran was struck with terror, intending to escape down the mountain path, only to find that the girl in yellow was teetering precariously, plunging straight into the water. As she began to sink, Wei Ran gritted his teeth and leapt into the pool, pulling her ashore with a struggle. After this ordeal, the hour approached noon. The man had searched thrice, but found nothing in the pool and decided against further efforts. Just as he emerged from the cold waters, a small piece of flesh, the size of a thumb, lodged itself in his abdomen. Wei Ran's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively gagged, attempting to expel the unknown object, but it vanished without a trace upon entering his body. The only thing he managed to vomit was bitter water. Seeing this, Wei Ran had no choice but to proceed alone, descending the mountain path. He moved with surprising lightness, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. As he neared Wei family town, he suddenly hesitated, uncertain of his next step. Bearing the weight of his transgressions, a visit to the Wei family would only herald chaos. Lost in thought, he was startled when a procession emerged from the depths of the town. Wei Ran quickly concealed himself behind a wall, peering out cautiously. Leading the group were the county magistrate and Zhang Yunru, followed closely by dozens of constables. Looking further back, his heart nearly shattered at the sight before him. Were not his grandmother and Wei Yun'er confined within 2 prison carts? Chapter 7. The martial artist's knock on heaven's door. The prison carts passed slowly through the throng of ignorant townsfolk, who hurled vegetable scraps and stones, each impact resonating painfully within Wei Ran's heart. His grandmother's face bore no emotion, remaining as serene as ever, her eyes reflecting profound depths. The gruesome wound on Wei Yun'er's face had scabbed over, concealed by her cascading hair, yet it remained eerily visible. A sudden wave of powerlessness washed over Wei Ran. An idea flickered in his mind. What if I took up martial arts? Would grandmother and Yun'er no longer have to suffer? However, before this thought could fully blossom, he forcefully suppressed it. Although the threshold for martial training is relatively low, it still requires early cultivation, not to mention the expensive medicinal herbs needed for nourishment. Even the innate talent itself poses the greatest obstacle. At his age, how could he still entertain such unrealistic notions? Wei Ran cautiously trailed behind the group. It was the same execution ground, only the condemned had changed. The county magistrate continued to deliver an eloquent discourse, while grandmother and Yun'er barely lifted their heads, kneeling on the execution ground like lifeless clay figures. As the executioner raised his large blade, Wei Ran realized that he could wait no longer. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and shouted, "I, Wei Ran of the Wei family, have come to atone. I implore the honorable magistrate to spare the women of the Wei family. All the blame rests upon me, and I am willing to bear it alone." Upon hearing Wei Ran's voice, the magistrate's face lit up with delight, and he promptly rose, exclaiming, "The audacity of Wei Ran to appear! Seize him and bring him forth." A sea of officers swiftly surrounded Wei Ran, wielding their blades menacingly. "Wei Xiaocai, you are bold indeed. Do not make it difficult for your brothers. Surrender quietly." Wei Ran smiled bitterly. Now, he was alone and had no allies to call upon. He replied solemnly, "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. Please capture me and claim your reward." The officers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to bind him. They had witnessed the poisoning of their colleague and feared a sudden strike that could silence them forever. Seeing this, Wei Ran let out a grim smile, picked up a rope from the ground, and bound his own hands. The outcome was already determined. The magistrate exhaled a heavy sigh and signaled for his subordinates to take him down from the platform. As the magistrate approached, Wei Ran spoke earnestly, "My lord, please spare the innocent women. I am willing to accept all blame." The magistrate circled around him, leaning in to whisper coldly, "Have you foolishly lost your wits in your studies? Now that you are in my grasp, what right do you have to negotiate? Your life or death rests upon my word. You first challenged my authority, then conspired with those from the underworld to escape punishment. Do you think I would spare your family?" Wei Ran was taken aback, then lowered his head and replied in a deep voice, "The Wei family is innocent. It is merely a certain object that is too conspicuous. You all desire that item. Do you not believe that if I were to call out loudly, your head would roll?" The magistrate's face darkened instantly, scanning the surroundings for a long while, yet failing to discern any signs. Despite being surrounded by a throng of officers, the chilling dread in his heart could not be dispelled. "Very well, it seems you have not learned much from your studies. Yet you have mastered the art of vile cunning. I shall grant you leniency for your filial piety. Reveal the location of that object, and I may spare their lives." Wei Ran continued to keep his head down, stating, "Your words can no longer be trusted. If you wish to obtain my possession, you must release the women of my family. If you disagree, feel free to execute us all. Companionship on the road to the underworld will not feel lonely." Seeing this impertinent scholar so ungrateful, the magistrate pounded his chest, filled with rage. "Greetings." After a moment of contemplation, the county magistrate finally managed to suppress his frustration and coldly remarked, "You certainly have a knack for mimicking the mannerisms. However, reveal the whereabouts of that item, and I shall spare the lives of the 2 individuals." Yet, You must pay the ultimate price. Otherwise, I would find it impossible to fulfill my duties. You scholars are known for your arrogance. I trust you would not go back on your word, correct? Indeed. Wei Ran turned to the figure kneeling on the stage and softly spoke. Forgive me, dear grandmother, for my unfilial conduct in not being by your side. The kindness you bestowed upon me cannot be repaid, yet I harbor a deep sense of gratitude now. I hope you do not harbor ill feelings. He then cast a remorseful glance at the woman in red. Sister Yuner, your suffering today is a consequence of my actions. I shall depart, and I implore you to ensure our grandmother's well-being before I join the military. In the future, do not act recklessly. The two gazed at the kneeling man, their eyes gradually welling with tears. The grandmother reached out, yearning to grasp his figure, but her hand fell weakly into the void. Wei Yuner watched him leave, her gaze unwavering until he turned the corner. It was not until a few officers untied the ropes that she snapped back to reality and assisted her grandmother. The officers, their faces etched with remorse, clasped their fists in a gesture of respect towards the matriarch of the Wei family. A young officer even brought forth Wei Yuner's small steed, scratching his head and saying, Miss Yuner, your mount. I've heard tales of your formidable reputation in the Iron Tiger camp. Today, it is indeed remarkable to witness. Enough. Wei Yuner swiftly mounted her horse and turned to say, Please take my grandmother back to the ancestral home. We shall discuss all matters upon my return. With that, she did not wait for the young officer to respond, urging her steed towards the direction Wei Ran had vanished. The Wei family ancestral grave. If that item is not at the ancestral home, it can only be hidden in the ancestral grave. The Wei family grave is situated on the rear mountain of Wei town, though even Wei Ran possesses only a vague understanding of its exact location. It is only during the annual sacrificial rites that they burn yellow paper at the foot of the mountain. They had inquired about the precise location before, but their grandmother always provided ambiguous answers. Yet, what remains most vivid in their memory is that they have all become the wind whenever the breeze stirs. It signifies their resting place. At this moment, a throng of individuals trailed behind Wei Ran, distinct from the officials at the execution ground. Though clad similarly, there was an unsettling aura about them. As they approached the mountain's base, the nameless rear mountain loomed high, nearly enveloping the entirety of Wei town. From a distance, it resembled a giant hand slightly bent. Seeing Wei Ran standing still with his eyes closed, the county magistrate narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, What are you standing there for? Hurry and retrieve that item. When the wind rises, it will guide us. Wei Ran replied. The magistrate glanced at the two officers beside him, receiving their nods of affirmation before he ceased his demands and stood idly by, awaiting the wind's arrival. As the moon ascended in the western sky, the two officers' eyes sparkled with intensity as they simultaneously glanced at Wei Ran. A frown creased Wei Ran's brow. He felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as though the mountain had established a connection with his heart, its rhythmic beating igniting a desire to venture inward. Though he could not comprehend the reason, these two officers were seasoned individuals from the martial world. And such an extraordinary phenomenon was said to be the manifestation of the martial arts phenomenon known as knocking on heaven. This phenomenon can arise for two reasons, one being the presence of advanced martial arts within a family that senses the invitation emanating from the bloodline of its master. The second type is a prodigy, willingly following the path of martial arts and actively initiating the door-knocking response. This limping fool hardly resembles a celestial talent. Surely, there must be a treasure revealed to the world. Chapter 8. The heart-wrenching Songjian art. Over there lies the resting place of the Wei family's ancestral grave. Do you dare to approach? The crowd followed Wei Ran's pointing finger, but there was no path to tread, only a dark, bottomless chasm looming ominously in their hearts. Upon witnessing this scene, the county magistrate's face turned ashen, and he angrily pointed, Rascals, you dare to repeatedly deceive me. Go and have him executed. The officials surrounding him drew their swords, intent on killing Wei Ran, but unexpectedly, a flash of light appeared. Two lines of blood emerged on their necks, and blood gushed forth as they dropped to their knees. Earlier, two officials masquerading as members of the Jianghu stood with their blades drawn, displaying expressions of indifference. Su Wen and Su Wu, what do you intend to do? This is the territory of Zhao. Do you wish to challenge imperial authority? With a scoff, the county magistrate's horrified eyes widened, and his head rolled to the side. The remaining officials scattered like birds and beasts. As Wei Ran approached the scene, his legs trembled, and he forced himself to appear composed, saying, Gentlemen, the direction has been indicated. May I beg for your mercy? Su Wen, with a smile that was not quite a smile, pointed his sword towards the chasm, the implication clear. Seeing this, Wei Ran could only hope the guidance was accurate. Shakily edging closer to the chasm's brink. As he neared the abyss, a powerful mountain wind whipped around him, causing his figure to sway violently. The two men exchanged glances, ready to pull him back. However, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Wei Ran stood firmly at the edge of the chasm, the darkness below obscuring the true appearance of what lay beneath. Driven by the mountain wind, he began to step forward, inching toward the mountainside. A miracle, indeed. There exists a martial arts marvel. Such an opportunity must not be missed by the two brothers. Su Wen leaped ahead, but felt no solid ground beneath him, plummeting violently downward. Fortunately, Su Wu reacted swiftly, grabbing his brother's arm, but just as he was about to pull him back, he heard his brother's agonizing scream. Looking down, he was horrified to find his brother's lower body vanished without a trace. Who dares to scheme against the Su family in the capital? Wei Ran turned at the shout, and two familiar figures gradually approached. A cane, having flown out of nowhere, struck Su Wu's forehead, sending both brothers tumbling into the unfathomable ravine. The assailants were none other than the defeated physician's son and the madwoman Li Rong. Upon seeing the two, Wei Ran's expression changed dramatically, his voice urgent. As veterans of the Jianghu, your actions are exceedingly despicable. Are you not afraid of tarnishing your reputations? Li Rong cackled, her withered fingers caressing Wei Yun'er's face. What a splendid beauty, even more exquisite than in my youth, though a sudden scar is rather frightful. Lu Jimiao smirked, stating bluntly, kid, we want to make it difficult for you. Hand over that item, and the girl will remain unharmed. If you fail to comply, prepare to collect her corpse. Bound by the whims of others, Wei Ran would comply with their demands, hoping that these two elders would not go back on their word. With a gaze as cold as ice, he fiercely whipped around and strode away. Gazing at the increasingly indistinct figure of the man, Li Rong found himself perplexed. Son Jimiao, are you truly confident that he will comply? If the rumors regarding that artifact hold any truth, and he has indeed acquired it, would that not be akin to courting disaster? Moreover, the girl has already been marked by you, and there is no longer any need to coerce that lad. Let us set aside the question of whether that object even exists, even if he has truly learned its secrets. The two of us combined should be able to retreat unscathed, even if we cannot overpower him. Besides, my rule, as Sun Jimiao, is never to rescue anyone. Yet, having promised that lad to return the corpse does not tarnish our reputation. The mountain winds were exceptionally fierce, and in this sweltering season, Wei Ran felt an icy chill settling upon his brow, as if frost were forming there. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was enveloped in a delicate layer of white frost. This ravine, though broad enough, posed a considerable challenge for his frail physique to traverse. Yet, at that moment, inexplicably, Wei Ran sensed the chill within him gradually dissipating, replaced by a warm current surging forth from his abdomen. As this peculiar phenomenon unfolded, the increasingly heated surface of his skin began to exude wisps of vapor. Lu Jimiao and Li Rong stood dumbfounded, evident in their expressions that the fierce winds and biting cold of the mountains were extraordinary. Even employing their internal energies to resist would yield only minimal relief, lasting at most half an hour. If they utilized their agility, the time might be even shorter. Yet this lad walked with deliberate calm, emitting only vapor and seemingly unscathed. Indeed, it seemed that the ancestors were favoring him. After traversing this invisible bridge for an hour and a half, Wei Ran felt only a slight fatigue, devoid of any other sensations. Upon reaching the end of the bridge, he was met with a grave mound, its dilapidated appearance suggesting a once noble stature, flanked by statues of green-faced, iron-clad sentinels. The grave was laid with layers of green limestone, upon which stood a white wax candle. As Wei Ran drew closer, the candle suddenly ignited. A hazy figure was cast upon the grave. With a raspy, whispering voice, it proclaimed, after a century, the bloodline of the Wei family has finally arrived here. Iron Cloud Heart, your schemes shall ultimately come to naught. Descendants of the Wei family, hasten to draw blood and retrieve the object. Wei Ran dared not make any rash movements, cautiously remaining in place, awaiting the figure's next action. However, aside from the repetition of its words, nothing else transpired. Suddenly, a conjecture struck Wei Ran. With this thought in mind, he swiftly dashed to the rear of the grave, his right hand exploring until he unearthed a stone imbued with a blue luminescence. It was rumored that a certain stone called Dream Return, native to Dreamland, could preserve the voice of its user with the duration of preservation determined by its quality. Staring intently at the blue stone in his hand, he noticed its surface marred by numerous cracks. With a slight pressure, it crumbled into powder. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Ran bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the grave according to the voice's instructions. As his blood thoroughly mingled with the gray-white soil of the grave, Wei Ran suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, and he plummeted rapidly. Thud! Upon landing, He found himself covered in a viscous, indeterminate substance, yet miraculously unharmed. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern direction. Wei Ran could only navigate forward in the dark, occasionally stepping upon objects that creaked beneath his feet. Gradually, a faint glimmer of light began to emerge. This is a small square platform, with steps cascading down its sides, where candles are arranged upon the tiers. However, as the water level rises, only a few candles remain flickering in this dark abyss. In that moment, Wei Ran's heart suddenly quickened, a profound sense of melancholy welling up from within. This sorrow compelled him to reflect upon the entirety of his past life. A relentless feeling of loss constricted and accumulated, leaving him unaware of how he had found himself on this platform. At that moment, he wept uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground, unable to suppress his grief-stricken lamentations. Why is it that despite my efforts, I remain unrecognized? Why must I bear the weight of such vile accusations? Why am I the target of their animosity? Why? Oh, why? It is clearly their fault, colluding against me. Why must I be the scapegoat? The lovely sister Yunair has been disfigured because of me, and my grandmother bears the shame of being labeled a criminal. Oh heavens, why must you treat me thus, and my Wei family? I must learn martial arts. I must grow stronger, and I will eradicate all those who have tormented me. Boom! The tumultuous waves surged beneath the platform, crashing violently, resonating with the fury in his heart. As the waves receded, Wei Ran's heart gradually found tranquility. Raising his gaze, he noticed a dark green tome resting quietly atop a towering stone pillar, boldly inscribed with the title, The Grieving Heart, Sword Technique. Chapter 9. The Step of Sorrowful Winds Facing the Flickering Candlelight. Wei Ran opened the book. The first words that met his eyes were the teachings of his ancestor, Wei Qingfeng. The descendants of the Wei family must not practice this heart method until they reach an absolute impasse. This method is contrary to nature. One must enter the realm of sorrow. Once on this path, both body and mind shall be reforged, immersed in grief and desolation, wasting a lifetime. Wei Qingfeng was the first ancestor of the Wei family, and over a century had passed since the last mention of him in the family lineage, which only vaguely recorded some trivial details of his past. It was said that under Wei Qingfeng's leadership, the Wei family achieved fame almost overnight, becoming renowned martial artists in the western frontier. At that time, the Wei family resided in the capital, frequently visited by high-ranking officials and nobles. And even the late Emperor Zhao of the Zhao Kingdom had shared a friendship with Wei Qingfeng, enjoying delightful conversations on rainy nights. However, such good fortune was short-lived. Within just half a year, Wei Qingfeng vanished without a trace, and the Wei family followed suit, slipping into obscurity. An impasse? Was he not also in a state of despair at this moment? Though Wei Ran was not of the Wei bloodline, his grandmother treated him as a cherished grandson, and Sister Yunair protected him with her very life. Each event that unfolded ensnared him deeper in this turmoil. Without hesitation, he turned to the second page. As Wei Ran flipped the page, the scene before his eyes transformed dramatically. A fierce tiger, shrouded in black winds, devoured him whole. When he regained his senses, the tiger had vanished, yet an overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within him. As if responding to this emotion, the heat within him began to circulate, rising from his abdomen and enveloping his entire being. The previous chill of the mountain winds was absent, and soon he found himself engulfed in unbearable heat. Overwhelmed, he shed his clothing and began to run. In a tumult of despair and fervor, Wei Ran could not help but roar in fury. His body inexplicably surged forward, crashing against the stone wall, causing fragments to tumble down. However, Wei Ran seemed to have lost all sense of pain, repeatedly crashing against the stone wall. His body gradually became drenched in blood, and with every ounce of strength he possessed, he hurled himself at the wall. Unbeknownst to him, he relentlessly struck the wall for 3 days, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. Eventually, he collapsed in exhaustion. When he regained consciousness, his eyes were vacant, and he struggled to scoop a few handfuls of spring water to feel somewhat revitalized. This martial art was indeed as sinister as his ancestors had claimed, who would recklessly batter their body against stone. Wei Ran dared not turn to the third page, yet he was loath to relinquish the ancestral martial arts to outsiders. After a fierce internal struggle, he resolved to take one more glance. Perhaps this time would yield no repercussions? As fate would have it, upon opening the third page, the previous bizarre phenomena had vanished, revealing the true mental incantations of the martial arts. Compared to other martial arts, the cultivation environment for the Sorrowful Heart Song Sword Technique was quite demanding, requiring practitioners to seclude themselves in extreme heat or extreme cold. Only in a state of intense emotion could sorrow truly flourish, allowing one's internal energy to advance. The ancestral burial ground evidently did not meet these criteria. Flipping past the mental cultivation methods, he reached the next section, Sorrowful Flow 7 Swords, the sole accompanying offensive sword technique of this discipline. As the name suggests, it consisted of 7 strikes. The first 3 were driven by sorrowful intent, sorrowful wind, sorrowful rain, and sorrowful scar. The latter 3 were propelled by a sorrowful heart, gloomy silence, thunderous fury, and surging waves. The final strike, the withered sword, could only be executed upon reaching the true state of great sorrow without sorrow. The withered sword withers all things, leading to the extinction of everything. This technique was merely documented, and no one had ever truly grasped the ultimate state of great sorrow without sorrow, rendering the most powerful strike unattainable. Upon completing the entire heart method, Wei Ran was suddenly inspired. He picked up a dry twig, and as his emotions shifted, a wave of sorrow surged from his heart. A torrent of heat surged within him like a dragon, intermingled with sorrow, rampaging forth. With a single strike, the twig pierced the stone wall, embedding itself a full 3 inches deep. Before he could revel in his success, a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. It seemed this martial art was not easily mastered. He would need to be even more diligent in the future. If anyone else had heard him, they would have surely scolded him. While others spent 3 years merely grasping the fundamentals of this martial art, he had acquired a semblance of understanding in just 3 days. How could he possibly claim to need further diligence? The fatigue still lingered, yet Wei Ran mustered his spirits, tearing the heart method in half. He shredded the first half and tossed it into the water, while tucking the latter half into his robe. With light streaming down from above, he suddenly gathered strength in his legs, and his figure became blurred, moving like a gust of wind as he leaped several times. The glaring sunlight struck his face, causing discomfort, yet Wei Ran emerged from the ancestral burial ground. As soon as he surfaced, he keenly sensed several gazes directed toward him. Without uttering a word, Wei Ran slowly approached the mountain gorge, drawing near to Li Rong and Lu Jimiao. Upon seeing him approach, the 2 men instantly heightened their vigilance. Li Rong raised his staff, coldly declaring, "Halt, boy. Observing your robust vitality, you must have obtained the ancestral inheritance. Hand it over, and I shall return this beauty to you." Without hesitation, Wei Ran drew half of the martial arts manual from his robe, casually tossing it at their feet, and pointed at the unconscious Wei Yuner. Lu Jimiao let out a hearty laugh, forcefully pushing the woman in his arms away. Wei Ran hurriedly stepped forward to support his sister, his gaze shifting with concern. Why hasn't she awakened yet? He recalled that day when she fell unconscious. Her slumber could not possibly be this profound. Li Rong scoffed. Slumber? Silly child, where does she find slumber? This girl is already dead. Ha ha. Boom. Wei Ran's mind instantly clouded, leaving him engulfed in a vast emptiness, devoid of any coherent thoughts. Sensing the opportunity, Li Rong swiftly swung her staff, aiming to deal a lethal blow. The wind howled, and the staff produced a resounding thud. She was confident that with the strength of a minor master, she could surely eliminate this man. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished. With the spring breeze, they flourish anew. Rooting out the source is the hallmark of a true martial artist. As her staff neared the man's head, the excitement in Li Rong's eyes intensified. Yet, the man merely lifted his head, his gaze icy beyond measure. In that fleeting moment, his figure became ethereal and elusive. A missed strike. Li Rong, filled with fury and astonishment, turned to Lu Jimiao, exclaiming in anger, "What are you dawdling for? This lad has already mastered the basics. If we allow him to escape, he will undoubtedly become a future calamity. Come help us." With a smile, Lu Jimiao tucked the martial arts manual into his robes, his movements fluid as he joined the fray. Wei Ran placed the seemingly slumbering woman in red onto a stone and picked up a branch. Observing this, Lu Jimiao teased, "Ah, young lad, are you attempting to emulate those reclusive masters? It's one thing to study books, but do you aspire to make a name for yourself in martial arts? Did you teach her to read, or was it she who taught you?" Wei Ran approached slowly, his face remarkably serene as he softly spoke. "I have honored my promise to pass down our ancestral martial arts to you outsiders, retreating time and again from your bullying. Is it wrong for me to merely seek the safety of my family? Ha ha ha, lacking strength is the true wrongdoing." Lu Jimiao laughed heartily. In the land of Zhao, as long as one possesses sufficient strength and a ruthless heart, even the emperor will fear you. What is a woman to you? If you desire her, I can find her for you. How about that? Ha ha ha. Enough of the nonsense. Let us eliminate her together. Li Rong was the first to strike, her staff dancing as she unleashed a deadly move, flying mountain, seizing stone. Lu Jimiao ceased his taunts, drawing 2 golden scissors that glinted like venomous snakes, ready to counterattack. Wei Ran found himself in a precarious position. While the morning wind step could help him evade the combined assault of the two, he had no intention of fleeing. He sought revenge for the blood that had been shed. With a mournful sword technique, a wave of sorrow emanated from Wei Ran. Li Rong and Lu Zhimiao exchanged shocked glances, their expressions filled with disbelief as they hastily retreated. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth. Li Rong was struck by a haunting memory of her husband, slain by the court, and her young child, who had succumbed to illness. In that instant, tears streamed down her face, and even her staff felt lighter in her grasp. Chapter 10. The Rise of the Heroes. In the midst of this strange emotion, Li Rong was horrified to discover that Lu Zhimiao's head had inexplicably fallen. It rolled away like a watermelon, blood gushing forth. She then felt a sudden lightness in her right hand and, looking down, realized that it had been severed. Her staff clattered to the ground. The oppressive voice struck her heart like a death knell. She hastily knelt down and pleaded, "I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, in consideration of my old age, grant me a chance to live." "Spare you?" Wei Ran's expression remained composed as he questioned, "Who will spare Sister Yuner? What wrong has she committed? She has died so young, while you have lived long enough." With that, he slowly raised the withered branch in his hand. Li Rong was immediately filled with terror and shouted, "She still has a glimmer of hope. If you kill me, she will surely perish. Come, kill me instead." Indeed, the old woman's words rang true. The girl had not yet completely departed from this world. Wei Ran glanced to the right, where a man stood atop a willow tree. He appeared to be in his 30s, similar in age to Wei Ran, yet his face was obscured by a ghostly mask. "Have you been observing for some time, perhaps wishing to acquire my ancestral martial arts?" The masked man chuckled lightly. "No need for that. Why don't you all come out and discuss the whereabouts of this martial art? It is said that 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang. Let us pool our wisdom." "Haha, indeed. I, Iron Bull, am also curious to see." A towering figure, easily 9 feet tall, stepped forward, dragging an iron hammer nearly as tall as the old woman. Li Rong, with a resounding clang. "Disciples of Qingxin Palace, Autumn Cloud and Autumn Rain, pay my respects." 2 maidens descended gracefully from the sky with umbrellas, petals drifting about them like a celestial apparition. Also present were 2 acquaintances, Shituan Mountain's Hua Ying and the blade master Li Tianyi from the Backblade sect. Both wore expressions of confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing the man brimming with vitality, having reached the 9th rank of martial arts, Li Tianyi became instantly agitated and pointed erratically. "Did your mother feed you the blood pill of a purple gold centipede?" Hua Ying also looked doubtful, as she discreetly conjured silver needles from her sleeves. Wei Ran suddenly unleashed a palm strike, sending a shockwave that shattered the poisoned silver needles into fragments. "Damn it! So you truly consumed that vile creature." At that moment, they devised a plan. If they could defeat the purple gold centipede, its hide could be fashioned into precious armor, and the blood pill would be shared evenly among them, to be refined by their family elders for mutual benefit. Yet, precious armor is merely an external possession. It cannot compare to the genuine enhancement of inner strength that a blood pill provides. This purple gold centipede was no ordinary creature. Who knows how many years it had lived? A single blood pill could sustain a typical martial artist's efforts for 40 years, through countless trials of endurance. "I do not comprehend your words. Swiftly inform me of the means to save my sister." Wei Ran's eyes grew colder, feeling the threat posed by the sudden appearance of several groups, alongside the presence of formidable auras lurking in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits. Time could not be wasted any longer. "Haha, my brother, do not be alarmed. Simply hand over the techniques to me, and I will guarantee your safety. As for your sister's injuries, a skilled physician can surely attend to her." The robust man chuckled. Naturally, Wei Ran did not trust such empty promises and fixed his gaze back on Li Rong, asking, "What is the method, and where must we go?" Li Rong laughed heartily, cunningly replying, "Ha! I can only cling to life by this means. How could I so easily divulge it? First, use your inner strength to halt my injuries." Having dwelled in the martial world for an extended period, Li Rong's cunning had long since become as shrewd as that of a fox. She held no faith in empty promises. Should she dare to speak, her head would surely roll in the next moment. Wei Ran remained motionless, his gaze icy as it bore down on Li Rong. The atmosphere gradually thickened with silence. Yet such stillness was hardly easily attained. The man with the ghostly visage let out a derisive laugh, proclaiming, "Very well, if no one is willing to play the savior, then I shall take it upon myself. This girl has been afflicted with Lu Zhima's lethal poison, one that no ordinary remedy from this world can cure. The only hope lies in traveling to the frigid North Cold State, ascending the lofty peaks of the towering mountains to seek the Millennium Snow Ginseng from Tian Shan. However, even that is but a slender thread of hope. Though Huayong was incensed by the man's nefarious act of thievery, she nonetheless spoke candidly. What he says is not without merit, but the Tian Shan is not a place one of your martial rank can easily access. In other words, whether or not the 1,000-year snow lotus exists there is uncertain. Thus, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. The poisoner had already met his end, and should this madwoman's head fall, it would serve justice for the young lady. Consider your options wisely. Huayong had no intention of aiding this thief, yet her kind-hearted nature compelled her to offer a word of caution. The crux of the matter was not for any other reason but that this old hag was utterly vile, attempting to coerce a wretched life. Alas, Li Rong was engulfed in a tempest of sorrow and rage, poised to turn and berate that wretched woman. Unexpectedly, the scene before her shifted drastically. She gasped for breath. Struggling in vain, eyes wide in death's grip. Who would have thought that beneath such a refined exterior, one could unleash such ruthless ferocity, slaughtering both men and women alike? It was a bloodbath. Wei Ran paid them no heed, extracting a martial manual from Lu Jima's corpse and tossing it before the ghost-faced man, declaring, "We are fated to cross paths. Allow me to present you with a gift." The ghost-faced man erupted into laughter, leaping down to seize the manual. However, in the glare of so many eyes, he would not find it an easy task. Several martial wanderers had already leaped into action, creating a cacophony of clashing blades and weapons. The ghost-faced man was no ordinary adversary, practicing a fiercely aggressive palm technique. With a few swift strikes, he sent them reeling, their blood surging and weapons shattering. He shattered a long spear before gracefully landing among the branches, clutching the manual and taunting. "You little brats think you can snatch from others after a mere few years of training with a spear? Go home and practice some more." At that moment, a cold arrow whizzed toward him. The ghost-faced man intended to shatter it with a palm strike, but unbeknownst to him, the arrowhead concealed a treacherous surprise, unleashing a barrage of poison needles. Ouyang's violent blade, Jiangyu. Even with his remarkable agility, the ghost-faced man faltered in such a densely packed range, and a misstep resulted in blood blossoming from his shoulder. His complexion gradually turned a shade of purple, yet he was resolute. Swiftly employing his agility like a hawk pursuing its prey, darting into a patch of grass, he then cursed, ferreting out the archer, and without a moment's hesitation, delivered several stinging slaps, rifling through the man's garments. Regardless of the toxins, he shoved everything into his mouth, then struck a palm upon his crown. The beautiful woman let out a horrific scream, blood spewing from her mouth and nose, and in an instant, her breath was extinguished. In just a few breaths, the ghost-faced man had managed to save himself. However, a towering figure had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by, roaring as he wielded a chain. The hammer tied to its end whistled through the air, hurtling towards the ghost-faced man with deadly accuracy. The man with the ghostly visage remained motionless, yet he pinched a green serpent between his fingers, applying a slight pressure that shattered its form. Subsequently, he leapt into action, the force of his palms slicing through the air with ferocity, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of palm prints materialized. The massive iron hammer, weighing over 300 pounds, resonated with a thunderous roar as it was struck by the palm marks. The small fish and shrimp hidden nearby were instantly jolted, spewing blood and revealing themselves, with some of the weaker ones succumbing to death from the shock. Upon the appearance of several disciples clad in black, the man with the ghostly visage was filled with elation, using the force of his palm to invigorate the hammer as he exclaimed, "At last, I've caught a few little shrimps. Brother Iron Bull, may I borrow your hammer?" Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the direction of the hammer shifted, hurtling towards the disciples in black. A fortunate few managed to escape the range, but the blood and brains of their fellow disciples were, without surprise, splattered everywhere. "You are the Iron Palm Zhou, a mere minor master resorting to intimidation. What grand enthusiasm." Chapter 11. Severe injury. Since a minor master is present, I shall refrain from intervening. Farewell, Iron Bull said with a cupped fist, shouldering the great iron hammer and departing without a backward glance. Witnessing this, many with a sudden exclamation, an unknown wind whipped through the air, only for him to faint the next moment. Zhou, initially brimming with excitement to witness this peculiar sword technique, was taken aback when his opponent unexpectedly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the force of his attack could not be retracted, and it landed solidly against Wei Ran's chest. A resounding thud echoed, as if flesh had struck against a drum, and Wei Ran's body was sent flying several yards, embedding deeply into an ancient tree. Alas, Zhou had momentarily forgotten that this young man was still new to martial arts and should have tempered his strength. What a predicament! Observing the man who was now coughing blood, struggling for breath, Zhou scratched his head, his expression twisted in confusion beneath his ghostly mask. At that moment, several uninvited guests appeared. A venerable elder with a head full of white hair, a flute upright at his waist, moving with steady and powerful steps. His eyes glinting with wisdom, clearly a master of profound internal energy. The two accompanying him, though slightly less impressive, still possessed commendable martial potential. I am Zhou, a junior, offering my respects. Zhou bowed courteously. The elder gave a casual glance before retracting his gaze, pointing to the fallen Wei Ran, prompting his two attendants to assist her. The elder then regarded Wei Ran once more, before withdrawing his gaze and stating, "Let today's events conclude here. I shall take the girl with me. Owing this man a favor, you must not act against him again. Begone." Zhou dared not utter a word of dissent and swiftly retreated, employing his skills to depart. As he glanced back, one of the attendants questioned, "Master, shall we not eliminate this fellow? Zhou is no ordinary man. In merely 20 years, he could reach the realm of a grandmaster. Why not extinguish him now?" The elder chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the young man's nose, and replied, "Foolish child, the world of martial arts is far more intricate than it seems. What joy is there in mere violence? It is far better for the three of us to revel in life together." The master, with the two men nestled beside him, laughed heartily. One of the men blushingly queried, "Why did you take that girl? Do you find us unworthy to serve you?" The elder playfully pinched his companion's backside and laughed. "You two are my dear darlings. The girl is merely a potential disciple, quite different." With that, the elder waved his gray and white sleeves, enveloping the three and vanishing from sight. On the following day, a woodcutter ascended the mountain to gather firewood and stumbled upon the gravely injured Wei Ran. His heart stirred with compassion upon noticing the faint signs of life, and he carefully extracted him from the tree, dragging him back to his home. Daily, he fed him a simple porridge until, on the 10th day, Wei Ran began to show signs of recovery. As the sun dipped low in the western sky, painting the horizon with hues of crimson, Wei Ran finally opened his eyes. Having returned from the brink of death, his gaze fell upon a modest yet cozy abode. Though devoid of furniture, it radiated cleanliness and comfort. Hearing movement within, a woman entered, her face alight with joy, exclaiming, "You're finally awake. How do you feel? Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal for you?" A faint smile flickered across Wei Ran's pale face as he softly replied, "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I shall take my leave now." However, before he could rise, he was gently pressed back down. The woman, slightly irked, retorted, "Why are you like this? My husband rescued you without any expectation of reward. He simply extended a hand when he saw you in need. If he were concerned about trouble, he would have left you to the wolves." Wei Ran nodded, no longer entangled in thoughts of departure, but suddenly recalled Wei Ran and hastily inquired, "Sister-in-law, was there another woman lying nearby when you rescued me?" The woman shook her head, replying, "If there were, my husband would undoubtedly have brought her back. She is either devoured by wolves or rescued by someone else. I must go and see." Wei Ran struggled to rise. "Oh dear, you should lie down and recuperate. With such a weak constitution, a mere gust of wind could knock you out." Wei Ran, consumed by urgency, paid no heed and staggered towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered a man carrying firewood into the yard. The man, elated, exclaimed, "You're finally awake. Why not rest properly?" Wei Ran clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother, for saving my life. I shall repay you handsomely in the future, but my sister's fate remains unknown, and I cannot afford to rest. Farewell." The man quickly grasped Wei Ran's arm, urging, "Hold on, don't be in such a hurry. I found no blood or corpses at the foot of the mountain that day. If she had been eaten by beasts, there would surely be signs. She must have been rescued." Wei Ran managed a bitter smile. Even if she was rescued, she may not have received treatment. "No, I must go find her." "Why are you so stubborn? You can hardly walk. How do you expect to save anyone? Please, listen to me and rest for now." The couple pulled Wei Ran back into the house, but with his mind troubled, how could he possibly sleep? Inadvertently glancing around, he discovered something. Was that not the peculiar great sword he had found at the cliff's edge? Surprisingly, it had been brought home by this woodcutter. Noticing the man's unwavering gaze upon the sword, the woodcutter chuckled. "This hefty sword is quite cumbersome, weighing as much as 3 or 4 men. I had intended to sell firewood in the city, but on my way back, a sudden downpour forced me to seek shelter. Who would have thought I would find this odd sword, along with a book in a corpse? My wife found it unlucky and tossed it in the chicken coop. Just wait a moment." Moments later, the woodcutter rushed back inside, handing Wei Ran the book. "Well, if it isn't the manual for the great overlord sword technique." Chapter 12. The heart of a drunkard. This is indeed your opportunity. Why not give it a try? Wei Ran suggested to the woodcutter. The man waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, in my youth, I longed to learn the ways of the world, but as I grew older, that ambition faded. Having a wife and a warm hearth is sufficient for me. As for this, if you want it, I'll trade it for a few game animals as payment. What do you say? Wei Ran nodded. He indeed needed a weapon. Though the heavy sword was unwieldy, it would be far more formidable than a mere branch. He clasped his hands in thanks, knowing he would not take the sword and martial arts manual without offering something in return. That night, Wei Ran sat upon his bed, attempting to harness the warm current within him to heal his body. Initially a mere experiment, he was astonished to find that as he focused his thoughts, the warmth began to circulate and nourish him, the sorrowful heart-cleansing sword technique closely following suit, seemingly reluctant to part from this warmth. Thus, as dawn broke the following day, the woodcutter beheld a man in a gray robe standing in the yard, his complexion slightly pale, but otherwise restored. Beneath the man lay several wild boars, each weighing over 100 pounds, piled up like a mound. The man couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "I merely mentioned it. That big fellow could serve as nothing more than a decoration. I never expected you to actually hunt down these beasts. This is far too many. Could you please take some away?" Unbeknownst to him, the weight of respect for Wei Ran had grown significantly in his heart, even altering the way he addressed him. Wei Ran shook his head, shouldering his heavy sword, and replied, "We are from the same town. There is no need for further thanks." "What? From the same town?" The man was taken aback, struggling to recall if there was such a hero from Wei family town. Suddenly, a rather unfamiliar figure began to merge with his thoughts. Scholar. Could it be that this is the pedantic scholar from Wei family? How did he transform into a wanderer of the rivers and lakes? Wei Ran did not turn to respond, nor did he employ any swift moves to depart. Instead, he walked steadily, burdened by the heavy sword on his back. The sword must weigh over 500 pounds, and before long, Wei Ran was drenched in sweat. The perspiration stung his eyes, causing intense discomfort. Nevertheless, he pressed on, gritting his teeth to continue his journey. The great overlord sword technique demands immense physical strength. Without sufficient power, one cannot fully wield this martial art. The body tempering methods within the swordplay require one to bear heavy weights, gradually forging the body and meridians through relentless practice, exercising through the harshest winters and the sweltering heat of summer. Those lacking ambition and willpower are utterly incapable of succeeding. Wei Ran had thoughtfully considered his own frail strength, which was even less than that of an ordinary person, save for the internal energy that had come to him by chance. Therefore, he could only temporarily bear the heavy sword as a means of strengthening his foundation, fearing that carrying more might cause harm to his roots. The distance was not great, merely a few miles. Upon reaching the gates of Wei family, Wei Ran knocked on the door. However, after a prolonged wait with no response, he stamped his foot in frustration and leaped over the wall into the courtyard. Inside, dust had settled on the tables and chairs, indicating a lack of care for some time. The main door stood wide open, revealing a dilapidated interior, with the former servants long gone. At that moment, a letter on the table caught his attention, prompting him to rush forward and open it. After a quick examination, the anxiety that had gripped his heart dissipated. The letter was from his grandmother, stating that she had gone to visit Luo Yunting and instructed him not to worry. It also mentioned that Wei Yuner had been taken by the leader of Tianqi men, and the life-threatening poison could be completely eradicated. Furthermore, the letter contained a request for Wei Ran to escort the daughter of the Ouyang family to the capital in a month, at which point they could reunite with their family. Wei Ran harbored no doubts about its authenticity. The elegant handwriting was indeed from his grandmother. He let out a long sigh of relief, tucked the letter into his bosom, and a glint of resolve shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunru was comfortably enjoying her lunch at the medical hall, attended by two maids who were massaging her legs and feeding her. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a rather familiar man appeared in the room. Upon recognizing that familiar face, Zhang Yunru's furrowed brow transformed in an instant, before she could call for help. Her head was struck down, reduced to a gruesome mess by a single sword strike. The two maids screamed in terror, but Wei Ran merely cast a cold glance before turning to leave. As he maneuvered away, he arrived at a mountain stronghold. The bandit at the entrance blinked in confusion, only to be knocked unconscious in an instant. A short while later, all the bandits in the stronghold regained consciousness, staring in bewilderment at the man bearing the sword before them. Wei Ran abruptly turned around, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, his tone icy as he spoke. "On that fateful day, I was humiliated and nearly lost my life at your hands. Today, the tides have turned, and the fate of life and death rests with me. However, I am not a man who revels in bloodshed. A mere tit for tat will suffice. You have but 3 breaths to account for your misdeeds that day. To hell with your nonsense. Do you think I, with so many brothers by my side, would fear a mere scholar like you? Come on, brothers, let us chop him to pieces." No one is willing to be slaughtered, especially not by someone who once bullied them. Suddenly, the mountain bandits rose en masse to assault Wei Ran. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his heavy sword, and soon the ground was awash with blood. Wiping the blood from his blade with a strip of cloth torn from a bandit's garb, the pent-up frustration within Wei Ran dissipated entirely. Yet, he felt no joy as he walked towards the Hongbin Luan town. It had been since the time of his exam failure that he last drank here, and now, as a wanderer of the rivers and lakes, he found his emotions tangled. As the liquor gradually coursed through him, Wei Ran's complexion turned rosy. He tossed a few pieces of silver towards the exit. However, the tavern's attendant was unwilling to let him leave, blocking his path and saying, "Had I known you were a penniless wretch, I wouldn't have let you in. What can a handful of silver buy? Hurry and produce more, or you shall regret it." Wei Ran burped, recognizing his earlier misstep, and began rummaging through his clothes for silver. Yet, having been destitute for so long, he had nothing to offer. The coins he had were merely snatched from Zhang Yunru's table. Seeing him futilely search for silver, the tavern attendant grew even bolder, reaching for the heavy sword. But as soon as he touched it, Wei Ran met him with a cold glare and swiftly threw him aside like a sack. "I will repay the tavern bill, but you shall not take this sword. What a brute, relying on force. Come quickly, let us judge this matter. This man dines and dashes, refusing to pay and even striking me." The tavern attendant cried out, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers who began to voice their opinions. "If you're broke, then just admit it. What are you doing here? You're ruining the fun. Isn't that the truth? Hurry and settle your bill. If not, kneel and bow to young Master Zhao. I'll cover your drinks." Wei Ran's expression shifted between shades of green and white. He had never faced such a crowd before, caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or not. Just as he prepared to flee the tavern, a cheerful voice rang out from the second floor. "Everyone has had their say, and I have grasped the situation. This brother here is merely down on his luck. Who among us hasn't faced hardship? Let us be magnanimous and forgive him." The tavern attendant, unwilling to let the embers of anger die down, retorted coldly, "Your words may sound nice, but look at these 3 jars of daughter's red that have aged for over a decade. They must be worth at least 20 taels of silver. Should we just overlook that? Does that mean anyone can come to the tavern and eat for free? You sharp-tongued brat." A silver ingot was tossed from the upstairs, landing with a dull thud on the floor. The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the wealth displayed before them. What a truly affluent individual. One could not help but exclaim. The man continued, "Well then, today the drinks are on me. Everyone, drink freely." The waiter hurried forward, biting on a silver ingot, his heart swelling with joy as he tucked it away. In an instant, the guests beamed with delight, offering their gratitude to the benefactor on the second floor. Wei Ran also bowed in appreciation, saying, "Thank you for your generosity. I shall remember this kindness." "Ha ha. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly significant. Wei brother, might you join me in merriment?" Wei Ran, having no objections, stepped onto the second floor, sword on his back. Upon reaching a window-side seat, a young man waved him over. This young man was indeed striking, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of nobility in his splendid robe. With a bow, the young man smiled. "I am Jiang Cheng from the Jiang family of Yuan City. May I know your name, esteemed brother?" "Wei Ran," he replied, returning the gesture. "Thank you for your timely assistance. I did not expect such a scandal to arise from a fleeting moment of sentiment." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Who among us has not faced difficulties while away from home? Come, let us drink and share tales of the rivers and lakes." Jiang's cheerful demeanor was truly enviable. However, Wei Ran thought to himself that there was little of worth to discuss from the world of martial arts, which was rife with bloodshed and ruthless bandits. Wei Ran took a deep swig of wine, his eyes growing red with intoxication. "Could you have imagined that just a month ago I was but a destitute scholar? Surely, you would not have thought so. Wine has the power to intoxicate both the body and the heart, though it may be a source of harm. It also draws countless souls to taste its allure." At that moment, Wei Ran let down his guard completely, recounting the events of the past month to his newfound companion. As cups clinked and laughter filled the air, he soon succumbed to the effects of drink, falling into a blissful stupor. Chapter 13. The Quest for Vengeance. The following day, when Wei Ran awoke, he felt somewhat heavy-headed but otherwise untroubled. Stepping out of his room, he noticed the absence of Jiang Cheng. Just then, the waiter approached, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. "Ah, you are awake, esteemed guest. Young Master Jiang departed last night, but he left a package for you. Allow me to take you to it." The two made their way to the front hall of the inn. After a brief wait, the waiter returned with a package. Wei Ran took it, feeling its considerable weight, confirming it to be filled with valuables. Jiang truly is generous. A warm feeling enveloped him. and he resolved to visit Yulin City in the future to reconnect with his benefactor. After leaving the inn, Wei Ran made his way directly to the Ouyang residence. The reason Wei family town could be regarded as a town was largely due to the contributions of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family was a merchant household, primarily engaged in the textile trade, and the impoverished locals took pride in serving them. It was said that Ouyang Ruyu, the daughter of the Ouyang family, possessed beauty beyond compare, captivating even the sons of high officials, which had reached the ears of the emperor himself. A few days prior, she had been summoned to the palace to serve as a maid, causing quite the stir in the Ouyang residence. However, as the excitement gradually faded, the household returned to its usual state. The steps, paved with green bricks, were spotless, and the grand red doors, lacquered to perfection, bore a striking sign embossed with the name Ouyang Residence. Wei Ran glanced at the door, which he did not knock upon. Sensing the tranquility of the residence and harboring no intention to intrude, a fleeting glimpse in the direction of the boudoir revealed a figure turning away from the mirror, skillfully executing a graceful departure. With the weight of the heavy sword upon him, Wei Ran found his sorrowful wind steps rendered clumsy, consuming more energy as he moved. What would normally take him but a couple of hours now stretched to nearly 2, with his stamina severely depleted. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he intended to refine his heart technique in the ravine, yet to his astonishment, it had vanished, replaced by a direct path leading to the mountain's summit. Furrowing his brow, Wei Ran hoisted a large stone onto his shoulder and began the ascent. He refrained from employing his sorrowful wind steps, relying instead on his own strength. Slowly advancing while gradually drawing his internal energy back into his body, releasing it only when he could no longer bear the strain. Wei Ran understood that even if he had inadvertently consumed some blood elixir, his foundation was all too fragile and insubstantial. It was akin to a vessel. Despite the presence of fine wine, one could only drink so much at a time, insufficient for true indulgence. Thus, for 3 days, the villagers residing near the back mountain often heard strange sounds emanating from it, with some frightening their children by claiming a mountain deity patrolled the area, ready to snatch away any misbehaving child. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, as even the menfolk dared not venture into the back mountain. Wei Ran relished the solitude, unbothered, allowing himself the freedom to roam the mountains bare-chested. However, on the 4th day, a group of unwelcome visitors arrived. "Is that Wei Ran of the Wei family?" A sudden voice called out, startling him. Turning, his instincts heightened, he saw a burly man pivoting, arrows whistling through the air towards him. Wei Ran hurled the stone from his shoulder, shattering the barrage of arrows that fell like rain. As he landed atop the massive rock, he spoke in a deep voice. "What grievance do you bear against me? I do not recall harboring any enmity towards you." From the throng emerged a shadowy figure, who coldly scoffed. "You forget easily. Noble sir, do you still remember the 2 brothers of the Su family in the capital? They were slain by your treachery at such a tender age. Even dismembering you piece by piece would scarcely quell the Su family's wrath. And you are?" Wei Ran inquired, a frown creasing his brow. The man let out a derisive snort, dismissing him with a wave of his hand, signaling his companions to advance for the kill. For the fledgling in martial arts, Su Feng found no merit in engaging, considering it a disgrace that Su Wen and Su Wu had met their end at the hands of such a frail-looking individual. Noticing the 2 men's heavy steps and agile movements, Wei Ran recognized them as formidable opponents, brimming with vigor. He summoned his internal energy, unsheathing the heavy sword from his back, gripping it firmly with both hands. The sword, resting on the ground, seemed unwieldy in his grasp. As the 2 men flanked him, Wei Ran ceased to conceal his prowess. With a swift kick to the sword's body, he executed a diagonal slash that caught them off guard. To their astonishment, they had underestimated this seemingly frail man, who, with a mere flourish, rendered them unprepared. Both men staggered backward, but Wei Ran was unyielding, seizing the opportunity. He pivoted, channeling his strength through his back, and thrust the heavy sword forward with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, a heavy sword pierced a man's chest. Although the sword was not sharp, in that swift motion, Wei Ran had already channeled his inner strength. The struck man's robe exploded, and he was propelled backward, falling to the ground lifeless. 13th brother. "You vile scoundrel, I shall avenge 13th brother." Another individual, with eyes wide with fury, lunged at Wei Ran's throat with claw-like hands. Meeting the fierce wind of the man's attack, Wei Ran countered with a swift palm strike. The man's eyes bulged as if he had been struck by a wild horse, and he was sent flying before crashing down. His body twitched briefly before falling still. A profound silence enveloped the entire group. Observing this, Wei Ran calmly declared, "The Su brothers were slain by Li Rong and Lu Zhimiao, and have no connection to me." As for their provocation, my retaliation is entirely justified. If you fear, you may leave, or come forth and contest life and death with me. Nonsense. Who in the Su family would dare offend? Only a desperate fugitive like you would provoke trouble. Today, you shall meet your end. I, Su Feng, guarantee it. Su Feng, infuriated, launched an attack, the bones in his hand cracking like popping beans, a fierce gust of wind rushing towards Wei Ran. Unperturbed, Wei Ran felt a surge of joy, drawing upon the heat within him to unleash a powerful right punch. When their fists met, they both recoiled, stepping back several paces. Su Feng was astonished, standing with his arms crossed, his expression shifting. In contrast, Wei Ran maintained his composure, lightly raising his hand. Your skills are commendable, but to kill me, I fear you may not be enough. Su Feng retorted, you arrogant fool. His right hand felt numb and devoid of sensation, yet he was reluctant to reveal his weakness. Fearing that this brigand would strike him down, he could only muster a defiant breath. Do not be so arrogant. You and I are evenly matched. And I have a band of brothers. You ought to worry for yourself. Su Gu, why don't we charge together and shred this scoundrel to pieces? Indeed, indeed. With you holding him back, this dog won't last long. Su Feng cursed himself for uttering those words, glaring around with murderous intent to suppress their enthusiasm. Did they truly wish for his demise? With such bloodlust, I shall oblige you all. Let us engage together. Vile scoundrel. Su Feng felt tears welling. Turning away and striding towards the foot of the mountain, the group exchanged bewildered glances, clearing their throats awkwardly as they followed their leader down the mountain. Seeing them depart, Wei Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking his numbed arm. Rather than feeling triumphant, he was filled with a sense of urgency. It seemed he could no longer remain here and needed to find a concealed place, as well as acquire essential techniques and quality iron. Now, as a novice in martial arts, it was crucial to establish a solid foundation. If he allowed the two distinctly different currents within him to operate unchecked, it might lead to disaster in the future. Having made up his mind, Wei Ran swiftly slung his sword over his back and descended the mountain. Despite his limp, his movements remained graceful and fluid. However, he had not traveled far when he spotted Su Feng leaning against a tree, spitting blood. While his comrades hurriedly attempted to assist him. Do you require help? No, I'll be fine after a bit of vomiting. Su Feng waved his hand, his face as pale as death. Upon hearing the voice of this individual, he was instantly struck with terror and exclaimed, Ah, how could it be you? Noting the stubbornness of the man, Wei Ran could only shake his head and continue on his way. After a few steps, he turned back and inquired, by the way, where might one find a place to smelt fine iron? Wei family town is too small. A mere blacksmith shop will not suffice. Chapter 14. Imo Mountain. Ruanjiang Blacksmith, 1,000 miles from Wei family town, lies a volcano, its summit housing a natural cave with extremely high temperatures, rendering the rocks on the mountain as dark as ink, devoid of any vegetation. Thus, the villagers at the foot of the mountain refer to it as Imo Mountain. 3 days later, a man burdened with a heavy sword approached the mountain. There was no established gate at the foot of the mountain. Instead, a crude iron tablet was fashioned from a block of iron stone, upon which the words Ruan Iron Workshop were inscribed in powerful strokes. Wei Ran's ears perked up as he detected a rhythmic sound emanating from the mountain's peak. Hesitating momentarily, he ascended the stone steps towards the summit. Gradually, the rhythmic pounding became clearer in his chest. With each step upward, the sound of the strikes grew more pronounced. Each impact was resoundingly forceful, and he felt a piercing pain within his very soul. Struggling to endure this spiritual torment, he pressed onward, but after only a few steps, an even more intense wave of pain surged over him. Wei Ran felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger backward. In an instant, a warm stream gushed from his mouth and nose, and he stumbled, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, which fell onto the dark stone steps and rose in a billowing white mist. Greatly alarmed, Wei Ran attempted to summon his internal energy, yet it felt as if his thoughts had sunk into the depths of the sea, and his internal force remained unresponsive, rendering him powerless as if he had returned to a time of helplessness. Without the support of his internal energy, the weight of the heavy sword on his back became unbearable, and in no time, he was drained of all strength, resembling a fish parched for water. The scene before him shifted and blurred, and he found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice descended from the mountaintop. A constitution so poor, with a broken right foot tendon, born of worthless material, yet within you lies such pure internal energy. How curious indeed. As the words fell, an exceptionally burly man approached, his muscles rippling with power, and the peculiar pressure of Imo Mountain seemed to have no effect on him. The man looked down at Wei Ran, who lay on the ground, with a pitying expression. Your mind is still sound, and to have walked 1,000 steps is commendable. Had you been a decade younger, perhaps I would have taken you on as a firewood apprentice. What a pity to see you in such a state. With that, the man hoisted Wei Ran up as one would a chick and strode a few steps, arriving at a crude stone cave at the mountain's peak. The entrance was exceedingly simple, lacking any plaque or frame, only an endless wave of scorching heat billowing forth. Inside the cave, shadows flitted about, accompanied by the sounds of metal being forged, and a hurried voice called out, "Old man, if you delay any longer, just wait for me to collect the corpse of." As the cave door was sealed, the man's voice echoed, "All you ever do is eat, eat, eat. With that appearance, who would dare marry you? I've spent 3 years teaching you the art of iron forging, yet you've learned nothing of substance. Even if I raised a pig for a decade, it would surpass your abilities. From now on, refrain from mingling about aimlessly." The woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, retorted angrily, "Wan Jiang, you old fool, how can you humiliate your own daughter like this? What is wrong with my love for food? Tell me, what is wrong with that? Besides, I'm utterly bored with your pathetic blacksmithing," she declared defiantly, "and as for no one daring to marry me, I shall drag this man into the bridal chamber today." With that, she impulsively grabbed Wei Ran by the leg and began to walk away. Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted from within the cave as a torrent of flames burst forth from the opening. Wan Jiang, his face charred, lunged forward, throwing a punch towards the woman. In a fit of rage, she laughed mockingly, releasing Wei Ran and raising her own fist in response. The two fists clashed, creating a sound akin to metal striking metal. "Wan Xiaoxiao, I have truly spoiled you. You dare to speak such words?" Wan Jiang exclaimed. "Today, I shall teach you some discipline." Wan Xiaoxiao smirked, shaking out her numb arm, and gradually bent her knees, planting her right leg firmly as her fist's energy began to coalesce, radiating heat like a furnace. Wan Jiang narrowed his eyes, his fist crackling with power, unleashing a thunderous sound as he struck the air, delivering a powerful blow towards Wan Xiaoxiao. As her fist's energy surged, she opened her eyes just in time to unleash a torrent of crimson flames, accompanied by a ferocious roar, matching her father's strike. The two combatants recoiled simultaneously, retreating to opposite sides, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath their feet. Wan Jiang took 3 steps back, while Wan Xiaoxiao found herself embedded in a stone wall. "Humph, your stance has improved, but your punches lack the strength and speed to match the 40 years of my training," Wan Jiang scoffed. Yet his eyes gleamed with satisfaction at his daughter's formidable skills. At 18, her martial arts prowess was already impressive. Surely, only I, Wan Jiang, could boast of such a fierce daughter. As was customary, the loser must entertain the guests. Wan Jiang tossed a set of keys, which fortuitously struck Wan Xiaoxiao on the head, prompting her to cry out in irritation, dragging the unconscious Wei Ran. Wan Xiaoxiao's displeasure was evident as she forcefully opened the stone door. A foul breeze rushed towards her. Without uttering a word, she aimed a kick at the enormous beast before her. Roar! The mountain tiger, akin to a domesticated animal, was unceremoniously sent flying, its front paws raised in a futile attempt to shield itself, trembling in a corner. "Your movements are acceptable. I shall spare you this time." Wan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, extending her right hand with a slight bend. "Come here, fetch me some tiger blood for medicine." The tiger, appearing aggrieved, dared not resist her command, cautiously approaching. Unexpectedly, Wan Xiaoxiao delivered a sharp kick, her displeasure evident. "Am I going to eat you? You carry yourself like a mere cat." The tiger promptly turned its head aside, ignoring her. Once the tiger blood was collected, Wan Xiaoxiao entered a small room. The room was equipped with all the necessary tools. With a quick flick of her wrist, Wan Xiaoxiao ignited a fire in the stove, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she swiftly tossed in dozens of ingredients. Once everything was prepared, she carefully added the tiger's blood. A hum resonated through the air as a wave of crimson energy radiated outward, forming the 121st recipe of tiger blood dragon whip soup. Wan Xiaoxiao stroked her chin thoughtfully, cast a glance at Wei Ran, and then poured out a large portion of the soup into a bowl, promptly feeding it into his mouth. "All done. A warm welcome from Mozhang for our distant guest." She cackled, her demeanor resembling that of a mischievous rogue. "Oh dear, perhaps I sound like a villain. Never mind, never mind." With a merry step, Wan Xiaoxiao exited the stone house. The tiger lord pawed at the iron cage, eyeing the unfamiliar man with an unmistakable hunger for flesh. As seconds ticked by, the stone house gradually filled with a red mist. Under this strange phenomenon, the tiger lord's eyes turned a fierce crimson, and a roar erupted, its claws furiously striking the iron bars in an attempt to seize Wei Ran for a meal. However, the seemingly unremarkable iron frame proved unexpectedly sturdy, perfectly neutralizing the tiger lord's ferocity. Wei Ran's eyes flew open at the sight of the lantern-sized crimson orbs before him, and he instinctively retreated several paces. His face etched with terror. What a formidable beast. A single bite could spell doom. A glance over his shoulder reassured him. His heavy sword still hung at his side, granting him a sense of security. Drawing the sword, he stood ready to quell the chaos, but an intense, fiery pain surged through his chest, causing his vision to darken, nearly sending him to his knees. Thus, he temporarily relinquished the idea of slaying the beast and sat cross-legged, striving to suppress the agony. The heartbroken azure sword technique began to circulate within him, and a peculiar warmth surged forth, actively repelling the foreign invader. Chapter 15. The Iron-Armored Suit. Brutally beaten, Wei Ran's mind settled into a tranquil state as he observed the changes in his internal energy. Gradually, he discerned that two streams of energy were gaining dominance, consuming a fiery mass that had formed within. With a resounding boom, the mass was completely eliminated, and Wei Ran felt a powerful resonance throughout his body, his internal energy flowing more swiftly and becoming denser. A sense of clarity enveloped him. And both the Great Overlord Sword Technique and the Heartbroken Azure Sword Technique appeared to have ascended to a higher level. As he rose and grasped the sword, even the heavy blade felt markedly lighter and more agile. Upon seeing Wei Ran rise, the Tiger Lord's eyes sparkled with excitement as it let out a furious roar. Wei Ran's expression turned icy, his sword pointed directly at the tiger's head. Beast, your bloodthirsty nature poses a grave threat to all. I shall test the sharpness of my blade upon you. With that declaration, Wei Ran swung the sword in a horizontal arc, slicing the exceptionally sturdy iron frame cleanly in two. The winds of sorrow swirled around him, enveloping the stone house in an atmosphere of melancholy. The Tiger Lord's vision blurred, yet a powerful instinct of danger surged within. It leapt to the left just in time, as the heavy sword struck the ground, creating a wide fissure. With a roar, the Tiger Lord trembled on its limbs, baffled by how the lean, seemingly frail man could wield such strength. That sword weighed nearly twice as much as it did. It seemed he had encountered a formidable adversary once again. Wei Ran was equally astonished. The ethereal figure of the sad wind stepped back, wielding his sword with a formidable decisiveness. Yet, the beast managed to evade his strike, indicating it possessed some measure of skill. The Tiger Lord retreated cautiously, his eyes glimmering with apprehension, while Wei Ran resolved not to relent against this man-eating creature. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically, exuding a disdainful presence that erupted from within him. This was the first level of the Great Overlord Sword Art, the Sword of Kings. With a single blow imbued with immense power, its might was irresistible. Wei Ran grasped his sword with one hand, advancing step by step towards the Tiger Lord. The techniques on the blade shifted. He transitioned from holding the sword to wielding it with a single arm, delivering a swift and powerful slash. Suddenly, a crimson sword shadow surged forth, accompanied by a resonant roar. The Tiger Lord, eyes wide with fury, beheld the massive sword shadow slicing towards him, devoid of the courage to resist. Instead, he cowered, clutching his head with his claws. Humph! To drink its blood and yet wish to slay it. What kind of logic is that in this world? Boom! A woman's figure emerged, her right hand swiftly hurling a fire furnace to intercept the sword shadow. The latter split in two but was nonetheless shattered by the forceful impact. As sparks fell, Wei Ran looked up at the woman before him. She was clad in a flowing white robe that enveloped her curvaceous form, although her face bore a hint of darkness. Her bright eyes sparkled with a reproachful glint, embodying the essence of a formidable presence. I am Wei Ran. Might I inquire as to your meaning, fair maiden? Wei Ran bowed respectfully. Ruan Xiaoxiao scoffed, pointing at the Tiger Lord. Are your ears deaf? I said its blood would enhance your martial arts. You show no gratitude, and instead bully my bow. A howl escaped the Tiger Lord, echoing at an opportune moment. Wei Ran's gaze flickered, and he continued. I perceive no wrongdoing on my part. This ferocious beast is untamed. Had it not been for your iron cage, I might have already become its meal. If it continues its bloodlust, calamity is sure to follow. Such nonsense. I cannot comprehend your convoluted reasoning. Here's the deal. Whoever has the stronger fist will prevail. Ruan Xiaoxiao's eyes glinted coldly, her waist bending slightly as her palm transformed into a fist. In the next moment, she leapt into the air, executing a technique known as the dual arms breaking mountains, aimed squarely at Wei Ran's head. Wei Ran, not foolish enough to endure the blow, lifted his left foot and utilized his sword to block. Clang! The heavy sword resonated with a thunderous sound, causing Wei Ran's knees to weaken while the cobblestones beneath him cracked like spider webs. His right foot, already afflicted, felt the pain surge to his brain, clear and undeniable. Gritting his teeth in indignation, Wei Ran sprang to his feet, transitioning from defense to offense, slashing diagonally upward. Yuan Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, a radiant light suddenly emanating from her hands. Grasping the sword's body with her right hand, she unleashed a punch with her left. Buzz! A tremendous force coursed through the sword, almost causing Wei Ran to lose his grip and drop it. Heat surged within him, urging him to wrest the heavy sword from her iron fists. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Yuan Xiaoxiao's eyes, her lips curling into a smirk. Not without merit, though scarce. Let us see how you fare against my next move. With that, Yuan Xiaoxiao relinquished her grip on the heavy sword. Using her palm to propel herself into the air once more, her fists raining down upon Wei Ran like a torrential storm. Wei Ran's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly evaded the shadow of the punch, stepping out of its range. Yet the punch shadow continued its relentless pursuit. Faced with such an aggressive onslaught, Wei Ran ceased to conceal his prowess. A wave of sorrow began to envelop him, transforming his demeanor and sharpening his strikes. The heavy sword in his grasp seemed to morph into a mere twig, dancing with wild abandon. Ha ha ha, delightful, delightful. I never imagined you possessed such skill. Yuan Xiaoxiao. Her hair disheveled like a tempest, relentlessly shattered Wei Ran's sword shadows. With each sword shadow she demolished, her momentum surged, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of flame, unleashing a devastating right punch akin to a celestial being stirring a tempest. Wei Ran's eyes darkened with sorrow, and he stood firm with his sword drawn. Two currents of energy swiftly coalescing around his right arm, before he thrust his sword forward. Sort of sorrowful wind. Suddenly, a gale swept through the cramped stone chamber, causing Yuan Xiaoxiao to recoil in alarm. The situation shifted from defense to offense in an instant. Quick, too fast. As the sword tip rapidly enlarged in her vision, Yuan Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, attempting to shield herself with the azure glow emanating from her arms. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the azure glow on Yuan Xiaoxiao's arm shattered, glimmering particles cascading down. How dare you shatter my meteoric iron armor? This is the end. Tears, as large as beans, fell from her misty eyes. My dear girl, I did not intend to. Wei Ran's sword intent dissipated as he surveyed the scattered remnants of iron, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. A chilling presence surged from behind, prompting Wei Ran to turn and raise his sword, blocking a massive claw before forcefully pushing forward, causing the enormous beast, Tiger Monarch, to retreat against the stone wall. Roar! The Tiger Monarch let out a furious roar. Wei Ran raised his knee to strike the beast's abdomen, and as it recoiled in pain, he drew his sword, aiming to pierce its skull. However, a sudden chill crept up from behind, leaving him no time to think before he retreated. Yet it was too late. A powerful punch sent him crashing to the ground, shattering the stone bricks and sending dust swirling. Wei Ran had underestimated this woman, initially believing he was merely preventing the slaughter of the beast, unaware that he would soon endure a torrential barrage of pain. You bullied Bao. You shattered my armor. Yuan Xiaoxiao's eyes blazed with fury as she ruthlessly pummeled the man beneath her. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed hundreds of punches, causing Wei Ran to spew blood from his mouth and nose, leaving him utterly defenseless. After a relentless assault lasting the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Yuan Xiaoxiao finally rose, her anger still palpable. After delivering a few more kicks, she sobbed. This armor was left to me by my mother. I've worn it for over a decade, and now it's destroyed by you. I will find my father and have him come to teach you a lesson. Woe is me. At this moment, Wei Ran was beyond the capacity to comprehend her words. Having succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground, the Tiger Monarch bounded over to Wei Ran's side, the excitement in its eyes unmistakable. Chapter 16. The oppressive presence of the master. Meanwhile, Wang Jiang, engaged in ironworking, displayed remarkable skill. The molten iron in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing like vibrant fire dragons, each movement meticulously following his thoughts. In just the span of half a stick of incense, a crystal-clear bone fan gradually took form. What a wasteful indulgence! Does one not comprehend the value of the feathers from the unicorn-feathered crow? To squander nearly 100 precious plumes on a mere broken fire fan is utterly lamentable. This daughter is not worth keeping. It is imperative she be married off soon. With a heavy heart, Wang Jiang pondered the matrimonial prospects of his beloved daughter. Despite his extensive deliberation, he could not conjure a single suitable candidate in his mind. Suddenly, the great doors of the refining chamber trembled violently, splintering into pieces. A hurried figure rushed forth. Wang Jiang, filled with rage, did not wait to take action. The crimson bone fan resting in the molten pool shattered with a resounding crack, disintegrating into a heap in an instant. Yuan Xiaoxiao, if you lack a plausible excuse, even as your own father, I shall beat you to near death. Gazing at her father's furious, bloodshot eyes, Ruan Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine. She hastily wiped her tears and cried out, "Father, what is that thing you brought home?" I toiled endlessly to concoct potions to aid his martial advancement. Yet he shattered the arm armor that was left to me by my mother. Woe is me. What? Ruan Zhang's gaze turned icy. His ire toward his daughter momentarily forgotten as he strode out of the refining room. This arm armor had been crafted by Ruan Xiaoxiao's mother on her 13th birthday, a treasure never bestowed upon her before her untimely death. It was not merely protective gear, it was a symbol of maternal love. Fuming, Ruan Zhang stormed into the stone house where Wei Ran resided, kicking the door open to reveal a scene drenched in blood. The man who had been brought from the mountains now bore a cold, menacing glare as he faced Bao, his arm grotesquely torn and bleeding. Wei Ran, breathing heavily, yearned to slay this monstrous being, yet after being pummeled by the woman, he was too injured to defend himself. Beast, who gave you the audacity to bully my daughter? Upon hearing this, Wei Ran felt a surge of hope, believing the man had come to his aid. However, the next moment, sensing the direction of the oncoming fist, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily employed the morning wind step to escape. Yet Ruan Zhang would not let him slip away so easily. With increased speed, he landed a powerful blow to Wei Ran's waist, causing blood to spurt forth as he crashed into the stone bricks. After several more strikes, Wei Ran was left. Wei Ran, feeling a sense of embarrassment, struggled to rise and said, "I act according to my heart. Slaying that ferocious beast leaves me with no regrets. However, I admit that breaking your protective gear was indeed a mistake. Might you, miss, have any suggestions for remedying this situation?" Ruan Xiaoxiao, increasingly annoyed, retorted, "With your capabilities, not to mention the difficulty in procuring the heavenly iron, you lack the courage to retrieve the celestial meteorite. What good is your boasting?" Oh, Wei Ran's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Does your statement imply knowledge of the meteorite's whereabouts? I would be most grateful if you could share, and I shall endeavor to procure it as compensation." Ruan Xiaoxiao, feeling exasperated, thought him merely a braggart and responded coldly, "Very well. The meteorite lies 300 miles southeast of Mozhang, in the great forest of beasts. Go." Wei Ran rose, shouldered his heavy sword, and strode purposefully toward the exit. Watching the man depart, Ruan Xiaoxiao scoffed, doubting he could fetch the meteorite, believing he merely sought an excuse to leave. Upon exiting the stone cottage, Wei Ran activated his Wind of Sorrow technique, reaching the mountainside in mere breaths. From a distance, he spotted Ruan Zhang standing with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring a black stone. Wei Ran halted, uncertain of what to say. Ruan Zhang pointed at the stone and declared, "Do not be deceived by its unseemly appearance. It harbors immense energy within. This small fragment could forge a spearhead capable of piercing stone and armor effortlessly." Grateful for the lesson, Wei Ran bowed respectfully. Ruan Zhang chuckled lightly. Who would have thought a martial artist would bow like a scholar? I am but a rough man, unworthy of such courtesy. Now, tell me, what brings you to Mozhang? Wei Ran collected his thoughts and replied candidly, "I must confess, my entry into the martial arts was purely accidental, having ingested a ferocious beast's inner core by chance, which led to my current abilities. Initially, I intended to forge a set of protective gear and acquire some foundational martial knowledge. However, having offended your esteemed daughter, I shall seek another method of atonement once I rectify my mistake." Is it truly as simple as that? Ruan Zhang furrowed his brow. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I be here? Wei Ran smiled ruefully. And how do you plan to make amends? Ruan Zhang inquired further. Your esteemed daughter mentioned that retrieving the heavenly meteorite would suffice. I, lacking in talent, shall do my utmost, Wei Ran replied, preparing to use his technique to descend the mountain. Not far along, an object hurtled toward him. Wei Ran reached out, catching a blue-covered book and a stone. Ruan Zhang's booming voice carried on the mountain winds. The heavenly meteorite is elusive. If you happen upon it, this object will emit warmth as a guide. Mozhang is not so stingy. That book is a foundational martial arts text, aiding your understanding of basic martial knowledge. You may study it on your journey. Should you return, I shall personally offer you guidance. Thank you, Master Ruan. Wei Ran exclaimed joyfully, feeling light on his feet as he leapt beyond the borders of Mozhang. Ruan Zhang stroked his beard, unexpectedly finding this young man quite sincere. Though his actions were somewhat rigid and unlikable, his intellect was commendable, and he possessed his own principles. Though he might be a bit older, he certainly had a kind heart. Unbeknownst to him, the more Ruan Zhang contemplated, the more satisfied he became. Not necessarily because of Wei Ran's excellence, but rather due to the sheer difficulty in finding a suitable son-in-law. Upon exiting the Mo mountain, Wei Ran suddenly patted his head, realizing that this journey had already spanned over 10 days, drawing near to the appointed time for escorting the young lady of the Ouyang family. He could only gather his breath and hasten towards Wei family town. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed, and Wei Ran finally returned to Wei family town. Chapter 17. Ouyang Mingluo. As he approached Wei family town, a festive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. 10 miles of red decorations and colorful lanterns adorned the area, and even the usually muddy paths had been covered with a layer of fine stone powder. Becoming neat and orderly, Wei Ran sought to enter the estate, but was thwarted by the gatekeeper. A burly man extended his hand to block his way, stating, "The young lady of the Ouyang family is entering the palace for the selection of brides. Idle folk must depart." The guard's words were devoid of any disdain. Delivered with utmost decorum, Wei Ran reciprocated with politeness, clasping his hands in salute. "I am Wei Ran, here at the invitation of the Ouyang family to escort your esteemed young lady. I kindly request you to inform your family head." After a moment of hesitation, the man called someone to relay the message and then clasped his fists, adding, "Please wait a moment. You may enter once verification is done." Wei Ran had no objections and quietly stood by, awaiting the response. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke through the air, overly flippant. "Why bother with verification? He is just a local from Wei family town, a mere destitute. Has Wei Xiaocai given up on his studies to engage in deceitful schemes?" The speaker was a pale-faced man wielding a folding fan, exuding an overwhelming scent of cosmetics. "Is that truly the case?" The guard's expression darkened instantly at these words. Wei Ran cast a cold glance at the man and responded candidly, "What he says is not without merit. I did study in the past, but I have recently devoted myself to the martial arts. My skills are rather ordinary." "Huh. I possess some skills as well, albeit minimal. I wonder if I could eat a meal by relying on the prowess of this esteemed Wei hero?" Laughter erupted from those around, deriding the notion of this hero who sought to survive through mere trickery. Wei Ran remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the gatekeeper's announcement. Yet the earlier man seemed determined not to let the matter rest. Adjusting his hair, Wei San sneered, "What is this? Have I struck a nerve? Wei Yuner, that wretched girl, claimed you were quite learned. It seems your entire family is nothing but a bunch of frauds. By the way, did your grandmother run off with a man from the wilderness? That must be it. Otherwise, she would have left with a smile." Ha ha. Wei Ran recalled this man, who had previously come to discuss Yuner's betrothal. His family was reasonably affluent, but had not caught Yuner's eye. It seemed he was now acting out of frustration from that rejection. While it would be tolerable to exchange a few barbs, dragging his family's reputation into the fray was intolerable. "Wei San, you have gone too far. If you wish to contest, let it be simple. If you can lift the sword from my back, I will abide by your words. If not, I shall shatter your boastful teeth." Wei San's heart leaped with joy, though his face betrayed none of it. "Since you wish to compare skills, I shall gladly oblige. All present are witnesses. Do not say I bullied a mere scholar." Wei Ran ceased his words, unsheathing the heavy sword from his back, the blade striking the bluestone bricks with a resonant clang, embedding itself 3 inches deep. As he presented the sword, Wei San's heart quivered. However, he soon thought, how much weight could a broken sword possibly have? Surely a scholar could carry it. Wielding a mere sword could not be that difficult. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of resolve settled within him as he grasped the hilt of the sword and attempted to draw it back. Just as he exerted his strength, Wei Ran's brow twitched, and he felt as though he were trying to lift a stone. He took a deep breath and summoned all his might to raise the sword. Yet, the blade remained steadfast, as though it were deeply embedded in the ground. Surrounding onlookers could not help but chuckle derisively, mocking, "Wei Saner, is this how one performs? Your act is remarkably convincing. Could it be that you fear losing face before Wei Xiaocai, or dread the wrath of Miss Yuner? Ha ha ha, what a pretender." Utterly lacking in substance, Wei San, undeterred by the jeers, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, beads of sweat silently falling to the ground. He thought to himself, "Surely, I cannot truly falter here." Upon glancing at Wei Ran, he noticed a glint of coldness in his eyes, his demeanor as serene as the gentle breeze. However, he could not allow himself to be publicly humiliated. Sighing, Wei San awkwardly conceded, "Very well, let this be the end of it. I shall not trouble you further. Wei San, return whence you came." Wei Ran stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the heavy sword from the earth, and in a soft voice inquired, "Have you lost? How could I?" Wei San's scream was cut short as he sensed darkness encroaching, the pain in his mouth forcing a cry of agony. As he crouched, he expelled a copious amount of blood, revealing a mouthful of shattered teeth. "By heavens, this scholar is serious. Mother, I am terrified." Wei Ran, placing a foot upon Wei San's head, spoke with an icy indifference. "I, Wei, am a man of my word. Today, for the sake of the Ouyang family's joyous occasion, I shall spare your life. But should the winds of my Wei family be disturbed again, I will assuredly end you. And I am not a scholar. So let none of you continue to jest. With a forceful kick, Wei San was sent sprawling 3 paces away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, their eyes wide with fear. At that moment, someone finally approached from within the estate. Ouyang Jingming, clad in opulent silks, strode across the threshold, accompanied by several attendants, and bowed before Wei Ran with a smile. I presume you are here for Master Huang Zhe's esteemed disciple? Our household has been quite busy of late, and I kindly ask for your understanding. We have prepared some modest refreshments. Please, enter the estate. Wei Ran nodded, offering no further explanation, and entered the estate alongside him. Inside the courtyard, adorned in resplendent red, dozens of tables laden with delectable dishes and fine wine were meticulously arranged. An open circular stage had been created, where graceful dancers performed enchanting dances. Please, this way, young master. Ouyang Jingming gestured invitingly. Once they entered a refined private chamber, he bowed again and said, Please enjoy your meal here. Should you require anything, feel free to summon the servants. I have some trivial matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Thank you for your kindness, Wei Ran replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. He held a favorable impression of the Ouyang family head. After Ouyang Jingming departed, he settled down to dine. After days of exertion, Wei Ran found himself quite famished, and the aroma of the exquisite delicacies stirred his appetite. As he relished the meal, the sound of conversation drifted in from the doorway, followed by the entrance of several individuals. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wei Ran's countenance shifted slightly, a pang of discomfort gripping his chest. Ah, it seems I am reunited with an old acquaintance. This journey appears to be well fated. Suppressing his drink, he steadied himself and clasped his hands, greeting, It has been a while, Zhou Yun. I shall never forget the might of your iron palm. I look forward to a proper exchange on another day. The enigmatic Zhou Yun shook his head with a smile, embodying a sense of helplessness. What are you saying? I am here solely for the purpose of escorting you. As for sparring, I dare not mention it again. You truly are something. Why not admit that Luo Yunting is your protector, which has led to my being pursued for quite some time? Enough of that. Let us share a drink to dissolve our grievances, shall we? Wei Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. The pain he endured that day remained vivid in his memory. He had nearly lost his life at Zhou Yun's hands, and now he was expected to simply resolve it with a cup of wine. Such matters are rarely so easily settled. I dare not. And it would be wiser to reserve our sparring for another day. I still wish to witness the prowess of a true master. Seeing that this man held grudges with unwavering determination, Zhou Yun could only chuckle helplessly and down his drink, shifting the topic. Brother Wei, do you know who our escort is? Allow me to tell you, that lady is extraordinarily beautiful. The emperor truly has stumbled upon a treasure. What great fortune. Wei Ran shook his head, feeling no allure toward the lady's beauty. After all, a mere exterior is fleeting. Even the most exquisite flower withers in time. So what is there to praise? Just then, a gentle knock resonated from outside, revealing an exceptionally stunning face. The lady, clad in vibrant attire, possessed alluring eyes that seemed to captivate one's very soul, with a delicate nose and lips that, with every smile, exuded an irresistible charm. I am Ouyang Mingluo, and I dare not accept the misguided praise of a true master. Today we must set forth, and I beseech you to accept my humble bow as a token of protection. Zhou Yun inhaled sharply, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he lost his composure. Miss Ouyang has indeed heard of me. I am truly fortunate. Wei Ran shot him a glance of disdain, choosing to drink in silence, showing no interest in the escort. And who might this be? Ouyang Mingluo inquired, her gaze flicking toward the unperturbed Wei Ran. Zhou Yun promptly rose, affectionately draping an arm around Wei Ran's neck as he exclaimed, This is my good brother Wei Ran. Do not be fooled by his morose visage. His swordsmanship is exceptionally brilliant. Anyone who faces him will surely find themselves in tears. Oh, and why must they weep? Ouyang Mingluo inquired, gracefully taking a seat and refilling their cups. Wei Ran brushed away the bothersome fellow and replied blandly, Do not listen to his fanciful tales. My martial arts are merely somewhat unique, not as formidable as he claims. Receiving his dismissive response, Ouyang Mingluo remained unfazed. After filling their cups, she rose and, with a gentle bow, said, Please continue your meal, esteemed heroes. I shall take my leave for now. Wait, shall we not converse a while longer? Zhou Yun implored, unwilling to let her depart so easily. Ouyang Mingluo lightly shook her head and exited the private room. Chapter 18. The journey begins. That girl is truly remarkable. My dear brother Wei seems rather lacking in romantic sensibilities. Zhou Yun lamented as he downed another cup of wine. Wei Ran cast him a sidelong glance and cautioned, She has entered the sacred eye. I advise you to temper your thoughts, for should you provoke her, no one will come to your aid. Zhou Yun offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to argue further. In these times, The Zhao Kingdom's emphasis on scholarly pursuits has increasingly stifled the martial arts community, causing smaller sects to dissolve and their members to seek positions within the court. Some may argue that those with exceptional martial skills need not fear the scholarly elite. If all else fails, they could simply crown themselves emperor. This sentiment is prevalent, yet in the open, no one dares to act upon it. After all, one must be prepared to face the consequences of slaying dragons. 13 years ago, dozens of powerful masters entered the palace to meet the sovereign, their spirits vibrant and imposing. However, upon their audience, 7 or 8 lifeless bodies were dragged out, while the remaining 2 had lost their sanity, becoming indistinguishable from specters. The calamity that befell the masters prompted their sects to seek answers, yet the outcome was devastating. Many perished, and none returned with even a whisper of useful information. This instilled a profound sense of dread among the martial world, casting the Yangxin Palace as a formidable beast to be revered. The situation within the imperial palace remained shrouded in mystery. However, the reverence for imperial authority was palpably evident, silencing any thoughts of rebellion in the realm. As the sound of gongs and drums resonated, attendants brought forth 2 sets of attire. Wei Ran and Zhou Yin swiftly donned their protective garments, donning hats as they made their way to the stables to select their steeds, approaching the procession. The sun blazed overhead, yet a gentle autumn breeze offered a pleasant start. A vibrant entourage of women, adorned in red, boldly advanced towards the capital. Zhou Yin, seated backwards on his steed, chuckled. "Wait, brother, how heavy are you, really? You've crushed your mount after merely 3 miles, truly formidable." Wei Ran's countenance darkened as he momentarily forgot the weight of the heavy sword he bore. Even the finest horse could scarcely endure the burden of at least 600 pounds. Reluctantly, he began to walk alongside the group. At that moment, the procession halted, and an attendant approached with a smile. "Young Master Wei, the young lady requests that you share her carriage." The attendant's eyes sparkled with envy. Zhou Yin's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Such cunning from a scholar." Wei Ran declined, citing the importance of etiquette, feeling it inappropriate to share a carriage. Yet when the attendant returned, he insisted that the young lady was adamant, fearing delays and prioritizing the greater good. "Come now, Wei brother, a beauty's invitation cannot be refused. Hurry along, lest we find ourselves without shelter before nightfall," Zhou Yin urged. Wei Ran reluctantly acquiesced and followed the attendant to the carriage. Upon lifting the curtain, he was greeted by a familiar face. Wei Ran was taken aback and said, "Miss Huayang, are you here to escort us as well?" Huayang turned her head away, sulking, and remarked, "What an arrogant display, requiring Menglu to summon you twice. As a hero, you've mastered the art of posturing, it seems." Ouyang Menglu smiled gracefully, patting Huayang's arm. "This is hardly arrogance on young Master Wei's part. It is merely a sign of respect for Menglu, fearful of idle gossip. You think too simply." Huayang pouted dismissively and suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Who is that?" Wei Ran turned his head, and Huayang, with a mischievous grin, flicked 3 silver needles from her sleeve. Aware of her poisonous nature, Wei Ran swiftly grasped the curtain, evading the ambush. However, before he could regain his composure, the young lady thrust her palm towards him. The force of her strike was fierce, prompting Wei Ran to counter with his own. The clash sent him tumbling from the carriage, gracefully absorbing the impact as he landed. "Ah, your martial arts have improved, perhaps at the 6th rank now? But I am at the 8th rank, and I can still bully you." Huayang laughed heartily. Ouyang Menglu hurriedly lifted the curtain to check on Wei Ran, relieved to see him unharmed. She exhaled softly and scolded Huayang. "Huayang, you have gone too far. How could you treat young Master Wei in such a manner?" Huayang pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "Sister is truly biased. My hand still hurts. You should take a look." Ouyang Menglu, shaking her head helplessly, opened the window to apologize. "Huayang is still young. I hope Master Wei does not take offense. Once we land, I shall offer wine as an apology." Wei Ran shook his head, avoiding the gaze of the beautiful woman within, and replied calmly, "I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, Miss Ouyang. Since Miss Huaying is in the carriage with me, it would be better for me to walk. If I fear delaying your schedule, I can hasten my pace." Seeing Wei Ran's resolute demeanor, Ouyang Menglu sighed deeply. As she closed the curtain, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. A group of horses and men moved at a leisurely pace, reaching the first city, Yangjiao City. Just as darkness began to fall, the Ouyang family's arrangements were quite meticulous. As they approached the city gate, the guards lowered the drawbridge, allowing the entourage to enter with great pomp. The city's vibrancy was beyond that of Wei family town, bustling even in the night with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares, performers eliciting gasps of awe, and the melodies of pipa strings drifting from colorful boats on the riverbed. weaving together a stunning tapestry. Even Wei Ran, affected by the sorrowful heart of the Tsang's sword technique, could not help but gaze longer at the city's splendor, feeling a bittersweet ache in his heart. Having passed through this city multiple times while heading to the capital for examinations, he had been so absorbed in his books that he had scarcely noticed such beauty. At that moment, however, Zhou suddenly shifted into a state of alertness. Following his gaze, Wei Ran also spotted dozens of cold, piercing eyes in the twilight, and the glint of crossbow bolts forged from fine iron. The two exchanged a nod and, with an unspoken understanding, executed their martial skills to surround the foes from both sides. Wei Ran leaped from a tree with the agility of the wind, striking a black-clad assailant before he even realized what was happening, the man collapsing into a heap. The remaining black-clad figures drew their blades or crossbows, rushing towards Wei Ran. Though the crossbows were indeed of high quality, the assailants were merely martial artists of the first or second rank, posing little threat. Within moments, the opponents on the right side were dispatched. Raising his eyes, Zhou tossed over a wineskin, and Wei Ran caught it, taking a swig. I did not expect your martial prowess to advance so rapidly. Just the other day, you were but a novice in the first rank. How did you leap to the sixth rank? Zhou remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Wei Ran tossed back the wineskin and replied, it must be the effect of that blood elixir. Though many days have passed, I still feel it is not yet fully harnessed, allowing me to aspire for a rank beyond the sixth. Eighth rank. Zhou exclaimed, it should be more than that. A small master is likely secure. By heavens, what fortune you have. I never imagined a great beast could transform you so profoundly. But is there truly no side effect from this blood elixir? I have heard that those unrefined by a pharmacist can be quite perilous, with some becoming grotesque creatures, a truly unsettling thought. Wei Ran shook his head, retrieving a blue-covered book from his robes and immersing himself in it. Zhou remarked in disbelief. To think a sixth-rank martial artist would carry around an introductory guide to martial arts. It seems rather suspicious. Nevertheless, Zhou cautioned, the blood elixir from a great beast is exceedingly mysterious. If you have the time, it would be wise to seek out the meditation techniques at Photo Mountain. Do not wait for trouble to strike before taking action. Wei Ran bowed deeply and said in a subdued voice, thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhou. However, we must address matters separately. Gratitude aside, we must engage in a duel, albeit briefly. Why not commence now? Zhou, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, rubbed his hands together. Chapter 19. Lord Xiao Shuo Wei Ran scrutinized the blue-covered tome, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of martial arts. As Huangze had articulated, the realms of martial arts are divided into martial artist, martial master, lesser grandmaster, greater grandmaster, and the yet-to-be-verified celestial being. The distinction between martial artists and martial masters lies within their techniques. Martial artists primarily focus on refining their physiques and forging their bodies, practicing rigorously through the winter chill and summer heat to open the 8 extraordinary meridians and the Ren and Du channels, which form the foundation for advancing to martial master. Martial masters, on the other hand, emphasize techniques, which can be categorized into 3 major paths: offensive strikes, agility, and defensive arts, while also nurturing their internal energy. Internal energy and techniques complement each other, classified into 9 grades based on depth. Once techniques and internal energy reach perfection, one can transcend limitations, allowing internal energy to radiate outward. Huangze's ability to pierce stone with what exemplifies the true essence of a lesser grandmaster. The lesser grandmaster undergoes 3 transformations: external condensation, internal substance, and ultimate perfection, all manifestations of internal energy's outward expression. The greater grandmaster transcends the limits of internal energy, mastering the 3 major paths and simplifying complexity, allowing the essence of martial arts to flow seamlessly with every movement. Typically, greater grandmasters remain reclusive, pondering the profound truths in secluded mountains and valleys, attaining celestial wisdom. Above the greater grandmaster lies the transcendence of martial arts, embodying the true essence of a celestial being, where internal energy transforms into spiritual aura, revered by the populace as immortals. However, the existence of immortals remains unproven, or perhaps they have yet to enter the mortal realm. The tome explicitly mentions that in the extreme northern region, the North Cold Ice Vein emits demonic energy, presumably a manifestation of great beasts transforming into demons. Yet they remain unaffected by the frigid northern climate and have not encroached upon human territories. If beasts can cultivate into demons, why cannot humans aspire to become celestial beings? Closing the book, Wei Ran recalled that day when Huangze wielded his robe to create the star technique, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was getting late. He should return to the inn. Zhou, stifling a yawn, jumped down from the eaves and waved his hand, saying, "The advancement in martial arts cannot be rushed. It's essential to retire early and rise early, focusing on strengthening the body. Let us practice together tomorrow." Wei Ran nodded in agreement, and they made their way back to the inn. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight broke, Wei Ran and Zhou Yun sought a grove for their training. Zhou Yun relentlessly struck the tree stump with his palms, leaving deep imprints on the bark. The cacophony soon extinguished Wei Ran's enthusiasm for companionship, prompting him to run alone while carrying a large stone. "Bah, if you find me noisy, your method is hardly superior," Zhou Yun muttered before resuming his palm practice. After about an hour, Wei Ran paused, drenched in sweat, and sat upon a stone to contemplate the second sword of the Sad Heart Song's sword technique, Sad Ring. Yet, perhaps due to the physical exertion, he found his mind restless, with two currents of energy clashing wildly within him. Reluctantly, he resumed his running. The two continued their relentless training for another half-hour before returning to the inn. As they entered, they immediately sensed a formidable aura enveloping them. A middle-aged man adorned with an official cap and cascading silver hair sat poised upon a long bench, flanked by several guards clad in resplendent attire. Upon hearing commotion at the entrance, one of the guards unsheathed his blade and barked, "This is the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court's internal affairs. No idle folk are permitted entry." Zhou Yun, suppressing his playful demeanor, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "I am Zhou Yun, tasked with escorting Miss Ouyang into the palace for the selection of the Imperial Consort. Thus, I am no idle person." The two guards, upon hearing this, sheathed their weapons and ceased to obstruct him. "And you, young lad, why have you not introduced yourself?" inquired the silver-haired man with a voice akin to that of a duck, eliciting an uncomfortable sensation. Wei Ran furrowed his brow, bowed, and introduced himself. "I am Wei Ran of Weijia Town. It is an honor to meet you, sir." I observe that your vitality is quite robust. Have you consumed something quite extraordinary?" the man remarked. "It is merely a result of fortunate circumstances, and I possess little more," Wei Ran responded. "Haha, I surmised as much. I am Chao Shuo, Deputy Director of Internal Affairs. Would you care to serve under my command and assist His Majesty?" Chao Shuo's eyelids drooped as he rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the table. Wei Ran politely declined, saying, "I am grateful for your kind offer, Lord Chao, but I am but a humble wanderer, wishing to roam among the hills and fields, and thus cannot bear such heavy responsibilities." Chao Shuo nodded slightly, and then cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun hastily bowed in refusal. Chao Shuo, not wishing to press the matter further, chuckled, "Since neither of you has that inclination, let it be. My duties for the sovereign are plentiful, and thus I harbor a fondness for talent. If I have overstepped, I hope you harbor no ill will toward me." "Of course not. How could we?" At that moment, Ouyang Menglu and her companions emerged from their quarters, offering their respects to the eunuch before departing the inn together. Upon seeing the stunning Ouyang Menglu, Chao Shuo felt a surge of admiration for this prospective consort and began to expound upon the palace's rules and taboos. Ouyang Menglu graciously responded, and soon they engaged in lively conversation. At this juncture, Huaying sidled up to Wei Ran and whispered, "Keep your distance from Ouyang Menglu. She is quite extraordinary." With that, she deftly maneuvered past him, calling out, "Sister, wait for me. Let us walk together." Wei Ran felt a twinge of suspicion but committed her words to memory. After Chao Shuo's arrival, he disbanded the escorting party, replacing them entirely with guards in splendid attire and even swapping out the carriage. The pace of their journey markedly quickened, traversing 2 cities within a single day, encountering only minor bands of thieves along the way, presenting no significant danger. Yet, vigilance remained paramount, for as they neared the capital, peril loomed ever closer. Upon reaching Lu City, a mere midday meal revealed over 10 varieties of poison, inciting Chao Shuo to exact vengeance upon the entire inn. The road ahead proved far from peaceful, as assassins employing disguises and lethal techniques emerged frequently. Despite their preparedness, the losses continued to mount. Once they departed Lu City, only 4 or 5 guards remained with the group. Wei Ran and the others understood that it was time for them to take a stand. Zhou Yun rode ahead to scout the path, while Wei Ran circled the carriage, ever watchful. Chao Shuo exhaled sharply, his face marred with contempt. "Let me not return to the capital knowing who is responsible for this. Otherwise, I shall have them flayed and tormented for 7 days and nights. This is truly exhausting for me." Wei Ran, aware of his place, remained silent, accompanying the carriage as it gradually entered a dense thicket of trees. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy at that moment. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows sliced through the air. Zhou Yun, the first to leap into the sky, unleashed a series of iron palm strikes, shattering a multitude of arrows before nodding at Wei Ran and diving into the forest. At that moment, dozens of cloaked figures stood before the carriage, swords drawn. Without a word, they charged forward. "Miss Chao Gonghua, please take care," Wei Ran called out, drawing his sword and launching into action. As he swung his massive blade, the wind howled ferociously, sending nearby black-clad assailants flying several paces, their bodies hanging lifelessly from branches. These figures clearly possessed rigorous training, opting for evasive tactics rather than direct confrontation. Despite the unparalleled power of Wei Ran's sword, he found himself momentarily ensnared. In a fit of rage, he thrust his sword into one assailant's ribcage, and with a swift motion, a branch in his hand gleamed as it sliced through the air, sending several heads airborne. Yet, the black-clad warriors grew increasingly tenacious, encircling Wei Ran and leaving him with no escape. Aware that time was not on his side, he relentlessly employed his sword techniques to eliminate the attackers. Gradually, a pile of corpses began to accumulate at his feet, and the malevolence within him intensified. The earlier hesitation and reluctance to kill dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve as each swing of his sword erupted in sprays of blood. However, despite his formidable skills, he began to falter against the sheer number of foes, sustaining injuries in the process. The typically aloof and indifferent Wei Ran could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "Zhou Yun, are you not yet ready?" Chapter 20. Chui hi ha ha. Brother has arrived, no need to rush. Zhou Yun laughed heartily, his powerful palm wind creating a breach in the surrounding black-clad assailants. Wei Ran's eyes burned with palpable hatred as he withdrew his heavy sword and mercilessly crushed the nearest attacker into a pulp. "Let us finish this swiftly. No more delays." Acknowledging the truth in Wei Ran's words, Zhou Yun joined in the onslaught. The black-clad warriors, initially relying on their numbers, decided to retreat upon seeing reinforcements enter the fray, swiftly dispersing into a cloud of smoke. "How cunning they are," Zhou Yun exclaimed, covering his mouth and nose. A hint of disarray in his demeanor. Wei Ran, bearing multiple wounds, glared coldly at Zhou Yun, wishing to tear him apart. "Why did you deliberately prolong this and put me in such peril when the men in the forest couldn't withstand even a single blow from you?" Feeling guilty, Zhou Yun lightly tapped his masked face and replied helplessly, "Don't be ungrateful. Battles are rare within Zhao's borders. A skirmish of such scale is invaluable for honing one's swordsmanship. You should be secretly grateful." Wei Ran's expression grew colder as he retorted vehemently, "That is a fallacy. If one's skills are honed solely through slaughter, what good can such techniques bring? I practice merely to preserve my life. I harm none who do not harm me." Zhou Yun shrugged, choosing not to argue. After all, he had just witnessed Wei Ran's ferocity in battle. Scholars truly could be hypocritical. The two ceased their banter, preparing to regroup at the carriage. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the forest as a green bamboo pole soared through the air. Upon closer inspection, a figure stood atop the pole, blindfolded. As the pole approached, the figure leapt gracefully down. A true embodiment of survival. One could only wonder if their life would indeed be preserved in the presence of such a being. Zhou Yun, rarely showing his true demeanor, intercepted Wei Ran and spoke in a solemn tone. "This individual is no ordinary foe. He has likely reached the realm of a minor master. Allow me to handle this." He then turned to the newcomer, clasped his hands in greeting, and remarked with a hearty laugh, "Your agility is truly impressive. May I inquire as to your origins?" The man, planting his silver spear into the ground, replied arrogantly, "I am Chui, he from Chinfeng Valley. If you know what is good for you, you will willingly take your own life here to spare yourself the agony." "Ah, this lad is even more arrogant than you." Zhou Yun jested, turning to Wei Ran. Wei Ran, with a furrowed brow, refrained from responding, instead coldly warned, "Arrogance aside, I fear he may possess genuine skill. Zhou, let us hope you do not find yourself crying out for mercy. Ha ha ha, let us see the truth of his skills in combat." Zhou Yun laughed heartily, his aura shifting as golden light flickered between his palms. He unleashed both hands, sending forth a violent wave towards Chui He. Chui He, unfazed, wielded his silver spear with the grace of a dragon, creating a flurry of chaotic strikes. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for over 20 rounds. Wei Ran, intending to assist, was repelled by their fierce exchanges and had no choice but to stand guard against any unforeseen occurrences. At that moment, another figure approached, a woman clad in purple, elegantly holding a flowered parasol. As she lifted the parasol, her enchanting visage was revealed. With a sultry breath, she spoke, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Young master, I too desire to indulge in a thrilling battle. Might you grant me this wish?" Disgusting. Wei Ran felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, and as soon as the woman finished speaking, a massive sword came crashing down towards her. Her flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by a venomous glare. With a flick of her sleeve, she summoned a swarm of venomous insects. Seeing this, Wei Ran executed a swift retreat, employing his swift wind steps to evade the onslaught. Once clear of the swarm, he unleashed a furious shout and brought his heavy sword crashing down. In an instant, a tremendous sword shadow descended, annihilating a significant portion of the insect horde. Such remarkable agility and formidable swordplay. I must admit, I am somewhat intimidated, the woman exclaimed, covering her mouth, yet the malice in her eyes belied her innocent words. In an instant, she vanished from sight, reappearing at Wei Ran's right side. Thrusting a deft dagger towards his waist, Wei Ran instinctively parried with his sword, resulting in a sharp clang. However, her dagger shattered upon impact. In that moment, surprise flickered in her eyes as she executed a swift kick, a finely crafted steel needle aimed at Wei Ran's head. He barely managed to dodge, countering with a punch aimed at her face. Unfazed by her missed attack, she swiftly pivoted, launching another kick with the same lethal needle. This strike concealed a deadly intent. As Wei Ran defended, she unleashed a barrage of poisoned silver needles from her sleeve. The relentless assault continued, forcing Wei Ran to both strike and evade, his focus unwavering. Fortunately, after dozens of exchanges, the woman began to show signs of fatigue, while Wei Ran felt his internal energy surging with increasing vigor. His heavy sword moved with renewed ferocity, executing the Grand Overlord's sword technique to perfection. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Wei Ran swung his sword with force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the woman let out a pained scream, flying backward. Wei Ran would not let this chance slip away, thrusting his sword forward. The woman fell to the ground, her beauty fading as she cried out, "Young master, please show mercy. I am..." Bang. The tip of the sword pierced straight through the woman's face, and with a dull thud, it was reduced to a pulp. Wei Ran cast a cold glance, contemplating whether to allow her to finish speaking. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. If he wished to take a life, there was no need for superfluous words. After dispatching a few assailants who had loosed arrows, Wei Ran returned to the carriage. On the other side, the situation was dire for Hua Ying. A wound marred her pristine white arm, and her floral garment lay in tatters. "Why do you keep staring at me, you lecherous scoundrel?" Hua Ying's face flushed crimson as she spat at Wei Ran, aware he had overstepped. Wei Ran hastily clasped his hands in apology and then dashed back to the scene of the earlier skirmish. After a thorough search, he collected several vials of varying sizes, which he placed carefully on the seat of the carriage, murmuring, "We are still some distance from the capital. Let us see if these potions prove useful." The vials were gathered by Ouyang Menglu, who then apologized, saying, "Thank you, young Master Wei, for your tireless protection." "It was only my duty," Wei Ran replied curtly, unwilling to engage further as he made his way towards Chao Shua. Ouyang Menglu watched Wei Ran depart, her gaze gradually sharpening with a glint of coldness before she concealed it once more, slipping behind the flower-draped curtain into the carriage. "Is Lord Chao well?" Wei Ran inquired as he approached. Chao Shua spat out blood, raking his disheveled hair back and grumbling, "I am managing, though I had not anticipated this journey to be so arduous. As for this old body of mine, who knows if I shall see the Emperor again?" He continued, "I cannot fathom why the Emperor, merely seeking to select a consort, must endure such tribulations. The jealousy among those women in the harem is indeed excessive." Wei Ran, his eyelids twitching, cautioned, "Lord Chao, be wary of your words." Chao Shua shot him a sidelong glance, inwardly lamenting that this young man would be a tremendous loss if he were not to become a eunuch. His mind was ever so active. After half an hour, Zhou Yin strode over, exuding an air of triumph. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Wei Ran asked. "Indeed, I intended to hone my skills. But that fellow surnamed Chui turned out to be a coward, fleeing before I could even gather my strength." Caught off guard, Wei Ran kicked Zhou Yin, who quickly shielded his rear and cursed, "You dog. Be gentler. My backside has only just stopped bleeding, and now you've reopened the wound." "Well, I must admit, that fellow had some skill with his spear." The two exchanged glances, falling into a companionable silence as they continued alongside the carriage. Now, the party consisted solely of Wei Ran, Zhou Yin, Chao Shua, and Hua Ying, yet they still had 7 cities to traverse before reaching the capital, which was indeed a daunting task. Chao Shua, seemingly perceiving their thoughts, reassured them, "Do not lose heart. Once we reach Xiang City, I will ensure additional personnel are dispatched. Rest assured, I will not burden you 3 young ones unduly." Upon hearing this, the trio's worries diminished somewhat. Fortunately, as they neared Xiang City, the incidents of attempted assassination had lessened significantly, and the group entered the city just as night fell. Chapter 21. The calamity of Xiang City was far more prosperous than the previous cities, and upon the arrival of the city lord to greet them personally. The group decided to take advantage of the hospitality and settled into the city lord's residence. Qiao Shuai seemed to have regained the imposing presence of a court eunuch. Sitting comfortably in a chair, sipping hot tea as he amiably remarked, "It has been nearly 9 years since we last saw Lord Zhao, hasn't it? Back then, Xiang City was merely a desolate place. I had thought that I had angered the emperor and was banished here. Little did I know it was the divine eye recognizing talents like you, Lord Zhao. Just look at how well Xiang City has been governed." Zhao Jingxi shook his head earnestly, tears welling in his aged eyes, as he choked out, "Brother Qiao, please refrain from mocking me. 9 years ago, we were colleagues entering the palace together to meet the emperor, sharing mutual respect. I never anticipated that I would be assigned to Xiang City, gradually losing contact with you. Yet my concern for you has never waned. Indeed, how spirited we were back then." Qiao Shuai was also moved, his eyes reddening. Wiping away the traces of his emotions, he said, "Yet we have ultimately grown old. You are blessed with a multitude of descendants. While I harbor no resentment, only wishing to serve the emperor diligently for a few more years before I can retire and return home. Then you must come to Xiang City to reminisce with your younger brother." "I shall certainly come," Qiao Shuai replied, regaining his composure, and then seriously continued. "As you can see, dear brother, I have come at the emperor's behest to escort the candidates for selection as consorts. However, upon reaching your jurisdiction, we have already lost 7 or 8 of our men. Given our friendship, it shouldn't be too difficult to dispatch some soldiers to escort me, right?" Zhao Jingxi's gaze flickered, and he fell silent for a moment. Noticing this, Qiao Shuai's expression soured, and he muttered, "Oh, Zhao Jingxi, your words are sweet, yet when faced with a situation, you shrink back like a turtle. Do not forget how I once treated you." Zhao Jingxi hurriedly clasped his hands in apology, explaining, "Brother, you are still so impatient. I am merely considering how to allocate the city guards to escort you. How about this? You stay here for the night, and I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow? That's more like it." Wei Ran stood up and followed the city lord to the back courtyard. The courtyard was not as opulent as the main hall, but exuded an air of elegance. The group walked along the pond into a row of guest rooms, where Zhao Jingxi smiled and said, "I apologize if my humble abode seems lacking. I have grown accustomed to a modest living, but I cannot neglect my guests. Hence the opulence in the front hall and tranquility in the back courtyard. I hope you do not take offense." Wei Ran and the others found nothing amiss and expressed their gratitude with a bow. As they departed, Wei Ran furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the city lord. At that moment, Zhou Yin approached with a smile, saying, "This Lord Zhao is famously known as a smiling tiger. Extracting anything from him is akin to climbing a mountain. Let us see how Lord Zhao fares tomorrow." As night deepened, the group felt weary and ceased their conversations, retreating to their respective rooms. For reasons unknown, Wei Ran felt a persistent unease since arriving in Xiang City, a restlessness that even the fatigue from days of travel could not quell. He decided to step onto the eaves, gazing at the luminous moon, lost in thought. The autumn breeze was crisp, carrying a hint of chill. A wine pouch was tossed over to him. Wei Ran caught it and looked towards the approaching Huaying, saying, "Miss Huaying, you bear injuries. Why not rest and recuperate instead of wandering about?" At this moment, Huaying donned a pristine and simple gown, her dark tresses cascading casually. She cast a bright glance at Wei Ran and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I never expected that a single blood elixir could bring you such fortune. It's no wonder that Li Tianyi has been brooding in seclusion. You owe him a considerable debt of gratitude." Wei Ran nodded in silent acknowledgement and slowly replied, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall venture to the great beast forest. If I encounter the blood elixir again, I will surely repay the kindness shown by young brother Li." Upon hearing this, Huaying sprang to her feet in disbelief. "The great beast forest? Have you lost your senses? That is not a place one can visit casually. It is teeming with formidable beasts, a perilous realm that even lesser masters dare not tread, let alone you, who are merely a 6th-rank martial artist. I cannot shy away from my promise, regardless of the danger. I must fulfill it," Wei Ran asserted resolutely. Huaying, exasperated, chose not to continue the argument and leapt back into her chamber. Suddenly, Wei Ran's brow furrowed as he detected a faint, acrid scent of blood. This odor was not reminiscent of human blood, but rather hinted at some great beast. Yet, this was Zhaoguo's territory, a city where such beasts should not roam. Especially not near the Lord's residence. Such audacity was unfathomable. Following the scent, he encountered Ouyang Menglu rushing towards him. Wei Ran's expression shifted instantaneously as he landed. Coldly questioning, "What are you doing here?" Ouyang Menglu's face paled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she urgently pointed down the street, exclaiming, "Young Master Wei, please save me. There are great beasts here." Before him, 3 white-furred creatures, roughly the size of a human, approached, emitting piercing shrieks. Without drawing his sword, Wei Ran seized a wooden stick from a nearby shop and charged at the creatures. These beasts were remarkably agile, their claws sharp and deadly. With two clinging to wooden posts while the other crawled on the ground, Wei Ran struck without hesitation. However, the creatures screeched in response, their claws splitting the stick in two. Suddenly, the length of his weapon diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Ran grasped one beast by its neck and delivered a heavy punch, sending it flying. It landed and convulsed briefly before succumbing to silence. The remaining three, undeterred, let out even more chilling howls, their cries grating on the ears and seemingly affecting Wei Ran's mind. His body swayed as dizziness and nausea washed over him. Yet within moments, a surge of warmth coursed through him, isolating the dissonant noise. He activated his sad wind step, and the nearest beast suddenly felt a rush of air, followed by an increasingly large fist approaching its eyes. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed. The other two finally exhibited signs of fear, scrambling in opposite directions. Unable to pursue both simultaneously, Wei Ran opted to chase the closest beast, though this time he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead rendering it unconscious with two strikes. Lifting the bound creature, Wei Ran approached Ouyang Menglu and coldly inquired, "Why are you out at this late hour, Miss Ouyang?" Ouyang Menglu, visibly shaken, tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied sheepishly, "I noticed everyone seemed fatigued of late and thought to procure some country chicken for cooking. I never anticipated that I would stir such trouble. I am truly sorry to burden you, young Master Wei." Wei Ran's expression lightened slightly when he noticed the chicken feathers still clinging to his hands. He turned and said, "We, as people of the martial world, are not so frail. Enduring rain and wind is commonplace. Miss Ouyang, you ought not to act alone, after all. Ensuring your safe entry into the palace is of utmost importance, is it not?" Ouyang Menglu's eyes dimmed, and she softly inquired. "Entering the palace does not seem as splendid as they claim, though it promises wealth and status for a lifetime. It reduces one to a caged bird for others to admire, which does not appeal to me. Brother Wei, please take me away. I am willing to wash your clothes, cook for you, and bear your children. Let us retreat to the mountains and live as husband and wife, shall we?" Wei Ran stumbled slightly, abruptly turning his head to coldly respond, "What transpired tonight, I shall not disclose. I implore you, Miss Ouyang, to take care of yourself." With that, a heavy silence fell between them, persisting until they returned to the courtyard of the city lord's residence without exchanging another word. Chapter 22. Bloodshed as dawn approached. Qiao Shuo settled in the main hall to await Zhao Zhengxi's response. As anticipated by Zhou Yun, he was met with a few evasive remarks. The eunuch was understandably incensed, venting his frustrations before ultimately conceding to a promise. In 3 days, the dispatched soldiers would return to the city for resupply, at which time they could bring back a portion of the journey. Unexpectedly, however, Ouyang Menglu fell ill with a chill overnight and was bedridden, requiring several days of recovery. Fortunately, the edict allowed for leniency, so there was no immediate urgency. Amidst the heated argument between Qiao Shuo and Zhao Zhengxi, Wei Ran arrived, dragging a strange creature behind him. "What is this thing? It appears quite terrifying," Zhao Zhengxi exclaimed, his face turning pale as he collapsed into a chair. Qiao Shuo remained composed, stating in a deep voice, "Previously, I had the fortune to encounter a record of this beast in the royal library. It is known as a Gui Shao, preferring solitude and residing in deep mountains and cliffs. Its long, powerful arms and claws are capable of shattering stone and gripping wood. However, from its demeanor, with its red eyes and bloodthirsty appearance, it seems to have been tamed and transformed into a man-eating monster." Upon hearing this, Wei Ran understood, looking at Zhao Zhengxi and saying, "This beast was captured by me in the city. Originally, there were 4. I have slain 2, and 1 has fled. The bodies of the 2 I killed should still be on the street." "Still on the street? How can that be allowed?" Zhao Zhengxi exclaimed, quickly summoning his subordinates to retrieve the creature. "If this beast is seen by the common people, it will surely incite unrest. We have only just managed to stabilize the peace in Xiang City. It would be a grave error to lose the people's trust over this matter." Seeing Wei Ran's calm demeanor and lack of concern, Zhao Zhengxi could not help but harbor resentment. "How can someone of your age act so thoughtlessly? Truly a liability. Old Zhao, why dwell on such matters at this time? Hurry and send more people to patrol the city. Do not forget, there is still a large beast on the loose. Gui Shao are particularly vengeful. We must avoid loss of life. Brother Qiao speaks wisely. I shall dispatch men immediately." Zhao Zhengxi hastily departed. At that moment, Zhou Yun, yawning as he entered the main hall, wore a fatigued expression and remarked, "What urgent matter has arisen so early? Truly, you do not understand the importance of self-care. Seeing Wei Ran reluctant to elaborate, Chao Shua sighed and briefly explained the situation. To his surprise, Zhou Yun's face lit up with excitement, the weariness vanishing as he grasped Wei Ran's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Wei, how imposing you are! Were you the only one last night?" Wei Ran, of course, would never betray the words of Ouyang Menglu, and he nodded gently. However, Zhou Yun was not inclined to let the matter rest. Seizing Wei Ran by the collar, and in a conspiratorial whisper remarked, "Do you truly believe my status as a minor master was achieved through slumber? Last night, I dispatched no fewer than 10 of those great beasts. I am well aware of your affair with Miss Ouyang. Come to my chamber later. We have matters to discuss." A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Ran's eyes, yet he replied unobtrusively, "Oh dear, what is this display between two grown men? Let us not offend the sensibilities of others with such antics. What whispers are you sharing? Ha, dear sir. There are certain secrets between Wei and me that you need not concern yourself with." Zhou Yun laughed heartily before shoving Wei Ran aside and striding out of the hall. Wei Ran's lips twitched in irritation, his countenance darkening as he retorted, "Do as you wish. I shall take my leave for a morning bath." With that, he also headed in the direction Zhou Yun had gone. TSK. These young brats certainly know how to amuse themselves. It is quite enviable. Yet, I am no stranger to such matters. I wonder if old Zhao will. With a look of envy, the gentleman shook his head and made his way toward the rear courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The door was not locked, so he entered uninvited. Upon entering, he found Huayang already seated at the table, while Zhou Yun lay sprawled over it, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "What is it you wish to discuss, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Yun lazily stretched his arms, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "I arrived at that long street even earlier than you did last night, and happened to encounter Ouyang Menglu carrying 2 chickens. But you would never guess what she intended to do next. Care to take a guess?" Wei Ran furrowed his brow, responding coolly, "I encountered her last night. Miss Ouyang explicitly stated her intention to buy chickens for us common folk to prepare soup. Could there be another motive?" "Oh, you two suspect ulterior motives?" Huayang inquired. Wei Ran shook his head, responding candidly, "I find this matter suspicious. Setting aside the fact that Miss Ouyang comes from a wealthy family and has no need to cook herself, her recent displays of gentility suggest she should understand the risks of traveling alone. This behavior is uncharacteristic of her. There must be an unavoidable reason behind it." Zhou Yun and Huayang exchanged glances. "I told you, this cunning beast is not so easily beguiled by Miss Ouyang." Zhou Yun rose and scanned the door and windows before resuming his seat, his tone growing markedly colder. "We have all been deceived by this young lady. Her apparent gentleness is merely a guise to ensnare us. Last night, I witnessed her walking down the long street, seemingly searching for something. I intended to approach her and escort her back, but in the next moment, Ouyang Menglu seized a chicken from several baskets, ruthlessly severed its head, and proceeded to drink its blood. Such an outrageous spectacle left me momentarily stunned, yet when I looked again, she had vanished, and a horde of bloodthirsty creatures came rushing toward me. This method is unprecedented and sinister. I suspect she realized I was following her and sought to obstruct my escape." A look of disbelief washed over Wei Ran's face as he struggled to accept Zhou Yun's account, before turning to Huayang. "What do you think, Miss Huayang?" Huayang's expression was equally unappealing, yet she nodded slightly and remarked, "After spending several days together, I have grown somewhat familiar with Meng Luo. However, it seems she deliberately reserves a period of solitude for herself each day, often sending me away. I have inquired about this on occasion. But Meng Luo is meticulous in her words and actions, and over time, I ceased to pay it any mind. It was not until 7 days ago, upon passing through Stone City, that I noticed blood at the corner of her mouth. I kindly inquired whether she was unwell, to which she attributed it to indulging in wild fruits in the forest. Before I could investigate further, she discreetly wiped it away." Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, poured himself a cup of tea, and spoke coldly. "You two may express your thoughts moving forward. We are all in the same boat, and shall not betray one another. Will you choose to feign ignorance, or seek the truth?" Huayang chuckled softly, as if aware of the inopportune moment, and playfully stuck out her tongue, teasingly saying, "I shall heed my brother's words. Whatever you say shall be taken as such. Just give your commands." Zhou Yun's hair stood on end, and he waved his hand, saying, "Miss Huayang, do not mimic Meng Luo. It does not suit you at all. Wei, you should take the lead. It cannot be denied that although your martial skills are modest, your intellect is not inferior to ours." "Thank you both for your trust," Wei replied. "I shall share my thoughts. From what you have just mentioned, it seems that Miss Meng Luo may have practiced some dark arts, possibly surpassing Brother Zhou in cultivation. If she merely consumes blood without harming us, we may choose to remain oblivious. However, if our lives are at stake, we can no longer turn a blind eye. We must unite to suppress her and turn her over to the authorities. What say you? Excellent, Zhou Yin exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement. It is indeed Wei's brilliance. This plan allows for both advance and retreat, truly a wise strategy. What do you think, Miss Huang? I shall defer entirely to my brother's judgment, she responded. Silence. Both Wei Ran and Zhou Yin interjected simultaneously, causing Huang to pout in vexation. Chapter 23. Morning rain. The discussion among the three concluded with Wei Ran's decision. 3 days passed swiftly, without stirring any ripples. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhao Zhengxi summoned Qiao Shuo and others. Upon entering the conference hall, Qiao Shuo's expression gradually darkened as he pointed at the soldiers and exclaimed, Zhao Zhengxi, are you mocking us? Out there, are they protecting us, or are we protecting them? Wei Ran could not help but twitch his lips in admiration for the town lord's stinginess. These soldiers were either elderly or maimed, and together they could scarcely assemble a full set of armor. From a distance, they resembled refugees fleeing disaster. Zhao Zhengxi maintained his composure and raised his hand, saying, Brother Qiao, do not underestimate their appearance. These are seasoned veterans who have survived many years on the battlefield, each possessing their own unique skills. No matter how you put it, these men are inadequate. We must replace them with an elite unit. Otherwise, prepare to face the emperor's wrath. Qiao Shuo was thoroughly incensed and, with a flick of his sleeve, stormed out of the conference hall. Zhao Zhengxi's expression darkened considerably. He was well aware of his brother's tactics. After much deliberation, he reluctantly dispatched 20 men for protection, including the 7 or 8 old soldiers. With a larger contingent, the organization of their transport proceeded more swiftly. As the sun began to rise, they bid farewell to Zhao Zhengxi and departed from Xiang City. As they journeyed along the official road to the east, the willows swayed gently on either side, morning dew glistening like pearls on the tips of the grass, and the autumn breeze enveloped them in a refreshing embrace. Ouyang Menglu, still recovering from a chill, was bundled up tightly, revealing only her eyes, rendering any attempt at conversation rather feeble. Zhou Yin rode closer to Wei Ran, whispering, Brother Wei, why do you think Ouyang Menglu covers her face? I have observed her closely, and her breath is steady and strong, unlike one who has suffered from a mere chill. Wei Ran shot him a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, You may be clever, but others prefer to turn a blind eye and remain undisturbed. Why must you pry into matters that do not concern you? Zhou Yin scratched his head, a thrill of curiosity coursing through him. Isn't it natural to be curious? Sorcery is a rare phenomenon across the 5 provinces. If fortune smiles upon us, we might witness it once more. Why not test her abilities? Wei Ran halted his horse, fixing Zhou Yin with a steady gaze. I too have a curiosity that lingers. Why does Brother Zhou always don a ghostly mask? Have you perhaps committed an unspeakable crime that prevents you from showing your true face? Oh, you cheeky rascal, what nonsense is this? Zhou Yin huffed, giving his horse a sharp slap to distance himself from Wei Ran. Truly, he was an unsettled spirit. Wei Ran shook his head and continued on his way. The autumn season was fickle, the weather changing swiftly. The bright morning soon gave way to dark clouds, and before long, a fine autumn rain began to fall in sheets. Wei Ran paused to observe the rain, a sense of melancholy swirling in his eyes. Since leaving Weijia town, he had sought out the rain, hoping to grasp the essence of the second sword of the heartbroken azure sword technique, the rain of sorrow. Yet, despite countless observations of rain in varying forms, he had yet to discern its intricacies. The heartbroken azure sword technique was rooted in sorrow. Could it be that my sorrow is insufficient? Gazing at the hazy curtain of rain, Wei Ran furrowed his brow, leaping into the air and traversing through the wilderness. To his surprise, he found himself in a desolate graveyard, the tattered white banners fluttering mournfully, and the old graves in disrepair, long neglected. Standing atop a tree, Wei Ran tilted his head back, allowing the raindrops to strike his face. As he stepped on the fallen leaves, the sorrow within him began to flow freely. At that moment, stones and leaves swirled around him, and the sorrowful wind of the first sword was executed with exquisite precision. Almost there. The sorrow in Wei Ran's eyes deepened, his heavy sword dancing in a blur of motion. Suddenly, the hazy rain curtains seemed to freeze, each raindrop becoming distinct, gradually revealing the white silhouette of Wei Ran wielding his sword within each droplet. The second sword, Rain of Sorrow, hummed. Wei Ran wielded his sword, exhaling softly, and the rain curtain erupted with a thunderous roar, forming a deadly silhouette of sword strikes within a defined area. The rain ceased, sorrowful yet still lacking in essence. Wei Ran sighed, employing his swift movements to catch up with the group. Half an hour later, he spotted the advancing party, joining at the rear. He had barely caught his breath when Zhou Yin, ever the instigator, leaned in with a smirk, saying, Brother Wei, your swordsmanship has surely improved. How delightful. Shall I treat you to a fine meal? A dark line crossed Wei Ran's face as he swatted away Zhou Yin's hand, responding coldly, "Your keen eye does not deceive. Brother Zhou, no trivial skill can escape your notice. Alas, there is no feast to be had, but perhaps we could spar, allowing me to refine my technique further?" Zhou Yin, immediately put out, took a bite of a flatbread and retorted, "I'm busy devouring this flatbread. I lack the energy for a duel. Let's talk after you treat me to a meal." As the two engaged in playful banter, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Zhou Yin scratched his head, expressing his discontent. "Well, it seems we'll have to camp out tonight. I wonder if it's safe here after dark." He glanced at Wei Ran, who appeared to have inquired about him beforehand. Every word he spoke bore a hint of probing. Wei Ran, with a depth in his gaze, struggled to comprehend Zhou Yin's mannerisms, but replied candidly, "This mountain is Tsiyun Mountain. There are a few groups of bandits up there, but aside from that, there are only wild beasts, which pose no significant threat. However, I can take you to a splendid location." As the day waned, the group set up camp and erected several tents. Zhou Yin, eager to please, hurried to the Huaying tent, exchanging a few words before urgently dragging Wei Ran to seek out his promised destination. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a steaming hot spring. Without waiting for Zhou Yin to inquire, Wei Ran shed his garments and leapt into the water, exhaling a satisfied grunt. "Hey, you little rascal. Were you waiting for me here?" Zhou Yin, incensed, spat in annoyance and wandered off in search of wild game. It was not that Wei Ran was being stingy. The pool was indeed small enough for two to bathe comfortably, but it seemed rather odd for two men to share such a space. Thus, it was best to send Zhou Yin away for the time being and return later. The fatigue of the day dissipated into the rising steam, leaving Wei Ran to recline by the poolside in utter bliss. Just then, a gentle touch on his head enhanced his relaxation, prompting him to lazily remark, "Brother Zhou, your technique is quite commendable. If you could apply a bit more pressure, that would be even better." "Oh, I did not expect young Master Wei to share such a close bond with young Master Zhou." Wei Ran suddenly snapped to attention, hastily retreating to the other side. Regarding the newcomer with a frosty demeanor, "Miss Ouyang, if you are unwell, it would be best to return and recuperate. I am but a rough man, unworthy of your attention." Giggles erupted from the figure of Ouyang Menglu, who had not been seen for some time. Yet, her eyes now glowed with a crimson hue, and a strong scent of blood surrounded her. Young Master Wei remains as indifferent as ever. "I merely wish to show my concern for you and offer some form of gratitude. Do you truly find me lacking in beauty?" Miss Ouyang was indeed enchanting. But once one enters the sacred eye, it is prudent to cherish oneself and not squander the affections of the holy monarch, while also considering the Ouyang family's reputation. Wei Ran's gaze fell, resembling a block of ice devoid of warmth. Undeterred, Ouyang Menglu approached, shedding her garments and immersing herself in the spring. Her figure partially revealed by the steam rising around her, accentuating her alluring eyes. With delicate fingers, she traced Wei Ran's chest, her tone sultry. "Young Master Wei, your heart is rather frigid. I have hinted at my intentions, yet you remain unmoved. Could it be that, as Lord Chao says, you are not a true man?" "Miss Ouyang, maintain your dignity." Wei Ran swatted away her hand, his eyes glimmering with cold resolve. "What must I do for you to accept my feelings?" Ouyang Menglu lamented. Yet her hands did not cease their exploration, continuing to caress Wei Ran's sturdy chest. Wei Ran, now silent, felt the energies within him surge, ready to repel Ouyang Menglu. Suddenly, the currents within the body dissipated, leaving an eerie sensation of non-existence. At that moment, Ouyang Menglu approached, her lips parting delicately as if she had unraveled the ploy of an innocent child. "What is Wei Lang searching for? Would you like me to assist you?" Wei Ran concealed his astonishment, maintaining his composure as he replied, "What business does Miss Ouyang have? I am merely escorting you to the palace out of goodwill, without any expectation of reward, so why treat me thus?" A smile danced at the corners of Ouyang Menglu's lips as she met his cold gaze. "Am I not offering myself to you? There is no need for so many inquiries, dear sir. It becomes rather tedious. Once you are gone, nothing else will hold significance." With that, Ouyang Menglu's soft lips pressed against Wei Ran's neck, her breath warm and tantalizing. Suddenly, a jolt of pain surged through him. "Ah, your blood is indeed sweet. How delightful." Ouyang Menglu's voice echoed in a dreamlike manner, while Wei Ran felt his strength being drained, helplessly watching as his blood was drawn away. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy. Was he destined to perish here today? A sudden gust of wind swept in, causing a chill at his neck, and then two figures clashed. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Yin, whose ironclad hands shone brilliantly as they struck with the sound of metal meeting metal. Ouyang Menglu's plans were thwarted, and a fierce glint of murder ignited in her eyes as she evaded the onslaught, her hair billowing like ink. Why must young Master Zhou spoil my plans? You could simply walk away. Wading into this murky water is hardly worthwhile. Zhou Yin's strikes were swift and powerful, moving like a furious tiger, and he refrained from speaking, unleashing a relentless barrage. Meanwhile, Ouyang Menglu danced gracefully, evading his fierce attacks without countering. Frustration bubbled within Zhou Yin. It felt as if he were striking at cotton. Unable to contain his ire, he shouted, "You wretched woman, why do you hide? Fight me. Young master, your ferocity is quite intimidating. I dare not." She feigned fear. "But since you insist, I shall indeed strike." With that, Ouyang Menglu's fingers twisted in an uncanny manner, her nails extending like iron hooks, visibly lengthening as she countered his iron palm, even pushing him back. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each pressing forward and retreating, yet upon closer inspection, Zhou Yin bore numerous scratch marks, bloodied and ghastly. Undeterred, he laughed maniacally, using his momentum to leap into the air, gathering power in his right palm. A golden radiance shimmered within, accompanied by a faint, sacred sound. "Receive my mighty blow." Boom. The golden palm struck true, hitting Ouyang Menglu, who exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Following this, a series of frantic shrieks erupted from within the fog, as dozens of ghastly creatures emerged, baring their teeth before lunging at Zhou Yin. "What a peculiar sorcery! But I fear it not," he roared, his chest swelling with force. The nearest specters met a swift fate, their eyes bursting as they were sent flying, while the remaining few, barely alive, were crushed underfoot, leaving a gruesome scene of mingled blood and dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. Unable to find Ouyang Menglu's figure, Zhou Yin finally withdrew his strength and slowly approached Wei Ran with a playful grin. "Brother Wei, was the beauty's embrace delightful? Surely, you have gained an advantage." Wei Ran attempted to respond, yet the overwhelming fatigue rendered him speechless, and he could only gesture for Zhou Yin to assist him. Just a moment ago, Brother Wei was fiercely protective of his meal, not allowing even a touch of this hot spring. "You may continue to soak. I shall attend to my meal." With that, Zhou Yin pouted and skipped away to start a fire for their game. Once the aroma of roasted hare filled the air, he fished Wei Ran out of the pool, swiftly pressing several acupoints before lamenting, "This woman is truly formidable. We must hasten back to see if Huaying and the others are in distress." After resting for a moment, Wei Ran gradually regained some strength and weakly remarked, "Since you are aware, why eat? However, they should be fine." Ouyang Menglu possesses a cunning nature and profound abilities. Her entrance into the palace is likely for a specific purpose, and she will not stir significant trouble before that. He pondered. Perhaps it was due to the blood essence within me that she sensed, and thus dared to take such risks to eliminate me. Is it really that simple? Zhou Yin inquired. Wei Ran nodded, tearing off a leg of hair and devouring it heartily. After their meal, Zhou Yin supported Wei Ran as they made their way back to the group. As expected, everyone in the camp remained peacefully asleep. Nothing had transpired. Wei Ran found a spot beside a rock, and as soon as he closed his eyes, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. He gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, 2 crimson and violet dragons roared, bursting forth from Wei Ran's purple palace, rampaging and devouring the red spots within. Upon closer inspection, these spots continuously altered the flesh and blood within him, vanishing as the 2 dragons swept past. Wherever the dragons traversed became remarkably unencumbered, spiraling back and forth, widening the narrow paths. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, akin to a chain breaking, as countless luminous points along the paths ignited in brilliance. Zhou Yin jolted awake, a look of astonishment on his face, murmuring, "Is this some kind of perverse trick? Even in sleep, one can break the limits." He spat in annoyance and turned away to resume his slumber. The following day, Wei Ran awoke languidly. As he rose, his muscles and bones crackled, dispelling the weariness of the previous day, leaving him feeling more invigorated. He sought a spot for morning practice for half an hour, then washed off his sweat in the hot spring. Afterward, he donned a simple long robe, sheathing his heavy sword. If one did not closely observe the peculiarities of his right foot, he might easily be mistaken for a heroic figure. In truth, Wei Ran had attempted to channel energy through the blood vessels of his right foot, yet the energy only reached his calf before swirling back, unable to pass through. It became clear to him that his right foot was utterly crippled, beyond the aid of medicine or stone. Nevertheless, when executing the Sadwind steps, it remained inconspicuous, not detracting from his imposing presence. Upon exiting the confines of Tsiyun Mountain, they were less than 40 miles from the capital. This indicated that their escort mission was nearing completion. However, Wei Ran pondered internally whether allowing such a woman skilled in sorcery to enter the palace was ultimately a blessing or a curse. However, he soon cast aside this childish notion. Within the temple, experts abound. Even the entrance to the palace is guarded with strict body searches. It is entirely possible that this malevolent object would be annihilated before even crossing the threshold. With this thought in mind, Wei Ran could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. 40 miles may seem swift, yet 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the avenues of Jingming, the group finally arrived at the capital of Zhao, Yunliang City. At the end of Jingming Street, a towering beast loomed, bowing low to the ground. Its vermilion gates slowly swung open, akin to the jaws of a colossal creature, capable of devouring all malevolent spirits and specters. Wei Ran fixated on a woman clad in a pale yellow gown as she approached the entrance. Ouyang Minglu seemed to sense his gaze, turning slowly to reveal a cryptic smile upon her face. She stepped through the gates, and the guards, with their eyes forward, made no attempt to impede her passage. It appeared that Miss Ouyang had indeed made ample preparations. Zhou Yun spoke slowly, to which Wei Ran scoffed, under the holy eye. How can any turbulence arise? Ultimately, it is but a wisp of smoke. Chao Shua clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling. I, a humble scholar, extend my heartfelt thanks to the three of you for your escort. When I stand before the holy presence, I shall certainly speak a few kind words on your behalf. Securing the royal seal for your sect. Your kindness is much appreciated. The trio replied in unison, bowing in gratitude as they watched Chao Shua depart. Wei Ran, puzzled, inquired, what does it mean to secure the royal seal? Hua Ying, in a surprisingly good mood, patiently explained. The authority of the royal family is indisputable. All major sects must receive the royal seal from the Court of Rights. Those sects bearing this seal are exempt from taxes and can attract exceptional talents, thereby infusing fresh blood into their ranks. Conversely, sects without the royal seal must pay thousands in silver annually and send disciples to perform laborious tasks like repairing canals or breaking mountains. The royal seal is renewed annually, which makes it highly coveted among the prominent sections. Wei Ran shook his head. It seems this world of martial arts is not as carefree as it appears. Zhou Yun took a swig from his wine pouch in rebuttal. Who says? I am unrestrained, without sect or affiliation. Who dares demand money from me? My fists are formidable. Let anyone who wishes to challenge me come forth. Humph. Zhou the hero has indeed been cast out from the Buddhist head mountain, so he can certainly roam free. Hey, you little girl from the Hua family, it would be wise to remain charming and compliant when you speak. Chapter 25. Farewell to grandmother. With their escort complete, the three bid each other farewell. Hua Ying returned to Shituan Mountain, extending an invitation to Wei Ran to visit her during his leisure time. Naturally, he graciously accepted, promising to gather with her when time permitted. What Wei Ran did not anticipate was that Zhou Yun, having learned from Hua Ying of Wei Ran's intent to venture into the great beast forest, insisted on accompanying him. Aware that this journey was fraught with peril, Wei Ran was reluctant to involve others. Thus, Zhou Yun let out a long sigh, lamenting the cold-heartedness of scholars, as he led his horse northward, claiming he wished to visit an old friend in Beihan Prefecture. However, the fierce glint in his eyes suggested that this was no mere reunion. They sought refuge in an inn to rest, waiting for news from grandmother. Finally, on the 5th day, a young man arrived at Wei Ran's door, knocking gently. Young Master Wei, you must have been anxious. Please follow me to reunite with grandmother Tai. Wei Ran nodded in gratitude and followed the young man out of the inn, winding through the streets until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The yard was enclosed by a fence, and at a glance, one could see the familiar figure. Tai Yunxin seemed to sense something. Turning her head towards the door, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Rana, you have come. Coming quickly. Let your grandmother have a good look at you. It must not have been easy on your journey. Wei Ran shook his head, helping his grandmother to a seat, and then remarked, why did you leave only a letter behind and depart? I know nothing of Luo Yunting's character, good or bad. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Tai Yunxin smiled reassuringly and began to recount her past with Luo Yunting. It turned out that Tai Yunxin was the eldest daughter of the gatekeeper Tai Zheng. 30 years ago, during her travels in the martial world, she met Wei Jiang, who was Wei Ran's grandfather. The two fell deeply in love, pledging their eternal devotion beneath the icy peaks of the north. However, Tai Zheng was unwilling for his daughter to marry someone of such humble origins and utilized the powers of various factions within the martial community to thwart their union. During one of their travels, Wei Jiang fell victim to a treacherous plot and was gravely injured. In a moment of desperation, Tai Yunxin severed her ties with her father to resolve the conflict. Afterward, the couple ceased their travels and settled down in Wei family town. Recently, Tai Zheng, ailing and yearning for his daughter, hastily summoned Tai Yunxin for a reunion. Upon seeing the concern in Wei Ran's eyes, Tai Yunxin couldn't help but reflect. Your great-grandfather is now quite advanced in age, having reached the venerable age of 139. He passed away at the beginning of the month. In his lifetime, he was a free-spirited and proud man, so you need not visit his grave. Upon hearing this, a tinge of regret crossed Wei Ran's face, and he then inquired, "What are your plans now, grandmother? Will you return to the Wei family or to Luo Yunting?" "Your grandmother is old now and wishes to return home," she replied. "I came here to speak with you. I heard from that child Huang Zhe that you have embarked on the martial path. Since you have chosen to practice martial arts, you must be diligent. By the way, have you inherited the ancestral teachings of the Wei family?" Tai Yunxin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the child she had raised since infancy. Wei Ran nodded and then stood up, a sudden surge of spirit emanating from him as he executed the mournful sword technique, the sorrowful heart blade technique. A chilling sword intent enveloped the room. Tai Yunxin reached out to feel it, tears gently streaming down the corners of her wrinkled eyes. Indeed, this is the supreme skill of the Wei family. This is precisely the sensation. Ranner, you must fully comprehend it. Do you hear me? Promise your grandmother. I shall certainly remember your teachings, grandmother. Wei Ran vowed. He then sheathed the heavy sword beside him and moved to support Tai Yunxin. At that moment, Tai Yunxin seemed to recall something, and she called out to the young man outside, "Ah-san, go fetch the set of arm armor from inside. I want to see Ranner wear it." "Yes." The young man, Ah-san, entered the house and retrieved a bundle. Wei Ran accepted it and opened it to reveal a pair of emerald green armors. The moment he touched them, he felt a chilling sensation, and intricate green patterns crisscrossed the armor, occasionally emitting a faint glow. Just a glance, and Wei Ran sensed that these were extraordinary items. "Try them on. These belonged to your great-grandfather and were originally intended for your grandfather. Unfortunately, Jiang Gu passed away early, and today they are entrusted to you. The martial world is fraught with dangers. Remember to wear them whenever you venture out. These are from my great-grandfather. Perhaps it would be better for you to keep them as a cherished memory," Wei Ran suggested, feeling that the armor held greater significance for his grandmother, and he carefully placed it back into the bundle. Yet, Tai Yunxin obstructed him with a smile, saying, "Inanimate objects hold little significance when left untouched. It is far more beneficial to allow it to fulfill its purpose, protecting my Ranner and ensuring his safety. Do not delay any further. Try it on." Wei Ran had no choice but to pick it up again and fasten it around his arms. The moment he donned it, a refreshing sensation spread from his arms, and his entire spirit seemed to clear significantly. Noticing the change in Wei Ran's gaze, Tai Yunxin felt even more pleased and remarked, "This item is crafted from the iridescent shell of the mysterious tortoise and possesses the ability to enhance vision and calm the mind. When you traverse the rugged mountains, it will provide some protection against toxins and miasma. Thank you, grandmother, for this gift." Wei Ran knelt in gratitude. In the following days, he accompanied Tai Yunxin through the bustling streets of the capital, exploring various vibrant locales. However, he adhered to his grandmother's advice and refrained from dining out, always returning to their quaint courtyard to savor her home-cooked meals. Human emotions encompass both joy and sorrow. Even the most beautiful moments inevitably pass. One morning, the day of parting arrived for the two. Before leaving, Tai Yunxin advised Wei Ran not to rush in seeking Yuner, as she was being cared for by Luo Yunting's people and had already awakened. However, she still required rest. The tranquil and serene Tianshan was an excellent place for recuperation. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Wei Ran's heart. Once his grandmother's carriage was no longer in sight, he turned to gather his belongings and set off toward the great beast forest. His return journey did not take the main roads, but rather meandered through forest paths. This choice served a dual purpose: to hone his physical strength and to seek out any bandits in the mountains to perform acts of kindness within his capabilities. After all, while human strength may be limited, a willing heart is commendable. Days passed, during which he traversed several mountain peaks, encountering primarily small bands of thieves, whom he merely reprimanded lightly before allowing them to depart. Until one day, while seated in a tea house at the foot of the mountain, he overheard a conversation among several villagers. "What is happening with Dia Mountain lately? There have been several groups entering the mountains, but for what purpose? It is said that within the forest grows a fruit resembling blood, guarded by several blue wolves. Most who enter have been devoured by the wolves, and it seems that the Wolf King is on the verge of becoming a spirit. Come now, that sounds far-fetched. How could it be so sinister? Ha ha. You must be dazed from drinking tea to speak such nonsense." The man, feeling the ridicule, flushed red with anger and retorted, "Believe it or not. But the child from the old Li family saw it firsthand while gathering herbs. If I hadn't seen the look of terror in his eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Feel free to ask him if you doubt my words. Ah, the Li boy is honest and straightforward. He doesn't seem like one to lie. Could it be that there truly are monsters in the forest? Perhaps that fruit is indeed a divine fruit." Listening intently to the villagers' animated discussion, Wei Ran felt a stirring in his heart, regardless of whether the fruit was divine or not. He had indeed encountered a magnificent beast on the brink of transformation. The colossal centipede had the ability to bewitch the mind and change its appearance to ensnare others, a testament to its burgeoning intelligence. If there truly existed a great beast, he might very well acquire another blood essence. Chapter 26. Mount Dayo. A trap. With this thought in mind, Wei Ran lingered no longer. He hefted his heavy sword and ascended the mountain. Behind him, the villagers exchanged glances, and it was a kind-hearted man who called out, "Young man, do not venture forth. The mountain is fraught with peril. Do not throw away your life for something so insubstantial." Wei Ran waved his hand, and in an instant, his figure danced like a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The villagers were left in awe, realizing that this seemingly crippled man possessed extraordinary abilities. Feeling the weight of their own safety, they decided it was best to depart. Having reached the 7th rank, Wei Ran felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, and his breath flowed with newfound ease. Even his steps felt more ethereal and light. As he sprinted over the leaves, a moment of pure freedom enveloped him. However, just as Wei Ran was lost in this blissful state, an incongruous cry for help echoed from ahead. "I am Qing Muyao, an outer disciple of the Legion sect from Beihan Prefecture. Is there anyone who can come to my aid?" The voice called out thrice. Wei Ran paused atop a tree, his gaze indifferent as he beheld 3 men and a woman below. The woman knelt on the ground, her exquisite face blurred by tears, her purple and white robe in tatters, weeping amidst a scene of striking beauty. The 3 men, their eyes gleaming with malice, appeared intent on taking advantage of her. One of the lean men chuckled, "Miss Muyao, we have fulfilled our part of the bargain, and even allowed you to call out a few more times. How chivalrous of us. Now, it is time for you to honor your promise to us. Will you free yourself, or shall we assist you?" His laughter was laced with contempt. "Why not let us help you, my dear?" Wei Ran's expression hardened, and he was about to intervene when he suddenly stilled, concealing his presence and holding his breath. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from below, drawing near. A youth wielding a crimson spear approached, launching it with force so that it landed precisely at the feet of the 3 men. The young man swiftly drew the spear, creating a dazzling display, and stood proudly before them. The 3 men exchanged glances and quickly unsheathed their weapons, surrounding the youth. "Humph, a mere boy who has yet to grow a beard. Attempting to play the hero? Did your elders not teach you the importance of humility in the outside world?" One jeered. "Enough talk. Dispatch him quickly. This beauty is mine to enjoy." Though the trio was somewhat lacking in strength compared to the youth, their coordination was practiced and seamless. No matter how skillfully the youth wielded his spear, he found it difficult to escape their clutches. Moreover, given his youth, he could not match the 3 men in stamina. All they needed was to buy a little time to secure their victory. As anticipated, it was not long before the youth's dark robe began to show signs of damage. With each fleeting moment, he revealed more vulnerabilities until a sudden cut appeared on his leg, eliciting a cry of pain as his spear was knocked away. Just as the youth's face reflected a flash of terror, the 3 men revealed their murderous intent, their weapons poised to claim his life. Suddenly, several arrows shot forth from a distance, and a group of 6 individuals clad in black and white robes dismounted with an air of composure. Among the 3, a robust man wielding a sword angrily exclaimed, "These pests are like flies. Drive one away, and another appears. How utterly vexing. Is there anyone left? Come forth and meet your demise. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your eggs are thoroughly crushed when you next show your faces." From the group of 6 Taoists, an ethereal-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, lightly sweeping his feather duster as he spoke. "Might I implore you 3 to cease this altercation? Otherwise, I would not hesitate to dispel your malevolence and impart the wisdom of humanity upon you." Noticing the surrounding stillness, the 3 men exchanged glances with the young woman and the young lad on the ground. They then stood together, realizing that only these 6 remained. Qing Muyao sighed regretfully. "It seems there are only these 6 left." The young lad flashed a charming smile, ripped open a blood pouch at his thigh, and disdainfully tossed it before the 6 Taoists. Anger flickered in the Taoist's eyes, fully aware they had been outsmarted. Yet, in the next moment, as the peculiar melody escaped Qing Miao's lips, a multitude of patterned serpents surged forth from all directions. With her hand gestures, the serpents raised their heads from the ground, exhaling green mist. The 6 Taoists, skilled as they were, drew their swords to slay the serpents. However, as the woman continued her incantation, the number of venomous snakes multiplied, rendering their efforts futile. The 3 men, meanwhile, relentlessly emerged from the green mist to harass and ambush even the previously righteous young lad reveling in the chaos. Embodying a true fiend, this spectacle left Wei Ran, perched atop a tree, wide-eyed in astonishment, lamenting the wickedness of the world. As the skirmish wore on, the 6 Taoists gradually recognized the potency of the green mist, their faces turning ashen and blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. They could only slump to the ground, utterly subdued. The young lad securely bound all 6, then, as if celebrating a victory, approached the woman with a grin. "Sister Qing, how did I perform this time? Wasn't it rather convincing?" The woman nodded, accepting the outer garment he offered, and, with a tone of regret, remarked, "Though we are short of numbers, there is no time for theatrics in critical moments. We must take these provisions to feed the great beasts. In just a few breaths, we can seize that fruit." Leading the way, Qing Miao ventured deeper into the mountain, the 3 men respectfully dragging the 6 Taoists behind them, while the young lad vigilantly scanned their surroundings before gradually disappearing from Wei Ran's view. Once the forest returned to silence, Wei Ran descended from the treetop and followed their path at a leisurely pace. After about an hour, he halted before the entrance of a narrow cave, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Once he saw the group enter the cave, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously making his way inside. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a nauseating stench. At that moment, a glint of cold light shot toward him. Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, raising his heavy sword to block the attack. It was the young lad who had lingered behind. With a shadowy expression, he coldly remarked, "I wondered why something felt amiss. It turns out a little pest has followed us. However, with you here, we barely have enough." Wei Ran fixed his cold gaze on the lad's movements. As the tip of his spear approached, Wei Ran suddenly smashed his heavy sword forward. The cave's confined space left little room for either of them to maneuver their techniques. Under the impact of that strike, the young man's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retreated, creating distance, his weapon drawn like a dragon, relentlessly striking the surrounding stone walls. Dust and debris cascaded down, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Wei Ran covered his mouth and nose, pursuing with his sword held firmly in one hand, shattering any fallen stones in his path with a single stroke. The two engaged in a relentless chase for some time until a faint light appeared at the end of the cave. A smile broke across the young man's face, and he wielded his weapon with renewed vigor. Wei Ran, evidently losing patience, summoned his strength and hurled his heavy sword. The sound of it slicing through the air startled the young man, who quickly raised his weapon to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, the young man's skills proved insufficient against the might of the heavy sword. The violent impact left him unable to even scream, as he was sent flying out of the cave along with his shattered weapon. Chapter 27. The great beasts beyond the cave lay a wondrous sight. A verdant vine coiled around a massive stone, its foliage lush and shimmering with a crystalline glow. At the pinnacle of the vine, a crimson fruit hung delicately, radiating a vibrant red aura that expanded continuously. Indeed, it was a treasure of heaven and earth. Wei Ran stepped out of the cave, casting his gaze around. Aside from the previously encountered Qing Muyao and her companions, he noticed several other groups of variously attired individuals. However, the most striking sight was the 7 azure-furred wolves encircling the colossal stone. These magnificent beasts boasted lustrous coats and eyes glinting with wariness. With a light exhale, Wei Ran assessed that these creatures were considerably less formidable than the colossal centipede he had faced earlier, posing little threat. He then approached the crowd, fixing his gaze on Qing Muyao as he coldly declared, "What a venomous woman you are. Release the 6 Taoists at once, or face the consequences." Qing Muyao, ignoring the desperate cries of the young man, smiled at the man in white. "Thank you for the compliment, but may I inquire your esteemed surname?" Wei Ran's eyes hardened, his voice devoid of warmth. "I shall repeat myself. Release the Taoists immediately, or leave." Qing Muyao's expression turned icy, and with a slight wave of her arm, she signaled her male subordinates to advance. At that moment, several nearby groups also approached, suppressing their anger as they remarked, "Regardless of your grievances, settle them outside. Do not disturb the growth of this precious fruit. Indeed, if you wish to brawl, take it elsewhere. I have waited long for this fruit, and I shall not allow you to wreak havoc." Qing Muyao's complexion fluctuated between pale and green, ultimately letting out a muffled groan as she continued to stand her ground. With so many vying for the miraculous fruit, Wei Ran found himself pondering how they would divide it, though he was not concerned about securing his share. Following the aura around him, he discerned that most present were martial artists below the 5th rank, with only Qing Muyao and a man named Zhang Lei at the 6th rank. At worst, he thought, he could incapacitate them all, sparing their lives to ensure they left empty-handed. This fruit was a prize he was determined to claim. Having gathered his thoughts, Wei Ran took his position not far off, waiting patiently. As time passed, the miraculous fruit grew increasingly vibrant, the aura surrounding it pulsing with greater intensity. Finally, as the last trace of azure hue vanished, chaos erupted. Qing Muyao and Zhang Lei exchanged a glance, and, in unison, charged toward Wei Ran. Unfazed, Wei Ran shook his heavy sword, his aura surging dramatically as he launched a diagonal strike at Qing Muyao. Her expression turned serious as she unsheathed her long whip, striking against the heavy sword and wrapping it around its length. With a fierce grip on his twin hammers, Zhang Lei swung down upon Wei Ran's head. Wei Ran deftly sidestepped, swiftly pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash with his sword. The nimble Qing Muyao, intentionally avoiding a direct confrontation, wielded her whip to entangle and obstruct. Zhang Lei, his visage contorted with fury, grew increasingly agitated after his strike met only air, and unleashed a relentless assault upon Wei Ran's lower defenses. Although anger simmered within, Wei Ran had no choice but to muster his strength and leap into the air. At that moment, a gleam of delight crossed Qing Muyao's face as her right sleeve flared, releasing several venomous serpents, intent on sealing off his escape. Yet, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Wei Ran's eyes as he executed a somersault, delivering a punch directly toward Qing Muyao's face. Zhang Lei anticipated the blow would send Wei Ran tumbling, allowing him to deliver a lethal follow-up, but he was taken aback by Wei Ran's extraordinary agility, enabling him to use the air to his advantage and completely reverse the situation. In a flurry, Zhang Lei hurled his copper tiger hammer in a desperate attempt to intercept Wei Ran's onslaught. Sensing the rushing wind behind him, Wei Ran withdrew his attack, pivoting to the ground to draw his sword in retaliation. A thunderous boom erupted, startling the Qing Mao wolf beasts, which roared in alarm as 5 relatively small creatures leaped into the crowd, beginning to bite and tear. Chaos ensued within the cavern, the sounds of combat and cries intertwining. While severed limbs were cast into the air only to be brutally smashed back down, vibrant splashes of blood erupting intermittently. Throughout this turmoil, the largest of the Qing Mao wolf beasts remained coldly observant, refusing to budge from its perch. In the blink of an eye, half of the martial artists lay dead or wounded, while only one wolf beast had been harmed. The previously vocal Taoist raised his voice, urging, "Cease your fighting for the moment. Once we have eradicated the beasts, all matters can be negotiated. Let us not allow these creatures to take advantage." In the midst of the fray, Wei Ran and his companions separated, each joining the melee against the beasts. Wei Ran felt his aura surge as he wielded the great overlord sword, cleaving through the skull of one beast before charging toward another. This particular creature, displaying cunning, nimbly evaded his advance, retaliating by spewing forth a stream of green venom. Wei Ran deftly evaded, but a man behind him was not so fortunate. Caught squarely by the noxious spray, with a gut-wrenching scream, his face became enveloped in a mist, transforming into a skull in an instant. "Everyone, beware of the beast's venom," Wei Ran called out, his feet deftly maneuvering. The wolf beast, sensing the swift movement, found its vision obscured as the scene shifted before its eyes. With a single stroke, Wei Ran severed its head. "What splendid swordsmanship!" the middle-aged Taoist exclaimed with hearty laughter. Wei Ran bowed in acknowledgement, withdrawing from the fray. Having slain 2 beasts, he was unwilling to exert himself further against the remaining ones. Qing Muyao, gritting her teeth, evaded a wolf's assault and headed toward Wei Ran, unwilling to relent. He kicked a stone toward her as a warning. Should this venomous woman know her place, all would be well. However, if she dared entertain malicious thoughts, he would not hesitate to eliminate her beforehand. The 6 Taoists recognized the shifting tides of battle, and after collectively vanquishing one wolf beast, they retreated to stand beside Wei Ran, refraining from further conflict. Wei Ran nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged Taoist clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "The 7 disciples of Xian Dao from Mingyang Mountain pay their respects to you, esteemed elder. I am Sun Ming, and I thank you for your life-saving grace." "I am Wei Ran," he replied. "I have long admired the esteemed reputation of the 7 disciples of Xian Dao. It is my fortune to meet you today." The remaining 5 Taoists bowed in thanks, positioning themselves behind Sun Ming. In a swift sequence, 3 formidable beasts were slain, and as they turned their gaze towards the remaining beast, trepidation flickered in their eyes. Zhang Lei approached Wei Ran, clasping his fists in respect, and remarked, "Brother, your martial prowess is commendable. Now that only the Wolf King remains, shall we join forces to procure that extraordinary fruit?" Wei Ran cast a glance at Qing Muyao, his tone frigid as he replied, "You may ally with me, but it would be prudent to eliminate this woman, for her thoughts are far too convoluted." "You." Qing Muyao's eyes blazed with resentment as she retorted, "What have I done to you that warrants your hostility?" Wei Ran shifted his gaze back to Zhang Lei, inquiring, "What say you, brother Zhang?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Lei smiled and concurred. Indeed, as Wei brother suggests, let us together dispose of this venomous woman. With that, he brandished his hammer and charged forward. Wei Ran, not one to linger, followed closely behind, sword in hand. Seeing the unfolding situation, Qing Mu Yao could only seethe, declaring, I shall remember this day. Wei Ran and Zhang Lei, prepare for retribution. With a soft chant, she summoned a swarm of venomous snakes and flying insects as a cover, casting a furious glance at the two before vanishing into the purple mist. Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, intending to detain her, yet the Wolf King behind him stirred, lunging directly at him. The beast's speed astonished all present. In an instant, Zhang Lei, who had been merely observing, was sent flying. What an astute creature! Wei Ran scoffed coldly, retreating several paces while unleashing a flurry of sword shadows. However, those strikes barely grazed the Wolf King's fur. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wei Ran continued to fight while retreating, awaiting Zhang Lei's recovery. Fortunately, Zhang Lei understood their need for collaboration, gritting his teeth as he retrieved his hammer and rejoined the fray. No longer holding back, both men unleashed their full might. A sorrowful aura enveloped Wei Ran, as vapor rose from the ground, and with it, a torrent of sword shadows surged around the Wolf King. Chapter 28. The setting sun like crimson with a thunderous roar. The Wolf King unleashed a burst of blood mist, and a shadow erupted from the fog. Wei Ran's heavy sword thrust forward, but the Wolf King seized the blade in its jaws, violently attempting to hurl Wei Ran away. Yet, as the atmosphere around him shifted, Wei Ran contained his sorrowful essence and released an aura of dominance that seemed to overlook the world. The Wolf King, astonished, had not anticipated such strength. In its fury, it emitted a cloud of green mist. Wei Ran, ever vigilant, relinquished his grip on the weapon, leaping atop the beast, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He delivered a powerful punch to its skull. It is worth noting that Wei Ran, having diligently trained his sinews, had elevated his prowess in the formidable Overlord sword technique to the second tier, enabling him to unleash a force equivalent to 300 pounds with a single strike. Though the Wolf King was massive, the unexpected blow left it dazed and reeling, desperately trying to shake off its assailant. Yet, Wei Ran clung tenaciously to its fur, delivering blow after blow. Zhang Lei, seizing the moment, advanced with his hammer aimed at the beast's head. With a roar, the beast, now fully cognizant, felt another assault approaching and defiantly clamped its jaws around Zhang Lei's hammer, dragging him towards a massive boulder. Wei brother, you must escape quickly. This beast seeks to crush you, Zhang Lei exclaimed in alarm. Wei Ran naturally understood the situation, yet remained motionless, his fist still ferociously swinging the hammer. Boom. As he felt a sharp pain from behind, his vision darkened, and he nearly lost his grip. The Wolf King, a colossal beast, trembled violently, showing signs of severe injury. The final collision seemed to carry the intent of mutual destruction. However, they had underestimated the creature. As soon as Wei Ran and his companions eased their assault, the Wolf King's eyes snapped open, its bristling blue fur standing on end. With each breath, countless blue quills surged forth into the air. Wei Ran was the first to bear the brunt, hundreds of quills piercing his body, forcing him to retreat behind a massive rock. Zhang Lei, however, was not so fortunate, instantly becoming a spiny blue hedgehog, howling in agony as he jumped about wildly. The Wolf King, with a ferocious grin, bit down and severed Zhang Lei's left arm. As a rain of blood fell, the Wolf King's mouth was stained crimson, rendering it even more terrifying. With a thunderous roar, the blue wolf lunged into the crowd of onlookers, unleashing a massacre. The 6 Taoists from Mingyang Mountain swiftly executed the 7 Stars footwork to establish a defensive formation. Yet they were still at a loss against the ferocity of the Wolf King, only managing to protect a handful of people. In the blink of an eye, dozens of martial artists fell victim to the beast, their blood pooling on the ground in a gruesome display. Wei Ran focused his internal energy to expel the poisonous quills, but the toxins had already infiltrated his bloodstream, leaving him feeling weak and disoriented. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted a radiant red fruit emitting a brilliant glow. The Wolf King, now blinded by rage, was oblivious to the surrounding chaos. If such an opportunity were not seized, would it not be the epitome of foolishness? A sense of urgency flickered in Wei Ran's eyes as he slowly climbed the giant rock towards the fruit. Everything went remarkably smoothly until he grasped the fruit, which felt almost surreal. Was it truly this easy to obtain something so fiercely contested? Without further contemplation, he wiped it on his sleeve and brought it to his mouth. Buzz! As the fruit entered his stomach, a wave of intense heat surged within him. Wei Ran's face flushed crimson, and he coughed up black blood. Under this scorching sensation, the toxins within him were swiftly expelled, Soon after, a tremendous transformation occurred within his body. Previously, he had sensed two streams of energy coursing through him, but could not perceive them clearly. Now, with a focused mind, he could see the vastness of his internal energy gates, where a torrent of red energy consumed the two streams, gradually coalescing into droplets. As Wei Ran directed his thoughts, he found he could send these droplets throughout his body. The old injuries he had accumulated healed significantly under the nurturing of these droplets. Could this fruit truly grant him the path to immortality? A subtle movement of his hand revealed a shimmering water pattern forming within his grasp. What was this? Before Wei Ran could ponder further, Zhang Lei's desperate cries echoed. "Wei brother, save me." Without hesitation, Wei Ran leapt from behind a rock. Grasping his heavy sword, he felt it become lighter as he summoned his energy. Buoyed by a sense of weightlessness, with this newfound agility, he descended from the air, aiming a powerful strike. As he maneuvered the red mist within him, the heavy sword quickly became enveloped in a crimson hue. With a hiss, a beam of red sword light descended straight towards the Wolf King's head. The crimson bloodline gradually spread across the surface of the beast's body. In the next moment, the Wolf King was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground without even the chance to spurt blood. All present, survivors of the martial world, were struck with astonishment, their gazes drawn to the summit of the verdant vines. Yet, at that moment, no trace of the red fruit remained. Gradually, a myriad of complex emotions surfaced in their eyes. Though the man had consumed the fruit behind their backs, he had also saved their lives. However, some had been lying in wait for this opportunity, and while they yearned to curse, they found themselves at a loss for words, stifled in silence. 6 Taoist practitioners approached Wei Ran, with Sun Ming revealing a look of complexity, clasping his hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, young Master Wei, on advancing further in the martial path. I observed your sword's aura transforming into shape, transcending the realm of martial arts. Might I inquire if that extraordinary fruit possesses the efficacy of immortality?" Although Wei Ran felt a touch of dissatisfaction towards Sun Ming's actions, he nonetheless extended his hand, conjuring the pattern of Tao water, stating, "This item indeed possesses wondrous effects. I cannot fathom why I was able to manifest this water pattern. It must be the work of an immortal." Sun Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly replied, No. This is not yet an immortal technique. It is merely a sign of young Master Wei's internal energy transitioning into spirit. According to the records of our ancestors' notes, if we had been here 100 years ago, spiritual energy would have existed in this place. However, with the arrival of the world's murky energy, the spiritual essence was gradually neutralized and consumed, leading our cultivation to focus solely on martial arts. Yet, with the recent rise of great beasts and the frequent appearance of spirit beasts, even such extraordinary fruits can flourish. Our diviners in the Ancestor Hall have foretold that this is a harbinger of the return of spiritual energy. Surely, with the passage of time, we may also embark on the path of true cultivation. By the way, if young Master Wei has any doubts, you may visit Mingyang Mountain to seek enlightenment from the Master. He has long yearned for the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran nodded and politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind intentions, brother Sun. I shall certainly pay a visit when I find the time." Excellent. "We shall warmly welcome you," Sun Ming exclaimed, excitedly patting Wei Ran's arm before addressing the gathered crowd. "Everyone, although young Master Wei has consumed the extraordinary fruit, he has also saved our lives. We, the disciples of Mingyang Mountain, are not ungrateful, and thus we shall put this matter to rest. As for the remains of the great beast, we shall take only one, and the rest can be discussed among you." Though the remaining members of the martial world felt reluctant, upon hearing that there was still a great beast to share, their expressions gradually softened. Observing this, Wei Ran felt that Sun Ming was quite eloquent, and he clasped his hands, saying, "The opportunities one have received are indeed a source of guilt. I willingly offer the slain Wolf King's body, hoping it may alleviate your concerns. Brother Wei is truly chivalrous. I have no objections." "Me neither. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to make the acquaintance of Brother Wei." "Likewise, I have no objections either." As the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, Wei Ran proceeded to distribute the remains of the great beast among the crowd. After a round of flattery, the assembly gradually took their leave. At that moment, the setting sun cast its glow upon the blood-stained ground, the dying light resembling crimson, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Chapter 29. Qingfeng City. In the following days, Wei Ran did not hasten his journey but instead took the time to observe the mountains and waters, meandering at a leisurely pace while continuously refining the medicinal properties of the extraordinary fruit. Unbeknownst to him, his white hair gradually turned black, and the traces of age faded from his visage. appearing youthful as though he were merely in his teens. Feeling the burgeoning vitality within, Wei Ran could not help but let out a long howl, the resonance startling countless birds into flight. It was not until the 5th day that the searing heat began to dissipate. As he examined himself, he noticed a thick layer of black grime enveloping his arms. And upon further inspection, he found his entire body shrouded in filth. A faint whiff revealed a nauseating stench that was quite repugnant. Seeking a nearby pool of water, he took the opportunity to cleanse himself. Upon emerging from the water, his already handsome visage appeared even more striking, his brows arched like mountain peaks, his face chiseled with a sharpness that exuded gallantry. After consuming some wild fruits and spring water, he unfurled the map he had acquired prior to entering the capital. Although the depiction was coarse and vague, it provided a general sense of direction. Currently, he found himself in Qingfeng City, 1,000 miles west of the Zhao Kingdom. Having traversed the mountains rather than the main roads, it was well known that the mutton in Qingfeng City was exceptionally delectable, often mentioned by travelers who stayed overnight in Wei family town. With this in mind, Wei Ran harnessed the spiritual energy within him and moved like the wind. After an hour and a half, he arrived in Qingfeng City. As he stepped into the city, he was greeted by a strong scent of mutton in the air. Although he was not a frequent consumer of mutton, he couldn't help but appreciate its authentic aroma. He soon settled into a well-decorated tavern and called for 2 pounds of mutton and half a pound of strong liquor. As the food and drink slid down his throat, he felt the dust of travel dissipate. Just as he was about to indulge further, a lamb unexpectedly emerged from beneath the table. Wei Ran was taken aback. His senses were finely tuned, and it was impossible for an ordinary creature to approach him unnoticed. The lamb had soft fur and large, expressive eyes, nuzzling against Wei Ran's legs. "Goodness, how did this little lamb end up here?" exclaimed a woman at the counter, hastily summoning the staff to capture it. However, the lamb was small and agile, darting about, and despite the efforts of 3 or 4 attendants, they struggled to catch it. With the swiftness of lightning, Wei Ran seized the lamb by its neck. The staff were taken aback, as if a gust of wind had passed through, revealing the man in white standing before them. "Such impressive skill. Why are you not helping to hold it? Can't you see what's needed?" chided the woman, prompting the young attendant to rush forward to take the lamb. Wei Ran deftly evaded the attendant's grasp and, with a cool demeanor, stated, "I wish to purchase this lamb. How much does it cost?" Upon hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow before breaking into a smile. "It is indeed delightful for a guest to appreciate our mutton, especially tender lamb such as this. Allow me to assist in roasting it for you. It will be an unforgettable treat." Wei Ran's gaze turned icy as he produced a piece of silver with a snowflake pattern, declaring, "This silver is sufficient to acquire it, and its fate is mine to determine. There is no need for the proprietress to concern herself with such matters." The woman continued, "Dear guest, it is not that we are unwilling to part with the lamb, but the regulations of Qingfeng City prohibit such creatures from being present. If discovered by the officials, how could my humble establishment continue to operate? I implore you to leave it to me." "Indeed, young man, what are you thinking? The proprietress has made herself clear. Why insist on forcing a transaction?" shouted another voice. "You think you can bully Mrs. Liu? Do you consider the men of Qingfeng City to be cowards? Return it at once. You must abide by the rules upon entering Qingfeng City." The noise continued to escalate. Wei Ran lightly stepped forward, causing the stone bricks beneath him to crack, spreading fissures over a considerable area. The regulations of Qingfeng City would naturally be upheld, and he would ensure that this lamb would not be exposed to the eyes of the city. "Should you speak further, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness." The diners, witnessing the prowess of this man, fell silent, lowering their heads to focus on their meals. At that moment, a man burst from the kitchen, brandishing a cleaver and threateningly exclaimed, "Which blind fool dares to act brazenly in my territory? Are you seeking death?" Upon closer inspection, it was a pale-faced man who, upon seeing Wei Ran, felt his courage wane and swung the cleaver toward his head. The patrons, however, remained calm, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the unfolding scene. Wei Ran frowned and swiftly kicked the cleaver from the man's hand, seizing his right arm and deftly twisting it to subdue the butcher. "Let me go, or I will summon the authorities to apprehend you, scoundrel!" the man cried out, grimacing in pain as he knelt, tears brimming in his eyes, yet his bravado remained intact. "You dog, how dare you strike me? Once you're imprisoned, I will ensure you pay dearly." "Enough." Wei Ran's expression turned icy as he sent the foul-mouthed butcher flying. "Should I see you again, I shall ensure you bleed." With that, he took his sword and cradled the lamb, preparing to exit the tavern. At that moment, a gust of wind surged beside him. Wei Ran turned, using his sword to deflect an object that fell to the ground. What a cowardly wretch, relying on a mere smattering of skills to bully others. "This is the Zhao kingdom. How dare you ruffians act with impunity?" A voice from the second floor spoke coolly, the owner's phoenix eyes revealing a glint of coldness. With a gesture, a group of subordinates descended swiftly, surrounding Wei Ran. "Who are you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Wei Ran replied coldly. The man adjusted his attire and descended the stairs with an air of arrogance, declaring, "I am Qing Mu Yun from Qingfeng Academy. You shall not take this lamb out today." Qingfeng Academy? Could it possibly be the one in the capital? Wei Ran mused. There can be no other Qingfeng Academy in Zhao. How impressive, a top scholar indeed. The diners exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with envy at the mention of Qingfeng Academy, the foremost institution in the capital, admitting only the highest achievers. To be associated with such an esteemed academy indicated wealth or nobility, and this young man was bound for great accomplishments. "So you are the top scholar, pray tell. What skills do you possess to keep me here?" Wei Ran responded with unflappable composure, showing no signs of emotional disturbance. Qing Mu Yun anticipated that revealing his status would intimidate Wei Ran into retreating, but instead, it only fueled his irritation. "The laws of Qingfeng City are to be observed by all. Why must you defy them? Must the entire city rise against you to compel your compliance? Then let the city lord come to confront me. There is no need for the top scholar to concern himself," Wei Ran replied, provoking further ire in Qing Mu Yun, who signaled his subordinates to take action. Yet, before they could move, a blur world passed, and as the commotion subsided, they found themselves in a heap on the floor. Wei Ran stepped before Qing Mu Yun, stating indifferently, "I know not what ties you have with Qing Mu Yao, but you fall far short of him." Boom. Qing Mu Yun's mind was a cacophony, and for a moment, his face turned as pale as death. Trembling, he extended his hand and urged, "Quickly inform Lord Lang of the situation. Tell him that someone in Qingfeng City is deliberately violating the laws. He must come swiftly to eradicate them." Wei Ran, upon hearing this, swiftly kicked him away, sending him sprawling 3 zhang distant. Coldly, he gazed at him and remarked, "Today, I tell you, no one can intervene. You should count yourself fortunate to hold an official title. Otherwise, it wouldn't merely be a kick from me." Chapter 30. The Secret of the Lamb. As deep autumn settled in, a chilling desolation enveloped the air. Wei Ran halted his steps, his demeanor indifferent. "This place is over 10 li from the city. You certainly possess remarkable patience," he stated. The wind rustled through the fields, creating waves across the golden wheat. "Ha ha. The little one is quite perceptive. How did you discover the old man's presence?" A disheveled old man, wielding a shepherd's whip, emerged from the wheat field. His triangular eyes fixated on Wei Ran. Although he smiled, an unsettling chill emanated from him, evoking dread. Qingfeng City was no ordinary place. Even a minor master had formidable skills. "You have thwarted me time and again. It seems this little lamb harbors significant secrets," Wei Ran mused, as he planted his heavy sword before him and addressed the old man. The shepherd rubbed his glistening bald head and complained, "Who says otherwise? It's merely a lamb. Why resort to violence? How about granting the old man some face and handing over the lamb to me? In return, I shall offer you something of value." "Oh, what treasures do you possess, old sir?" Wei Ran inquired, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. The old man chuckled, reaching into his robes, and suddenly launched a dark projectile. "Seeking to extract valuables from the old man? It seems you are overly confident." Wei Ran leaned back, narrowly avoiding the close-range ambush. He then witnessed the old man leap into the air, his whip swirling towards his head. Crack! The whip struck with a sharp crack, and Wei Ran swung his sword in response, only to find the whip coiling around the blade, executing a return strike. Though he reacted swiftly, a mark appeared on his face from the whip. What a remarkable technique! It surpasses the skills of the previous few. With that thought, Wei Ran forcefully stepped forward, seizing the whip to pull the shepherd towards him. The old man soared into the air, but as he floated, his right hand transformed into a claw and struck at Wei Ran. Unfazed, Wei Ran retaliated with a punch. Unexpectedly, the old man executed a cunning maneuver mid-air, twisting and rolling, delivering a kick. Their strikes collided, causing Wei Ran to retreat several steps, while the shepherd remained firmly planted, his expression astonished. Such internal strength at such a young age. "Whose child are you?" Wei Ran withdrew his fist, his robes billowing as he coldly stated, "Who are you? As a minor master, do you take pleasure in bullying the weak? Do you not care for your reputation?" "Reputation?" The old shepherd scoffed. "Having lived most of my life, I have long since earned my respect. Now is the time to utilize it. I shall give you one last chance. Hand over the lamb, or face death. Then come and take my life." Wei Ran replied, unflinching, his eyes shimmering with sorrow, as his figure began to blur, unaware of the consequences. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. A gust of wind stirred the golden wheat, sending ripples through the field. The shepherd brandished his whip, creating a dark yellow barrier around himself. As the wind struck the barrier, it rapidly cracked and shattered. The old shepherd, filled with fury, let out a laugh tinged with madness, discarding the shattered remnants of his sheep-driving whip. Clenching his fist, he struck against the incoming sword tip. Both combatants retreated several paces. Yet it was evident that the elder's claw technique was formidable. After his retreat, he charged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of claw prints with his swinging hands. Wei Ran wielded his heavy sword, shattering the assaults with swift steps, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a fierce downward strike upon the old man's head. Aware of the sword's might, the shepherd dared not to meet it head-on, instead retreating with a swift kick against the ground. However, Wei Ran would not permit such an easy escape, executing a vertical slash that morphed into a diagonal cut, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The old shepherd, undeterred by fear, resolutely grounded his palm against the earth and evaded the strike, countering with a powerful palm imprint. At his level of mastery, he could now unleash a portion of his inner strength externally. Wei Ran's pupils narrowed as he evaded the palm strike, resembling a drifting maple leaf, only to find the old man's claw lunging towards him. Indeed, the old shepherd was not to be underestimated. His composure and skill were formidable. The previous palm strike had merely been a feint, meant to intimidate. The true threat lay in the spectral claw that now threatened his life. A cruel smile crept across the old man's face, confident in his technique, which had claimed the lives of many in his realm. He believed he had left no openings. This peculiar youth, despite his strange methods, lacked the cleverness to outmaneuver him. His lips curled into a sinister grin, envisioning the moment when he would crush the youth's throat, picturing the helpless, sorrowful convulsions of the dying. Yet, as the claw mark clasped around Wei Ran's neck, the anticipated sound of bone shattering never came. Instead, the youth's figure dissipated like mist. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. The old shepherd bellowed in rage, spinning around in fury. Suddenly, a drop of rain landed on his face, and his frostbitten visage expanded in shock. An array of sword shadows enveloped him. And before he could comprehend the source of the fatal strike, his head soared into the air. Wei Ran, shaking the hilt of his sword, sent a spray of crimson droplets erupting from the golden wheat fields before him. His gaze was profound, and he murmured softly, "The slayer of men is eternally pursued by death." Having dealt with the formidable small master, Wei Ran opened the bamboo basket, releasing the little lamb. The tiny white creature quivered as it emerged, glancing around before scurrying to nestle against Wei Ran's feet. "You are quite the perceptive little one. Are you perhaps a beast in disguise?" The lamb blinked its innocent eyes, letting out a soft bleat. Wei Ran stroked its face, swiftly dismissing the rising doubts in his heart. As night fell, Wei San sat by the riverbank, lost in thought as he gazed into the flickering campfire. It seemed that since he embarked on the martial path, he had never experienced such tranquility, always caught up in a relentless pursuit and struggle. After some time, he rose to gather some tinder grass, approaching the bamboo basket. As he opened the container to release the lamb, he was taken aback to find the little white creature curled up tightly inside, its soft fur trembling violently. Wei Ran furrowed his brow, since autumn had arrived. The nights had grown quite chilly. Though he was untouched due to his inner strength, he had overlooked the discomfort of the seemingly small lamb. His sudden surge of compassion was intended to prevent its demise upon the butcher's block. Yet, as the visitors from Qingfeng City increased in frequency, unease began to stir within him. What incredible value did this lamb possess that warranted such relentless pursuit? After much contemplation, Wei Ran could not discern the reason behind it. Slowly, he extended his hand to touch the lamb, and immediately, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. However, the next moment, Wei Ran's eyes widened in shock as an overwhelming rage erupted from his chest. He witnessed the lamb's wool melting away like snow as his spiritual energy flowed into it. And in the blink of an eye, the lamb transformed into a child. Beasts, they are all beasts. At that moment, all doubts vanished. Why did Qingfeng City go to such lengths to retrieve this lamb? Why was the owner of the Mutton Tavern so adamant? They were engaged in some nefarious deed. Perhaps trafficking children, or even worse, cannibalism or other heinous acts. As the child's breathing gradually steadied, Wei Ran withdrew his hand and stumbled to the riverbank, desperately gagging as he fought the urge to retch. Collapsing at the water's edge, his eyes gleamed with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Such vile actions beneath the Zhao Kingdom compelled him to investigate Qingfeng City thoroughly. After a considerable time, Wei Ran shakily rose, cradling the child as he intended to return. However, upon turning around, he saw a figure standing on the surface of the river. Chapter 31. Chui Lantai. The figure was petite, wearing a conical hat, effortlessly gliding above the water, exhibiting remarkable lightness and movement. Wei Ran placed the child in a bamboo basket and turned to address her. What counsel do you offer? My lady, is it Chui he whom you have harmed? The voice, melodious and enchanting, undoubtedly belonged to a woman. Without flinching, Wei Ran replied, Chui he was injured by a master of the iron palm. It is not my fault. If you seek him, I can reveal his whereabouts. Upon hearing this, the woman's beauty was momentarily overshadowed by a frown beneath her hat as she questioned, Is your surname Wei? My brother claims he was hurt by someone named Wei, not by some master of the iron palm. A surname of Wei, indeed, Wei Ran responded, his temper flaring and feeling no guilt about withholding Zhou Yun's location. He spoke curtly, It is true that your brother attempted to obstruct the emperor's choice of a consort, and his injury was a consequence of his own actions. He cannot blame others. If you truly care for him, teach him some principles of conduct. Silence. How dare you slander the prestigious Chui family? Chui Lantai abruptly drew her slender sword, leaping onto the water's surface to attack Wei Ran with a swift strike. Wei Ran twisted his sword to parry the blow, swiftly countering and deflecting her assault while extending his blade horizontally. Chui Lantai made a slight movement of her wrist to block the strike. Yet, the force of Wei Ran's heavy sword was something even a master would hesitate to confront, and Chui Lantai boldly met its edge. In an instant, she felt as though struck by a massive rock, a sweet taste rising in her throat, her hat flying off. Wei Ran was momentarily taken aback, hastily reducing his force and catching Chui Lantai by the waist, exclaiming, If you cannot withstand it, why not evade? Why insist on taking the hit? For the first time, Chui Lantai found herself so close to a man, and upon witnessing his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to rise. Wei Ran firmly seated her back down, rising to say, Enough. If your skills are lacking, return and practice diligently. Do not provoke me again. And once you stabilize your injuries, return. With that, Wei Ran hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back and made his way toward Qingfeng City. Chui Lantai bit her lip tightly, feeling indignant as she exclaimed, This time it was my oversight. Next time, you shall await my return. Wei Ran shook his head, unimpressed by the woman's bravado, suspecting that her prior display of agility was merely a superficial show of strength. Noticing that he did not slow his pace, Chui Lantai hastily called out, Hey, are you really going to leave a frail woman like me here, especially when I am injured? Don't go, don't go. I can share secrets about Qingfeng City. Take me with you. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran finally slowed down and replied, Speak, then. Chui Lantai unsteadily rose to her feet and approached him, attempting to assume an intimidating demeanor. After glaring at him, she stated, The lord of Qingfeng City, Lang Bumming, has a particular fondness for mutton, which has led to a proliferation of sheep traders within the city. The competition among these traders is fierce, as you can imagine. Get to the point. Wei Ran interjected, casting her a dismissive glance. Consequently, these sheep traders have resorted to dubious methods, employing some sort of nefarious potion that can transform adults into large sheep and children into lambs. The flavor of the sheep produced by this method is extraordinarily delectable, leading to a frenzy among the traders who believe that as long as they can profit, the distinction between human and livestock is negligible. Wei Ran's expression darkened, his eyes growing colder as he questioned Chui Lantai. Is it truly possible that such wickedness exists beneath the law of the land? Does Lang Bumming not realize that this is a capital offense? Chui Lantai regarded him with a look of incredulity and scoffed. Think carefully with your feeble mind. If he had no powerful backing, would he dare act so brazenly? Today, I shall enlighten you, but you must not speak of this to anyone else. Do you understand? Wei Ran nodded, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Lang Bumming was once a disciple of the Taiji sect in Donglin Prefecture, skilled in palm techniques, and later allied himself with the court, leading to his appointment as the guardian of Qingfeng City. According to a secret letter received by the Chui family, Lang Bumming shares a close friendship with the third prince, both of whom are fond of mutton, particularly lambs, consuming 3 in a single meal. Do you understand now? Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, sensing the intricacies in Chui Lantai's words, and could not help but smirk. Miss Chui seems to have done her research thoroughly. Are you seeking to leverage my strength against the third prince? Chui Lantai's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, Indeed, I have that intention. But it all depends on whether young Master Wei possesses a heart for chivalry. According to rumors, the third prince has requested 300 lambs from Lang Bumming. 300. That will surely last a while. Wei Ran felt a sense of calm wash over him as he clasped his hands together, stating, Since beginning my cultivation, I have always prioritized preserving my life and have no desire to meddle in others' affairs. However, this matter has stirred the ire of heaven and humanity alike. Though my cultivation is still shallow, my heart is resolute. I am willing to risk my life to carve a path for the people of Qingfeng City. I ask you, then, to care for this child. Should I tragically perish in the city, please find a good family for him." As he handed over the bamboo basket, Cui Lantai's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, questioning, "What are you planning to do, young Master Wei? There are thousands of guards in the city, and if you charge in recklessly, you may not even see him. If you trust me, I am certain you will see me succeed." Wei Ran pondered for a moment before agreeing with determination, and together they made their way into the city. However, despite her injuries being minor, Cui Lantai's pace was still affected. Embracing Cui Lantai once more, he hurriedly traversed the path, the mournful wind urging him forward. Within half an hour, they arrived in the city. Cui Lantai, feeling the heat blooming on her cheeks, swiftly extricated herself from Wei Ran's embrace. Approaching the inn, she hastily settled the payment for 2 rooms before retreating inside. Wei Ran scratched his head, aware that his earlier actions had crossed a boundary. Yet, rules are rigid while the living are not. Resolutely, he entered the room and closed the door to focus on his practice. However, it was not long before Wei Ran gently knocked on Cui Lantai's door. Upon its opening, he beheld her hair adorned with droplets of water, as if she had just emerged from a bath. "Is there something you require, young Master Wei?" Cui Lantai inquired. Wei Ran's expression momentarily faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "The child seems to be fussing, likely due to hunger. Would Miss Cui be so kind as to summon a wet nurse?" "Me?" Cui Lantai pointed to herself, unable to suppress a smile. "At this late hour, where would one find a wet nurse? Never mind, I have some goat's milk. I shall warm it for him." With that, she entered the room to stoke a fire, and shortly thereafter, she emerged with a bowl of warmed goat's milk. Wei Ran reached out to feed the child, but Cui Lantai swiftly swatted his hand away, taking the child herself. After checking the temperature, she gently brought the milk to the infant's lips. The child, perceptive as he was, quieted instantly, suckling adorably. Seeing the child finally at peace, Wei Ran let out a sigh of relief. He poured himself a cup of tea and offered it to the young woman, saying, "Thank you, Miss Cui, for your assistance. Without your willingness to help, this child would have surely suffered tonight." Cui Lantai rolled her eyes, accepting the tea and taking a sip. "Such trifles do not require thanks. You may return now. After all, it is rather inconvenient for a lone man and woman to share a space. Rest assured, the child is safe with me." Wei Ran, having no objections, expressed his gratitude once more before exiting Cui Lantai's room. Once the door closed, she erupted into a fit of laughter, only to be reminded of his strikingly handsome face, which sent a flush to her cheeks. Alone on her stool, she felt both shy and annoyed. Chapter 32, A Tale of the Cui Family. The following day, Wei Ran sat in meditation. Ever since the inner power within him transformed into droplets of water, he frequently employed his inner vision to explore the intricate pathways of his body, skillfully maneuvering the water droplets throughout. As they danced within him, his meridians grew more robust and expansive, revealing a vast reservoir at his core. This was a hidden treasure. Yet Wei Ran could currently only summon a few drops of water. Nevertheless, through diligent practice, he gradually gleaned insights. Though the process was painstakingly slow, the path he walked was undeniably solid. A knock echoed from outside the door, interrupting his meditation. Rising, he opened it to find a woman clad in a pink dress. Her smile radiant, her eyes brimming with gentle affection. The little one in her arms seemed enchanted, grinning blissfully. "Is it pleasing to the eye, young Master Wei? I hope you do not drool if you gaze any longer," Cui Lantai teased, her playful tone betraying the delight swelling in her heart. The Cui family wielded considerable influence, and from a young age, she harbored thoughts that others could scarcely comprehend. While other girls were engrossed in reading, writing, and domestic arts, she dedicated herself to the mastery of swordplay and the pursuit of martial excellence. As 2 decades of blossoming youth have passed, no suitor has dared to approach the door of the Cui family. The family dotes on their eldest daughter, yet while they are eager to find a worthy match, they also indulge Cui Lantai in her martial pursuits. Consequently, she has yet to experience the flutter of her heart. However, following yesterday's events, it seems that even this ironclad exterior has begun to bloom. Early this morning, in a flurry of urgency, the Cui family summoned her personal maid to style her hair with flowers and select exquisite garments infused with fragrance. The maids, filled with curiosity, peered through the crack of the door, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of their young mistress's bashful demeanor. Wei Ran, regaining his composure, spoke softly. "Miss Cui appears as a completely different person today. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness." Upon hearing this, Cui Lantai's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she playfully inquired, "Tell me, young Master Wei, who do you find more beautiful, The me of yesterday or the me of today? You mustn't tell a lie. Wei Ran scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, his heart racing and his face flushed. Witnessing the usually icy demeanor of the man reveal such awkwardness brought Cui Lantai immense delight. She gently placed the child she had been holding onto Wei Ran's lap and laughed. "Ah, I shan't tease you any longer, young Master Wei. Let us first have our meal. After which I shall introduce you to my elders, who will recount last night's events." Wei Ran nodded in agreement, and they descended the stairs together. The common area below was quiet and unoccupied, with a table laden with dishes awaiting them. Sitting across from each other, Cui Lantai enthusiastically picked up a bun and placed it in Wei Ran's bowl, saying, "This is made by my family's cook. Please enjoy it without reservation." Wei Ran acknowledged her gesture but replied, "Miss Cui, there is no need for such formality. I am but a rough man of the Jianghu, accustomed to the hardships of life. I feel quite ashamed to receive such kindness from you." Cui Lantai suppressed a light laugh, her refined demeanor shining through. For a moment, Wei Ran found himself restless, hastily consuming a few bites before making a hasty retreat from the inn. What could this mean? It can only mean one thing: he is shy. Can a man truly be shy? Such thoughts were exchanged between the two maids, who continued to whisper and comment on Wei Ran's character. Meanwhile, their young mistress furrowed her brow, pondering whether young Master Wei disapproved of her mannerisms. It seemed she would need to engage with him more frequently. Resolutely, Cui Lantai took a few more bites before setting down her chopsticks and walking towards the door. "Does young Master Wei not favor my demeanor?" she asked directly. Wei Ran shook his head, calming his thoughts before responding. "Miss Cui, you are knowledgeable and gracious, with a gentle disposition that is truly delightful. It is unlikely that anyone in this world would dislike you." Stars twinkled in Cui Lantai's beautiful eyes as she absorbed Wei Ran's words, her heart swelling with joy. Just as she intended to inquire further about his preferences, two carriages pulled up outside the inn. The floral curtain by the window was drawn aside, revealing a man with a resolute visage. His deep-set gaze briefly met Wei Ran's before he nodded with acknowledgement and turned to Cui Lantai, smiling. "Lantai, have I arrived at an inconvenient time? What can be done if it is inconvenient? Shall I send you away?" Cui Lantai playfully responded, hopping into the carriage, eager to invite Wei Ran to join her. However, a servant approached and guided Wei Ran to the carriage at the back. "Well, it seems you are in high spirits. We shall certainly meet again upon our return home." Cui Tianxing gently patted his beloved daughter's arm, smiling as he spoke. Cui Lantai, however, wore a sullen expression and muttered, "Young Master Wei is no ordinary man. He is formidable. Even Hu Di is no match for him." How do you know this?" Cui Tianxing felt a jolt of surprise within and quickly grasped Cui Lantai's arm to check her pulse, discovering she bore some injuries. His countenance darkened at once as he began to contemplate how to deal with that young man. Noticing her father's silence, Cui Lantai hurriedly interjected, "It is not young Master Wei's fault. It was I who overstepped and tried to block his sword, leading to this. It is not his doing. You must not bully him, or I shall tell grandfather that you are forcing me to marry." Cui Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Do you wish to hear what you are saying? Am I not your own father? Should I simply give you to him?" "Oh dear, what are you saying, father?" Cui Lantai's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, adopting an innocent demeanor. With a heart full of pent-up frustration, they finally returned to the Cui residence. This place was not the main estate of the Cui family, but rather the retreat of the elder family patriarch. While it was not overly large, it was sufficiently secluded and elegant. As they disembarked from the carriage, Wei Ran had yet to offer his respects when he was abruptly interrupted by a muffled grunt. Confounded by the man's change in demeanor, Wei Ran followed Cui Lantai into the estate. As they traversed the long corridor within, they arrived at a pavilion, situated near a bamboo grove. Raising his gaze, one beheld a lush expanse of verdant greenery. Cui Lantai remarked, "This bamboo grove is dear to my grandfather's heart. It was transported from Donlin for planting. Its unique characteristic is its year-round verdancy, which brings a sense of tranquility." Wei Ran nodded in agreement, captivated by the swaying bamboo leaves, though he realized that meditative practice was not feasible at this moment, and he suppressed the enlightening sensations that arose. "Do not dawdle. Take a seat," Cui Tianxing admonished the two with a glare. Wei Ran complied and stated directly, "I presume Lantai has already conveyed matters to you. May I inquire about your plans?" Cui Tianxing noted that the teacup was empty and felt that the young man was unreliable. He grumbled, "To know the plan is simple. First, I must ascertain if you possess the qualifications to listen. Are you willing to spar a bit?" Wei Ran nodded. "Why would I hesitate? Please, enlighten me." Cui Lantai wished to interject, but found that the two had already leaped into the bamboo grove. They exchanged no further words and immediately engaged in a fierce duel. After a rapid succession of 20 or so exchanges, the combat came to a halt. Returning to the pavilion, Chui Lantai stifled a laugh as she poured tea for her father, who shot her a fierce glare before draining the cup. Wei Ran, feeling somewhat awkward, raised his cup in apology. I sincerely apologize, Uncle Chui. I thought you could evade that punch. Who knew you? Umph. That was merely a moment of carelessness. Otherwise, we could have continued to spar and see if I were indeed lying. Please, let us not dwell on that. You should promptly discuss the plan with young Master Wei. His skills are already somewhat known and will surely not disrupt this endeavor. Chui Tianxing was well aware of this. Yet he remained quite displeased. However, as the conversation shifted to serious matters, his tone grew solemn. According to intelligence gathered by Chui family's covert operatives, the third prince will, in 2 days, discreetly arrive at West Crane Lake, 3 miles outside Qingfeng City. At that time, the city lord, Lang Bumming, will host a grand banquet. And given his nature, he will undoubtedly extend invitations to many noble families of Qingfeng City. Shihe Lake may not be vast, unable to accommodate many guards. Yet it undoubtedly attracts skilled practitioners of the martial world. Compared to the city, this presents a splendid opportunity for assassination. As for the third prince, it is preferable to allow him to escape. Otherwise, a great calamity may befall Qingfeng City. Wei Ran's gaze deepened, an involuntary chill emanating from him as he spoke coolly. What, then, are your arrangements? At what moment should I act? Chapter 33, The Intent of Falling Flowers. The indifference of flowing water. It is said that the third prince of Zhao, Zhao Quan, possesses a remarkable talent for imitating landscapes. His ink strokes exuding a profound essence that is both vivid and lifelike. He is also known for his charming demeanor, leaving a trail of affections wherever he goes. A carriage traversed the official road. While its exterior seemed unremarkable, its interior was a veritable paradise, adorned with opulence. Golden platters concealed delicacies, allowing one to indulge while nestled beside a beautiful companion. A middle-aged man, seemingly accustomed to this lifestyle, sat quietly with closed eyes, unaffected by the world outside. Zhao Quan, his eyes glazed with intoxication, glanced at the man beside him and chuckled. Healy, you have accompanied me for many years. Yet you remain as unyielding as a block of wood, devoid of enjoyment. Come, let us share a drink. Healy remained seated like a statue, only exhaling softly. Your Highness, I appreciate your warmth, but I cannot indulge. The journey to Qingfeng City is long. I must remain alert and vigilant, lest I grow complacent. Zhao Quan shook his head, dismissing the dullard, and resumed his playful banter with the 2 beautiful maidservants beside him. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the window. Healy's eyes snapped open, his body cat-like as he leapt from the carriage. In less than half a moment, he shattered a man's throat with a single punch before soaring back into the carriage. Zhao Quan gestured for a handkerchief from a maidservant, a smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought that trouble would find me so soon after leaving the palace? Is it my elder brother or my second brother who sent these spies? Truly, it is hard to guess. Healy wiped the blood from his hands, his gaze sweeping over the 2 maidservants, revealing a murderous intent. As the maidservants gasped in alarm, a pair of powerful hands crushed their necks. Zhao Qiu with a silent sigh, Wei Ran sheathed his sword and approached the nearby table. Chui Lantai had been observing for quite some time, her eyes filled with admiration. She was aware of Wei Gongzi's exceptional martial prowess, yet she had not anticipated the exquisite finesse of his swordplay. Even without engaging him directly, she could sense an inexplicable sorrow emanating from his movements. Chui Lantai pondered whether, should someone spar with him, they might weep uncontrollably amidst their exchanges. Though she found the notion unlikely, the mere thought brought a smile to her face. Wei Ran took a seat, and Chui Lantai proactively poured him tea, inquiring with concern. Wei Gongzi, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. What plans do you have after resolving the matters of Qingfeng City? Wei Ran sipped his tea and replied, I once promised someone I would procure a piece of fallen celestial iron. After addressing the issues in Qingfeng City, I shall set forth to fulfill that promise. Chui Lantai's expression darkened momentarily before she inquired, is that person a man or a woman? A formidable woman, he responded. Her fists are incredibly powerful. Oh, Wei Gongzi, you are indeed fortunate to have such enchanting companions. Chui Lantai's tone was tinged with melancholy as she gazed intently at Wei Ran. In your heart, who holds greater significance, myself or that young lady? Caught off guard, Wei Ran averted his gaze to the bamboo grove, asking, where is old Master Chui? I have not seen him since my arrival. Is he occupied with urgent matters? Chui Lantai, sensing his deflection, replied sulkily, who knows? Since returning here, he has been elusive, scouring for rare treasures. I have not seen him for 2 years. Ah, I see, Wei Ran said, pouring himself another cup of tea. The atmosphere took on a mystical quality as the conversation shifted. Just as Chui Lantai contemplated pressing further, a figure appeared at the doorway. Wei Ran, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly approached and said, "Chui Bofu, my martial skills have improved significantly over the past few days. Shall we engage in some practice? It would help solidify my training." Chui Tianxing retorted, "Wei Gongzi, you are being excessive." With that, Chui Lantai stamped her foot in frustration and stormed off. "Ah, another instance of bullying my precious daughter. Let us see how I deal with you." Chui Tianxing, equally incensed, raised his foot to kick at Wei Ran. This time, Wei Ran understood the need to restrain his strength, and the two exchanged blows with fervor. After a considerable time, they returned to the table, Chui Tianxing's frustration having lessened. He spoke in a serious tone, "You must have an inkling of my daughter's feelings. She has never endured any hardship throughout her life. If you hold any affection for her, be bold about it. I do not expect you to achieve great heights, just treat her well. At that time, whether you wish to remain in the Chui family or return to your ancestral home is up to you, but you must bear a child for our family. That is a non-negotiable rule." Wei Ran fell silent. He was well aware of Chui Lantai's sentiments. Who could resist the allure of such a refined young lady? Yet, the image of another woman suddenly flashed through his mind. He wondered how she was faring now, in this tumultuous whirl of emotions. He hesitated to accept Chui Lantai's affections and replied earnestly, "To win the favor of your esteemed daughter is a stroke of fortune. Yet my heart has always been devoted to another. I cannot easily betray that bond. Therefore, I kindly ask you to inform Lantai that I, Wei, am not a suitable partner." "Well, at least you are a man who speaks honestly. I shall convey this to Lantai. As for your future interactions with her, it would be wise to limit them. Do you understand?" Wei Ran nodded, fully cognizant of the implications. Chui Tian sighed deeply, his expression growing grave as he spoke. "Tomorrow, the third prince will arrive at Shiha Lake. Lang Bumian will certainly personally arrange the banquet tonight, so I plan to dispatch 10 sixth-rank martial artists to accompany you. They will protect you as you infiltrate Lang Bumian's surroundings. The rest depends on your capabilities." Wei Ran nodded. In recent days, he had received enough intelligence about Lang Bumian to be confident in his ability to defeat him. A martial artist of the 5th rank from decades ago. Now entrusted with the responsibility of a city lord and burdened with trifles, his martial progression would surely be limited, likely at most reaching the 8th rank. Moreover, with his comprehension of the third sword, his swordsmanship had significantly improved. He felt confident he could slay those of the small master level, like the old shepherd he had encountered before. Chapter 34, Fiery Skies. As night fell, Wei Ran donned a dark cloak and met with the 10 martial artists. Sensing the disdain in their gazes, he did not hold back. He hurled his heavy sword and proclaimed, "If any of you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall escort you to carry out the execution." The martial artists' eyes gleamed with fervor, ready to act. But as they felt the overwhelming power of the sword that had struck the ground, they halted abruptly, silencing their voices. Even their gazes grew noticeably clearer. Wei Ran cast a cold glance at them. Seeing no one show any signs of challenge, he spoke indifferently, "Since none wish to spar, let us depart." With that, the group swiftly executed their lightness techniques, lightly leaping from rooftop to rooftop like phantoms, soundless and swift. Shiha Lake was still a considerable distance from the Chui family estate, requiring a hurried journey of 15 li. However, for the 6th-rank martial artists, it was merely a moment's respite. 2 hours later, the sky had fully darkened, and the group gazed at the flickering lights on the lake's surface, awaiting their next move. At this moment, a grand structure had risen on the lake, brilliantly illuminated even at this late hour, with colorful boats crossing paths, creating a scene of bustling activity. Armored soldiers lined the shore, tightly encircling the lake, patrolling back and forth in a stringent defense. Wei Ran utilized his skills to alight upon a flower boat, and before the crew aboard could react, he swiftly struck down several foes, binding them in capture. He then maneuvered the boat closer to the shore. The 10 martial artists quickly dispatched over a dozen soldiers, changing into their attire and boarding the flower boat. As the flower boat began to glide across the water, swiftly approaching other vessels, they had not gone far before a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. With minimal cover on the boat and the arrows ignited with oil, despite the martial artists' desperate attempts to defend themselves, the onslaught was relentless, and soon the flower boat was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, they were not ordinary practitioners. They all leaped into the water to evade the barrage. Seeing the relentless rain of arrows, Wei Ran felt an urgency rise within him. He then stepped onto the water's surface. His internal energy surged, and as he waved his arms, 2 towering columns of water erupted from the lake, a sight to behold. The incoming arrows seemed to be drawn in, spiraling into the water columns. The martial artists on the lake were left astounded. Was this even considered martial arts? It was simply outrageous. Who would dare to challenge him? And who could possibly succeed? On the tower above, a man in a brocade robe turned pale. Panic setting in as the food and drink scattered across the table. He shouted in alarm. Where are those ruffians? Not a single shadow is to be seen when needed. Quickly send word to Si Gung and Li Sun. They must come swiftly to intercept this person. As Wei Ran achieved mastery in his technique, he yearned to stride across the waves and ascend the pavilion. At that moment, hundreds of figures surged forth like shadows, each wielding distinct weapons, yet united by the malevolence in their gazes as they advanced with lethal intent. The air resonated with thunderous roars as the battle on the lake escalated, and 10 martial masters emerged, armed and ready to confront the impending threat alongside Wei Ran. However, upon witnessing the dense throng of dark figures, Wei Ran felt an immense weight of pressure. He had indeed underestimated the lord of Qingfeng City, who could summon such a multitude of martial artists. Most of these individuals were around the 5th rank, with the lowest being 3rd rank, while those of the 7th and 8th ranks were scarce. Yet, the formidable 7th and 8th rank martialists charged towards Wei Ran, unyielding in their assault, each employing their unique skills. Wei Ran evaded a palm strike, swiftly drawing his sword to cleave down upon another halberd. The tremendous impact sent that individual staggering back several paces, ultimately submerging into the lake. Before Wei Ran could catch his breath, another assailant brandishing twin heavy hammers struck down from above. He sidestepped the descending hammers, only to feel a sudden shift beneath his feet. A whip-thin tassel snaked around his ankle, followed by a swift and forceful tug. Despite its delicate appearance, the tassel was razor-sharp, and in an instant, blood welled from both of Wei Ran's ankles. Gentlemen, this cripple has exposed his weakness. Quickly, eliminate him. A voice cackled, reveling in the moment. Ah, splendid, splendid. Old woman, you truly know how to strike where it hurts. A silver spear hurtled toward Wei Ran's visage. While blades closed in from either side, Wei Ran raised his hand and struck down, severing the tassel, a sorrowful glint clouding his eyes. Suddenly, countless droplets emerged from the lake's surface, and the approaching martial artists changed countenance, realizing it was too late to retreat. The swirling shadows of the sword formed a lethal perimeter, and anguished cries erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. The once victorious martial experts were transformed into mere remnants of blood and flesh, sinking into the lake and creating blossoms of crimson. The fear that had scattered among the onlookers quickly coalesced once more. What a monster! A true monster! As the figure drew nearer, one among them bellowed, "Fire the cannons! Quickly, fire the cannons, and obliterate this scoundrel!" Boom, boom, boom. Several ornate ships unleashed a cacophony as crimson fireballs erupted in the sky at an astonishing speed. The lake was engulfed in explosions, fierce flames spreading wildly as countless martial artists cried out in despair. The might of the cannons was beyond human resistance. Within the territory of the Zhao Kingdom, cannons were tightly regulated, only deployed in the face of significant warfare. Yet here, in this modest Qingfeng city, their power was unleashed, sending tremors felt even in cities dozens of miles away. Cui Tianxing dropped the piece he had been holding, hastily turning his gaze toward the west. Following the direction of the pavilion, he noticed a dark expanse at the bamboo grove's end, where a chilling wind began to stir ominously. Cui Lantai, agitated, let fall a few drops of blood-red ink from her unfinished handkerchief. She burst out the door, forcefully pushing open the bamboo door of the pavilion, where her father stood by the window, his tone grave as he remarked, "Lantai, we must return to Beihan Prefecture. This place is ultimately not one we can tread upon." Tears streamed down Cui Lantai's cheeks as she shook her head, crying out, "I refuse. I wish to wait for young Master Wei. I still have words to share with him. There is no need to elaborate. He does not harbor feelings for you, so do not further disgrace the Cui family." Cui Tianxing's gaze was icy as he continued, "You have been far too indulgent over the years. Wei Ran is but a lame beggar, utterly unworthy of entering the gates of the Cui residence. Even if you two share a profound connection, I shall never consent to this union." Cui Lantai felt as though struck by a heavy blow, swaying unsteadily, her ears ringing with her father's words. Did he not say that many are fond of me? Surely he must be one of them. No, I refuse to believe it. I must seek him out. With that, Cui Lantai headed for the door. But Cui Tianxing was quicker, using force to render her unconscious, cradling his daughter in his arms, his eyes gradually reddening. This is a cannon, after all. Even if Wei Ran sprouted wings, he could not escape from West Crane Lake. Could he? In the loft, Lang Bumming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Look at that young warrior before the tent, his visage as radiant as jade. Before even leaving the camp, he encounters his beloved. Yet military orders cannot be defied. Romantic sentiments must be cast aside. Two men in black knelt before him, reporting, "My lord, we have searched the lake multiple times and found no survivors." Lang Bumming picked up a piece of tender lamb and placed it in his mouth, savoring its delicate flavor, then squinted and shook his head, saying, "No, no, no. There must be survivors." As he spoke, gazing at the still vibrant waters of the lake, Zhao Quan picked up the prepared paper and brush on the table to sketch. The individuals aboard the vessel fell silent, hesitant to make even the slightest movement. Once his brush came to a stop, Zhao Quan rubbed his temples and reclined on the soft couch to rest. Healy stood with arms crossed, his gaze remarkably tranquil. He too yearned for that person to truly be alive, to engage him in a battle. From the words of these inept individuals, it seemed that the person's martial prowess must lie beyond that of a minor master, in the realm of external condensation. Yet, the ability to harness the power of water was indeed peculiar. As night fell, the lake was adorned with rows of colorful lanterns, flower boats tethered by iron chains, and fireworks soared into the sky, bursting forth in a splendid array of colors. The dancers swayed gracefully, their sheer veils lending an alluring charm, akin to ethereal water nymphs. Uniformed attendants formed a long line, their hands laden with exquisite delicacies, presenting a feast of over 1,000 delectable dishes, flowing steadily into the viewing sea pavilion. Among this procession, a pair of cold, piercing eyes concealed a deadly intent. This individual was Wei Ran. That night, artillery fire engulfed the entirety of West Crane Lake, an overwhelming force beyond the endurance of ordinary men. However, ever since consuming the extraordinary fruit, Wei Ran's internal energy had undergone a complete transformation, compressing into droplets of material that surpassed ordinary internal power by dozens of times. Thus, when terrifying fireballs appeared overhead in an instant, he utilized the force of the lake to form a protective barrier around himself, though this only held for a fleeting moment before dissolving. Upon plunging into the lake, Wei Ran swiftly gathered the corpses of the martial artists. Their bones were resilient, far sturdier than those of ordinary folk, and he used them as a makeshift shield. As the cannon fire rained down relentlessly, Wei Ran had no choice but to continue fishing for bodies in the lake to obstruct the onslaught. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and he miraculously survived. Yet, this was far from the end. Wave after wave of searches ensued. He had to feign death, hiding amidst a pile of corpses, the stench of decay nauseating him to no end, rendering him utterly devoid of appetite, even in the presence of the sumptuous delicacies before him. Prolonged immersion in the water left Wei Ran somewhat pale, but he felt no significant discomfort. It was this very deathly visage that allowed him to evade successive searches. As he stepped through the door, carrying a jade plate, following a thorough inspection for poison, the plate was finally taken inside, while Wei Ran was pushed out. The meticulous precautions made Wei Ran furrow his brow. He had initially intended to storm in and slay the beast, Lang Bumming, but reconsidered. Recognizing the need to ensure his own condition was optimal before engaging in a fierce battle, lest he suffer himself. Gradually, he retreated outside the building, following the leader toward the kitchen. They were then assigned to wash the dishes, and as Wei Ran worked, he pondered his strategy. Suddenly, a flurry of white shadows caught his eye. Lambs, their eyes closed, lifeless. As more and more lambs were dragged in, Wei Ran's expression darkened further, even his hands trembling uncontrollably as he scrubbed the plates. Observing this, the attendant beside him discreetly stepped back, unwilling to continue washing alongside him. These jade plates were of the finest quality. Shattering one would cost him his entire family. Moreover, human nature was unpredictable. What if this deathly visage turned against him? However, this was merely the beginning, as if a switch had been activated. The jade plate in Wei Ran's hand exploded with each lamb that entered, erupting one after another. Goodness! This has nothing to do with me. You devil! How could you be so careless? The servant gasped, fainting from shock, leaving behind a large puddle of yellow liquid. Soon, this scene was discovered, yet Wei Ran remained motionless, momentarily taken into a dark chamber, bound by iron chains. The unfortunate servant was subsequently minced and cast into the lake, becoming nourishment for the fish. Following this brief interlude, the grand feast continued in an orderly fashion, though a sense of trepidation hung in the air, prompting everyone to remain vigilant against further mishaps. The banquet soon approached its commencement, with Zhao Quan reclining half-sitting on his gilded throne, a beautiful concubine feeding him with her delicate fingers. As the crystalline wine flowed, he felt himself soaring, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Below, Lang Bumming engaged in toasts with the city's elite, discussing matters of the marketplace. In the center, a dancer moved gracefully, her alluring performance causing even the most seasoned elders to blush like novices. As the thunderous applause erupted, the prepared fireworks shot into the sky, painting half the heavens with vibrant hues, a spectacle indeed. The ancient horn resounded, heralding the true commencement of this grand feast. Come, let us raise our glasses to welcome the third prince to Qingfeng City, Lang Bumian declared, standing and lifting his cup with a smile. The crowd rose in unison, their cups held high, a cascade of joyous exclamations filling the air. Zhao Quan, his face adorned with a continuous smile, swayed as he lifted his cup to drink. The crisp, rich wine slid down his throat, eliciting an involuntary sigh of pleasure. At that moment, lambs, steaming and fragrant, were ushered into the hall by the servants, their enticing aroma quickly enveloping the entire space. As the guests salivated, swallowing eagerly, even Zhao Quan's eyes reddened at the scent, losing his composure. Hurry, bring it forth. I have longed for this, he urged impatiently. The servants, not daring to delay, promptly placed the dishes before him. However, Zhao Quan, unable to contain himself, rolled up his sleeves and seized a lamb, devouring it hungrily. The expressions of the guests immediately shifted, yet they remained still, casting downward glances at the lamb that writhed in his grasp. This specially prepared lamb was undeniably delicious, but it also bore an addictive quality. Why are you all not eating? Such exquisite flavors must not be allowed to cool. The meat will harden, Zhao Quan exclaimed, his crimson eyes betraying a wild fervor. Clearly displeased, Lang Bumian, seizing a lamb leg, indulged heartily, aligning himself with Zhao Quan's fervor. The city's elite, though aware of the grim reality, were compelled to partake, shoving the tender meat into their mouths. The delightful explosion of flavor filled their mouths, hastening their pace of consumption. While some were sycophantic, a few proud nobles remained aloof, merely observing with indifference, their utensils unmoved. Zhao Quan remained silent, casting a glance at Healy standing nearby, before continuing to feast. Healy, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly moved. In the blink of an eye, those nobles who refused to partake had their brains splattered, blood-spraying acros. I have always been averse to bloodshed. Why not swiftly drag them out and chop them to feed the fish? What a dampener! Healy clasped his fists and quickly began to clear the scene. The music and dance continued, yet the attendees were wholly disinterested, their heads bowed as they consumed their meals. Zhao Quan shook his head with a wry smile. Though his tone carried a hint of chill, a well-behaved dog is a good dog, content to eat whatever its master provides. Those who do not listen must ponder whether they might become the meat on the chopping block. Especially you, Lord Lang. Remember the promises you made to me. Lang Bumian rose to bow. This official shall not fail your highness' trust. At that moment, a figure burst through the door, their voice as cold as a winter's day. Oh, one was unaware that a good dog could also be cooked. Shouldn't it be properly nurtured instead? Lang Bumian's body trembled, and he shouted in alarm. Someone, quickly, protect his highness. Zhao Quan shook his head, seated upon the throne, as a human wall quickly formed before him. His tone was languid. Ah, slaughter, what a delightful term. Healy, how many moves will it take to claim his head? It has been quite some time since I encountered someone bold enough to engage in conversation with me. Healy's expression grew grave as he muttered, I shall do my best. May I inquire your esteemed lineage, sir? Wei Ran's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he replied coldly, the dead need not know my name. Such audacity. Healy's spirit surged with fury, a punch striking down the central singer of the stage, and then he unleashed a powerful blow towards Wei Ran. Wei Ran stood steadfast, meeting him with a punch of his own. The immense force stirred a tempest, sending tables flying across the banquet hall. Indeed, your physique is commendable. Healy's fists flew rapidly, casting multiple shadows, while the man before him remained unfazed, merely blocking the blows. When Healy's arms trembled and the silver rings resonated, he executed a move akin to an old ape smashing a mountain. Wei Ran sensed the force of the punch and retreated like the wind, seizing a wooden plank to counter. The iron plank struck Healy, quickly deforming upon impact, yet he merely grinned maliciously, seizing Wei Ran by the neck and delivering a fierce punch. Wei Ran's dark hair danced wildly as he clapped his hands together in defense. Healy understood that this punch would be blocked. He swiftly raised his knee to target the lower body, but Wei Ran's agility allowed him to evade and deliver a kick to Healy's jaw. Rubbing his numbed cheek, Healy laughed maniacally, truly an agile rabbit. However, if you believe victory lies solely in speed, you underestimate me greatly. He roared with a sorrowful cry that echoed through the hall. Wei Ran was taken aback by the ferocity of the sound, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he carved 2 deep trenches in the ground, crashing against the railing. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, grabbing the railing with one hand to flip himself back up. He then retrieved the fallen sword, Lang Bumian's treasured weapon, inexplicably landing in Wei Ran's hands. As he twirled the sword, his aura shifted dramatically. As if he had tasted the bitterness of the world, a sense of desolation enveloping him. The cold gleam of the blade flickered, enhancing Wei Ran's menacing presence with each deliberate step. Such a powerful sword aura could sway the emotions of those around him. Healy narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, slightly bending his waist to form a yellow light barrier around his body, with the old ape's roar echoing. Steadfast as a mountain, as the spectral sword ultimately arrived, it stirred the winds that pierced through barriers, aiming directly at his brow. Yet, in the next instant, the long sword shattered inch by inch from its tip, failing to achieve its intended purpose. Healy revealed a sinister smile as he seized Wei Ran's wrist and exerted tremendous force. With a crack, his right hand instantly contorted and a punch landed squarely, sending Wei Ran hurtling backwards. However, mid-air, he summoned his inner strength, deftly maneuvering to evade, and after a swift rotation, his left hand struck out like a swallow returning to its nest. Suddenly, Healy felt a wave of fear. This individual, though devoid of a sword, emanated a sharpness that he sensed on his left hand. In a panic, he cast aside all 16 silver rings that had accompanied him for many years. The rings, akin to hidden weapons, shot towards Wei Ran, striking him. Witnessing the penetration of Wei Ran's form, Healy could not help but exclaim loudly. Yet, in the next moment, he was left bewildered as that figure seemed to dissolve, and an overwhelming chill surged forth like a tide. A voice echoed from behind, transforming the tangible into the intangible, leaving traces that appear as if they were never there. This sword is named Traceless. Upon the utterance, a red dot appeared on Healy's brow, swiftly spreading, and his robust physique shattered into fragments, while swirling sword shadows sent his head soaring high. With a resounding thud, it landed precisely in the embrace of Lang Bumming. My heavens! Lang Bumming hastily discarded it, rushing to position himself in front of Zhao Quan. You lot! Advance and hold your ground. Whoever slays this rogue shall receive a handsome reward. Quickly, quickly! Yet, the nobleman dared not surge forward, retreating like frightened ducks in disarray. Zhao Quan, feeling the pressure, drew a dagger and stabbed through several of those nearby, cursing, "Get lost, all of you. A bunch of cowards afraid for their lives." Wei Ran advanced slowly, drawing a sword at will. Anyone who approached him would meet the fate of decapitation by his blade. Blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the white drapery crimson, with the ground awash in a torrent of blood, leaving no clean place to set foot. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ran was less than 3 paces from the throne. The wall of bodies had transformed into a grotesque array of headless corpses. Zhao Quan remained seated upon the throne, his demeanor unchanged. Chapter 37. The journey after the collapse. Lang Bumming's hands trembled, his eyes a fiery crimson. He dared not strike against the formidable man before him, nor could he lay all the blame for the calamity at the feet of the individual behind him. With a ferocious roar, he exclaimed, "Why meddle in my affairs? Is it not enough to play the gallant hero? Why must you oppose me? What of consuming flesh? These ignorant commoners are nothing more than fish on a chopping block. Whether I partake or not, they will be devoured by another. What wrong have I committed? This is utterly absurd." Wei Ran, disinterested in debating the notions of right and wrong, picked up his sword and advanced toward Lang Bumming. The latter's complexion turned ashen, an extreme terror rendering his body grotesque as he collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head in denial. "No, you cannot kill me. I am a man of the court. I hold office. If you take my life, you shall not escape either. I will grant you Qingfeng City. The women and riches within are yours. Please spare my life." With a swift motion, a flash of white light erupted, and an arm was severed, blood gushing from the stump, rapidly soaking into the opulent carpet. "Please, your highness, grant me mercy. I have yet to fulfill my duties for you. I am of use." Zhao Quan, seated upon his throne, laughed heartily at these words, kicking aside the struggling Lang Bumming with a hint of regret. "Ah, Lang, had you sought my aid sooner, perhaps I would have shown the wooden staff," akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, surged forth with Wei Ran's seething fury and murderous intent, aimed directly at Zhao Quan's head. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, shattering the staff into a myriad of splinters that cascaded gracefully to the ground. Zhao Quan's expression darkened severely, the violent tremors in his chest preventing him from maintaining his usual grandeur. He spoke in a low, menacing tone. "I shall remember you. As long as I dwell within the borders of Zhao, I will search the earth to find you, to flay your skin and turn you into a living corpse." Wei Ran approached the railing and turned his head, remarking, "To have your highness keep me in mind is indeed a stroke of fortune." With a resounding thud, Wei Ran gathered his strength and stomped down, causing the majestic tower in the lake to teeter precariously. What madness is this? What do you intend to do? Zhao Quan bellowed in anger. A cold smile spread across Wei Ran's face as he continued his actions. The weather is stifling. I suggest your highness take a refreshing bath. With a thunderous crash, the viewing sea tower ultimately succumbed to the unbearable pressure, collapsing like a colossal beast, sending a massive wave rippling across the lake, engulfing all that floated upon its surface. Wei Ran dove into the depths of the lake, retrieving his heavy sword, and stepped onto a floating log, heading towards the distance. Meanwhile, Zhao Quan, in a state of disarray, clutched a piece of driftwood, his gaze dark and brooding as he watched Wei Ran's retreating figure. 3 days later, a headless corpse dangled from the city walls of Qingfeng City, its identity unknown, and no stir of commotion arose. The only discernible change was that the children in the city no longer vanished without a trace, and the mouth-watering aroma from the mutton tavern had shifted. With his sword slung over his back, Wei Ran embarked once more on his destined journey. This time, rather than traversing the mountain paths, he hastily followed the official road towards Moshang. Along the thoroughfare, carriages rolled intermittently, yet the whip-cracking drivers found themselves at a loss for words, pointing in disbelief at the swiftly moving white figure. In the blink of an eye, autumn was well underway, the foliage turning yellow, glistening with dewdrops, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. Half a fortnight later, Wei Ran, imbued with the essence of travel, arrived at the foot of Moshang Mountain once more. By chance, he spotted Ruan Xiaoxiao, burdened with a large package as she trudged uphill. Suddenly sensing something, she turned and locked eyes with him, breaking the silence. Wei Ran spoke first. Miss Ruan, it has been a long time. Do you require assistance? Ruan Xiaoxiao, puffing out her chest with a hint of disdain, replied. A mere 2 taels? I am not so fragile. What brings you back? Did I not make it clear that Moshang does not welcome you? Faced with Ruan Xiaoxiao's hostility, Wei Ran felt awkward and quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I do not seek trouble, but rather came to fulfill my previous promise to you. I will soon venture into the forest of beasts, hence I have come to bid you farewell. Did I not say? A grown man should be straightforward. If you're afraid, just say so. Ruan Xiaoxiao tossed the mountain-like package onto the ground and strode over to Wei Ran. After scrutinizing him, she raised an eyebrow and said, Though your realm has not advanced much, there is a certain spirit about you. Have you been indulging in something delightful? If so, hand it over. And we can forget about the matter of the armor. There's no need to risk venturing into the forest for celestial iron. As Ruan Xiaoxiao's ample form drew near, a scent of apricot blossoms mingled with the aroma of wine wafted through the air, not unpleasant, but rather possessing a unique fragrance characteristic of women. Wei Ran furrowed his brow and took a few steps back, muttering, Miss Ruan, please take care of yourself. It is wise to drink less, for alcohol does not dissolve sorrow. I once had the fortune of consuming a crimson fruit, yet only this singular one grew upon the mother vine. I shall use my grandmother's arm guard as a substitute for you, and upon my return, I shall retrieve it. With that, Wei Ran removed the arm guard from his arms and respectfully offered it to the dazed Ruan Xiaoxiao. Are you truly serious? Ruan Xiaoxiao gazed at this man, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, she found him irritating, stolid and indiscriminately shattering her arm guard, then feigning remorse by offering to make amends. Yet, nearly 2 weeks had passed without a word from him, leading her to perceive him as a boastful, cowardly scoundrel. Motivated by the desire to confront him with a single punch upon their next meeting, she diligently honed her forging skills, yearning to slay this beast. To her surprise, he had returned, presenting her with a cherished item from his kin. Could it be that he harbored intentions of courtship? As her thoughts wandered, everything began to make sense. Ruan Xiaoxiao disregarded her image and sat down on the stone steps, her gaze softening considerably. She gently spoke, Mr. Wei, might you share with me the amusing tales of your journey? Chapter 38. Ancient martial arts and cultivation families. The mountain breeze rustled, causing their garments to billow. The intensity of Wei Ran's gaze sent a shiver through him, and an unfamiliar emotion surged within. He hastily recounted all he had seen and experienced since heading east. As Ruan Xiaoxiao listened, a smile gradually crept upon her lips, and she found that he was no longer as exasperating as before. In fact, she noticed that his appearance had grown even more handsome. Sensing the warmth in Ruan Xiaoxiao's gaze, Wei Ran quickly sought a new topic. Miss Ruan, what is the nature of the luminous barrier that suddenly emerged from Zhao Quan, capable of withstanding the attacks of martial masters? Ruan Xiaoxiao paced back and forth, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It is said that when the current Emperor Xiaowen ascended the throne and offered incense to the heavens, a remarkable celestial phenomenon occurred, resulting in 7-colored jade pendants descending from the sky. Each pendant purportedly protects the royal bloodline from martial disturbances. Some even claim that they were bestowed by the guardians of ancient martial cultivation families, though the specifics remain unknown. However, from what you describe, it seems these pendants do indeed exist. Regardless of the version, it indicates that the world is undergoing significant changes. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran's expression grew grave. He too sensed that as one's cultivation deepens, their understanding of this realm becomes increasingly profound. In a nebulous sense, the threshold of martial arts seemed to lower, while the once inscrutable energies began to manifest. Miss Ran, what do you mean by ancient martial cultivation families? Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? Yuan Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Celestial beings? Even if such transcendent existences exist, we would never encounter them. However, there are indeed many cultivators, particularly those in the deep mountains and dense forests, where one can often find a group of old masters pretending to wield supernatural powers, believing that by consuming toxic fruits or inhaling miasma, they can attain immortality. Such notions are merely illusions before death. Nevertheless, there are those who genuinely possess the means, akin to families whose lineages have remained unbroken, transitioning from the last era to the present, with their cultivation methods still passed down. Yet, in this current world, the spiritual essence has dwindled so greatly that true cultivation yields little distinction. Ah, I see. Wei Ran clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking Yuan Xiaoxiao for her enlightenment. He then remarked, I have come today to bid farewell. Should misfortune befall me, let this armor serve as a token of repayment to you, my lady. Until we meet again. With that, Wei Ran turned and descended the path. Young Master Wei, prioritize your own life. Do not place yourself in peril for trivial matters. Returning alive is paramount. Yuan Xiaoxiao watched until his figure vanished from sight, her arm falling heavily to her side, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. At that moment, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Yuan Jiang, with a smile, scrutinized Yuan Xiaoxiao, and upon seeing the verdant armor, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned his gaze towards Wei Ran's direction and said in a grave tone, This young man has a complex background. He has fallen into a trap. Xiaoxiao, we should refrain from entangling ourselves with him. Yuan Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, yet she resolutely declared, merely a forbidden spell. Our family is vast and powerful. We need not fear such underhanded tricks. We can simply crush them with a single blow. Yuan Jiang, well aware of his daughter's character, recognized that she had secretly developed feelings for Wei Ran. He sighed, Very well, I still have a few years left in me. I suppose it is only fitting to part with some of our resources to pave the way for a son-in-law. What nonsense are you speaking? Yuan Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed red as she tossed her bundle onto Yuan Jiang. Without another word, she headed up the mountain. Why are you rushing, daughter? Share with your father what you two discussed for so long. Oh, how curious you are. 300 miles southeast of Moshang lies the Great Beast Forest. At the foot of the mountain, the winding Yangtze River resembles a dragon coiling into the distance. Following the river downstream provides the most convenient route. Due to its position between the western frontier and the dreaming divine state, numerous merchant ships traverse this waterway. While walking the planks is certainly impressive, it cannot compare to the comfort of traveling by boat. Thus, Wei Ran paid 10 taels of exquisite silver to secure passage on a rather opulent merchant vessel, which boasted 3 levels and compartments for rest. The attentive steward soon arrived with steaming water and food. Esteemed guest, here is your songshuan fish, along with 2 jars of daughter's red to savor at your leisure. The songshuan fish is a delicacy of this river, its flesh sweet and succulent, perfectly complemented by the rich flavor of daughter's red, leaving one with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After dining, Wei Ran emerged from his compartment and leaned against the railing, gazing out at the turbulent river below, the salty breeze brushing against him. Many fellow travelers, like himself, were enjoying the riverscape. However, the serene beauty was soon interrupted by a cacophony of noise. All eyes turned towards the bow of the ship, where a group of burly men formed a circle, within which came the sound of muffled sobs. Furrowing his brow, Wei Ran pushed through the crowd to see clearly. A woman knelt on the ground. Beside her lay an elderly man, bloodied from a beating. At that moment, a fellow passenger kindly tugged at Wei Ran's sleeve and whispered, Do not meddle in others' affairs. This old man is a notorious gambler, and it is only right that he pays his debts. He tried to escape with his daughter and was caught. He brought this upon himself. Though Wei Ran felt a pang of compassion, he refrained from intervening further. The world is rife with hardship. One cannot address every injustice. Only through the lessons of experience does one learn what should or should not be done. The merchant ship was filled with wanderers of the rivers and lakes, who often took it upon themselves to right the wrongs they encountered. As the man in the flowered robe emerged, he seized a young servant and flung him aside, exclaiming in anger, What are you doing? In broad daylight. engaging in such sordid acts. Do you need someone to teach you how to behave? Dozens of men suddenly turned, encircling the man in the flowered robe, displaying remarkable courage. He wielded his blade with impressive skill, and within a few breaths, many of the men lay groaning on the ground, writhing in pain. A bunch of miscreants, daring to commit such misdeeds without proper training. Today, you have crossed paths with me. If it were anyone else, bang. Before he could finish, a meteor hammer, linked with iron chains, soared from a distance, striking the man in the flowered robe on the back. He was hurled several feet away, crashing against the ship's side and spewing blood. This sudden turn of events stirred a commotion among the crowd on the ship, who hastily parted to create a pathway. Wei Ran cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, deeming the fifth-grade martial artist's reliance on a sneak attack as utterly dishonorable. The assailant was a bald man, his face marred by a scar that slashed from his right cheek to his chest, presenting a fearsome visage. Retrieving his meteor hammer, he spat on the ground, surveying the onlookers with a derisive smirk. Ah, a meddler indeed. I despise those who wield blades. Come, let us continue this little game. You vile coward. The man in the flowered robe coughed up more blood, his eyes burning with palpable hatred. Yet, as he beheld the bald man swinging his hammer, a swift wave of terror surged within him. Despite this, he steeled his resolve and refrained from begging for mercy. As the meteor hammer descended towards his head, the crowd turned away, unable to bear the impending brutality. Wei Ran sighed, unwilling to witness the downfall of such a resolute man. In an instant, he snatched a wooden hairpin from a nearby passenger's head and hurled it towards the bald man's arm. The bald man, believing he had triumphed, displayed a sinister grin. However, the next moment, pain surged through his arm, causing him to tremble. The meteor hammer sailed past the man in the flowered robe, landing before an elderly gambler. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself and face me. The bald man roared, clutching his pierced arm, blood dripping incessantly onto the ship's deck. Chapter 39. Meeting Zhou Wei Ran stepped forward, his gaze calm and indifferent. You can ambush others. Thus, you must also be prepared to be ambushed. What grievances do you have to voice? The bald man, taken aback by the fair-skinned youth before him, momentarily hesitated before charging at Wei Ran, swinging his uninjured hand towards his face. You dog, how dare you point fingers at me? Stubborn and foul-mouthed. He thought his words would hold weight. In a flash, the bald man's vision blurred, and he felt the world spin before him, followed by a metallic taste filling his mouth. When he regained his senses, he found himself seated on the ground, utterly toothless. Woohoo, do you still have something to say? Wei Ran glanced at him, silencing the once arrogant bald man, who now lowered his head, too intimidated to move. He then retrieved a vial from his robe and offered it to the man in the flowered robe. This is a family remedy of mine, which can alleviate your internal injuries and ease your pain. Please, take it and heal before it becomes a lingering ailment. Thank you. Thank you. The man in the flower robe busily clasped his hands in gratitude, accepting the elixir and consuming it, the pain in his back gradually subsiding. This esteemed hero, I am grateful for your rescue of our parents. I am willing to serve you as a maid. The man named Wei Ran halted, gazing at the kneeling woman, and coldly remarked, Miss, you have mistaken your benefactor. It was this valiant warrior who risked his life for you and your father. He is the one who deserves your care. The woman's expression stiffened, and she hastily rose to assist the man in the flower robe. However, he was not so naive as to overlook her intentions. He waved his hand and said, There is no need for such gestures. This is what I ought to do. You should attend to your family. The woman reluctantly withdrew her hand and knelt by the edge of the boat once more. Yet this time, the onlookers were sparse. Evidently no one else wished to partake in such noble deeds of saving lives. Feeling his injuries improving, the man in the flower robe stood and approached Wei Ran, bowing deeply before smiling. I am Zhou Tsong, a native of the Zheng state in the Dreamland. Thank you for your timely rescue. Wei Ran held a favorable impression of this man and returned the gesture. I am Wei Ran from the western frontier state of Zhao. It is an honor to finally meet you. So it is, Brother Wei. Are you intending to journey to the Dreamland? Zhou Tsong inquired. I am a native of the Dreamland and would gladly accompany you on your travels. Wei Ran shook his head. I do not seek to visit the Dreamland, but rather to explore the Great Beast Forest. I wonder if Brother Zhou has any news from this area? The Great Beast Forest? Zhou Tsong was taken aback and quickly replied, Brother Wei, one should not venture there. The beasts there possess strength at least equivalent to our 7th grade martial masters. And that is merely in the outer regions. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying the beasts become. It is said that a master, gravely wounded and on the verge of death, spoke of demons within that can transform into human forms. What? Transform into human forms? Wei Ran was also taken aback, having never heard of such astonishing tales before. Seeing his interest piqued, Zhou continued, that esteemed elder entered 3 years ago, reputed to possess unparalleled swordsmanship and extraordinary skills. He ventured into the forest seeking materials to forge a divine weapon for his beloved son, hoping to enhance his martial prowess. According to this elder, he intended to explore the central area when he unexpectedly heard a sigh, which was truly alarming. With that sigh, all the beasts seemed to go mad, rushing deeper into the forest. This brave elder, emboldened, dared to follow the herd into the depths. After about an hour, he came upon a mountain peak, at the foot of which lay a trove of treasures. Such an opportunity would entice not just him but anyone, including you and me. He concealed his presence and approached the pile of treasures, only to encounter a vague red figure. Although it had a human form, the brownish-yellow fur and ears resembled those of a bear. The figure merely emitted a muffled sound, and the elder felt his vitality surge, nearly collapsing to the ground. In the end, he managed to endure his injuries and escape that perilous place. Such a strange occurrence. Wei Ran clicked his tongue in amazement. However, he remained skeptical. The fierce nature of the great beasts would undoubtedly threaten the life of this esteemed master, let alone that legendary shape-shifting demon. Throughout history, humans and demons have been irreconcilable. The emergence of one would inevitably suppress the other. If there truly existed such a demon, why not emerge from the forest of beasts to claim dominion over the 5 continents? Why remain in the depths of the abyss? Therefore, dear Wei, why not reconsider and accompany me on a journey through Dreamland, where we could enrich our experiences? I must tell you, the wine in Dreamland is exceptionally potent, and the maidens are remarkably gentle. Joining me would surely be rewarding. Indeed, I too hail from Dreamland, and this brave soul speaks truthfully. I can attest to that. Yes, my friend, I would not dare venture into the forest of beasts, teeming as it is with man-eating beasts. Let us instead traverse Dreamland. Wei Ran shook his head, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have made a promise to someone and must procure what she requires. To keep one's word is the hallmark of a true gentleman, is it not? Indeed, a promise kept is the mark of a real man. Zhou laughed heartily, recognizing that he could not sway this man's resolve, and thus encouraged him with a few words, sharing tales of the taboos within the forest. As the evening drew near, Zhou displayed signs of fatigue. Wei Ran quickly remarked, Brother Zhou, your body is still recovering. You should rest early. I have noted your address, and if I return, I shall surely visit you. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave. After bidding farewell to Zhou, Wei Ran reclined and closed his eyes to rest. According to the current martial arts practices, Wei Ran had attained the first realm of mastery, the outer condensation stage. However, as recorded in the Blue Book, his method of outer condensation appeared distinct from the ordinary. The differences were not merely in the degree of concentration, but also in the state itself. Typical internal energy condensation manifests as a faint white mist, which, upon further refinement, transforms into a transparent essence. In contrast, Wei Ran, having consumed the peculiar vermilion fruit, exhibited a crimson hue within his internal essence, and the energy currents within him swelled with a magnitude greater than that documented in the texts. Of course, this essence also bore drawbacks. It was exceedingly difficult to refine. Over 2 months, he had managed to condense merely 7 or 8 drops, which was 3 to 4 times less than the norm. Thus, relying solely on painstaking effort to break through to the next realm was impractical. This was also why he sought entry into the forest of beasts, to seek opportunities that might elevate him further. On the second day, as the sky and sea merged into one, even before the first rays of the crimson dawn appeared, Wei Ran rose early to prepare, shouldering his heavy sword and embarking upon a floating log. Under the guidance of his internal currents, the log swiftly moved southeast. He calculated the time it would take to traverse by merchant ship. He still needed 2 days by water and to scale 3 mountain peaks to reach the outskirts of the forest of beasts. Gazing at the boundless sea, an inexplicable sense of impending danger washed over him. Chapter 40. Assault of the serpent beneath the floating log. Ripples spread outward as Wei Ran leapt high upon it. In the next moment, the log was engulfed by a massive maw that had opened beneath the water. It was a crimson-scaled serpent, its mouth filled with sharp fangs glinting ominously, its long, sinuous body rhythmically undulating. With merely its head exposed, it emanated a formidable sense of impact. Wei Ran's pupils constricted, and he gripped his great sword tightly, striking down towards the serpent's head. The serpent let out a deafening roar, its tail crashing out of the water to strike fiercely at Wei Ran. The foul stench reached Wei Ran's nostrils, a nauseating odor that compelled him to swiftly turn away, narrowly evading the assault of the serpent. He then swung his sword towards the creature's tail. producing a flurry of sparks, yet failing to inflict any damage upon the formidable beast. A wave of despair washed over him, prompting him to abandon futile efforts. He deftly evaded another strike from the serpent, using its scales to propel himself upward, and with a swift motion, he aimed to cleave its head. The armored serpent let out a deafening roar, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind. Wei Ran was momentarily thrown off balance by this fierce gale, unaware of the cunning serpent's maw, which spewed forth splinters like a torrential downpour. In an instant, his garments were pierced, stained crimson with his blood. The serpent's slitted eyes glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly pleased with its assault, its sharp fangs dripping with viscous saliva, reveling in the presence of this intruding prey. The river surged, lifting the serpent high, its tail concealing secrets below. Wei Ran, observing the mist that enveloped the surroundings, felt a surge of determination as he unleashed his second strike. As he maneuvered with grace, droplets of water suspended in midair. His figure executed a series of fluid sword techniques until, with a final flourish, he completed the sequence effortlessly. With a series of explosive sounds, the serpent writhed in agony, releasing a massive cloud of blood that mingled with the turbulent waves. Yet, beneath the surface, shadowy figures swiftly approached. A chill coursed through Wei Ran's heart as he deftly employed the wind step technique, retreating from the blood-soaked chaos. Just as he prepared himself for a fierce confrontation, he was astonished to witness the previously howling serpent being assaulted and torn apart by the lurking shadows beneath the water. In mere moments, the serpent was devoured, its flesh consumed at an alarming rate. More terrifying was the apparent premeditation of its kin, who scattered in various directions to completely obstruct Wei Ran's escape. The pungent odor intensified, awakening the beasts of the river, while the shadows below grew increasingly dense. Wei Ran's expression darkened. He understood that he could not allow the situation to escalate further. He must take the initiative. The sole solution lay in slaughter. Only by eliminating a sufficient number of serpents could he divert their attention away from himself. In the next moment, his aura surged, the vital energy within him dimming to a triad of essence. A powerful sorrow spread across the river's surface. The energy emanating from his essence was overwhelming, illuminating the waters with a brilliant light, as his heavy sword shimmered with a crimson glow. With each swing, serpents met their demise, blood blossoms erupting in his wake. The serpents roared. Their cries, far from expressing fury, were imbued with a perverse excitement for bloodshed. As several serpents fell, they were quickly besieged and consumed by their brethren. Gradually, Wei Ran's expression grew increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why this group of serpents allowed him to massacre their kin. With each strike becoming more adept, the serpents upon the river's surface began to dwindle in number, until another robust serpent head was forcefully hurled into the air. Several serpent shadows glided past to feast upon it, and the river's surface momentarily succumbed to tranquility. At that moment, Wei Ran resembled a demon clawing its way out of hell, an aura of ferocity enveloping the entire river. His eyes, a deep crimson, rendered it difficult to discern who the true malevolent entity was. However, the negative repercussions from the 3 consecutive bursts of internal essence were alarmingly severe. His body swayed as he struggled against the encroaching drowsiness in his mind, but as he relaxed, that weariness surged upon him like a torrent. In desperation, Wei Ran clung tightly to a broken piece of raft wood and succumbed to slumber. As he drifted into sleep, dark shadows swiftly emerged around the river, circling him with malevolent intent. Yet, as a serpentine creature approached, a sudden burst of red light erupted from Wei Ran's body, causing the serpents to emit low growls before scattering in all directions. It was not until deep into the night that he awoke, still feeling somewhat lethargic, but barely able to summon his internal energy. Upon introspecting his internal energy reservoir, he was astonished to find the once vibrant red mist had dulled considerably. The blood of the purple-gold centipede beast was indeed extraordinary. Despite having gained nearly 40 years' worth of internal energy, he had failed to fully refine it, and it persisted within him, nourishing his corporeal form. Now, its dimness raised questions about its cause. Setting aside his thoughts, Wei Ran cautiously stepped onto the raft wood and began to channel his internal energy, yearning to reach land and procure sustenance. After a prolonged wait, nearly 2 days had passed. Wei Ran managed to catch some yellowfish from the river, although lacking seasoning or fire. They could be cleaned well enough to avoid any particularly foul odor, rendering them passable for consumption. It was only after dusk on the 2nd day that he finally spotted land. Overjoyed, he hastily activated his movement technique and crossed the water. In a hurried search for an inn, he bathed and soon ordered a sumptuous feast to satisfy his hunger. As he savored the unique cuisine, he gradually learned from the other patrons that he was in a border town named Fu Lin, located over 40 miles from the Great Beast Forest. Although it was a small town, it was frequently guarded by the Zhao Kingdom's border troops, with each soldier possessing the prowess of a martial artist at the 7th level. While the squad leaders and 100 leaders reached the realms of minor and major masters, showcasing formidable strength. Just as he was engrossed in conversation, a sudden clamor erupted outside, causing the patrons' faces to pale in unison as they instinctively retreated to their respective rooms. Noticing that Wei Ran remained engrossed in his meal, the young attendant kindly urged, "Sir, it is no time to linger over your food. Quickly return to your room to take cover. A beast has entered the town." "Oh, did I not hear them mention that the troops were guarding the area? How then could a beast infiltrate the town?" Wei Ran inquired, perplexed. The attendant's expression darkened instantly, and without further comment, he retreated to the back room, muttering, "Those who wish to hide may do so. Such kindness is wasted." Wei Ran shook his head and downed another cup of wine. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the door, and he deftly knocked it away with his chopsticks. His tone turning serious as he remarked, "You wield a heavy hand. What offense have I committed merely by dining here?" The sound of footsteps approached, and a squad of gleaming armored soldiers marched in, led by a stern-faced figure holding a bow. "Enough with the idle chatter. Are you a newcomer?" he demanded. Wei Ran remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. "What a temper he has. I shall loosen him up." Suddenly, another arrow flew in. Wei Ran's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand to catch the incoming arrow and forcefully flung it away. The arrowhead reversed direction, hurtling back towards the man. Fortunately, Tai Mian managed to lower his head just in time, and the arrow clattered to the ground. As a guard, instead of serving the country and alleviating the people's suffering, you take pleasure in oppressing the common folk. What kind of soldier are you? Chapter 41. The black-armored oddity Si Ming, having read few books since childhood, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing the man's rhetoric, his face flushing with heat. A nearby soldier, keenly observant, pointed his sword directly at Wei Ran. "Who dares to speak such nonsense to our leader? I shall carve you up." With that, he charged at Wei Ran, swinging his sword toward his head. Wei Ran's patience had worn thin. He no longer held back. He clenched his fist, shattering the sword, and then struck the soldier's face with his palm. The soldier, not particularly handsome to begin with, became even more disfigured from the blow. As he lowered his head, a few bloodied teeth fell out, and he hastily covered his face, shouting, "Brothers, come help me." Upon hearing their comrades' cries for help, soldiers at the entrance rushed in, their dark armor swiftly filling the entire tavern. Wei Ran's hair rose as if stirred by an invisible wind. He slowly lifted his left foot and brought it down. Instantly, the tavern trembled, and the wave emanating from the black-armored soldiers sent them tumbling to the ground. Si Ming's expression hardened as he knocked another arrow, ready to shoot. But he was caught off guard when the man approached with ghostly speed, delivering a kick that sent him flying. It wasn't until he felt a searing pain in his back that he realized he had been embedded deeply into the tavern door. At this moment, he understood that the man before him could not be dealt with simply by numbers. He swallowed hard and stammered, "Brother, such strength. May I ask from whence you hail?" Wei Ran cast a sidelong glance, his eyes laced with mockery. "Aren't you here to kill me? Why speak so much? Just bring your brothers over. However, I may not be so merciful next time." Si Ming forced a wry smile and shook his head. "Given your remarkable skills, we would not dare to be disrespectful. Please, spare us." Not pressing further, Wei Ran returned to his seat, but the table was now in disarray, and he feared he could no longer enjoy his meal. The black-armored soldier, who had lost his teeth, also possessed some awareness and called loudly to the servant in the back, "Hey, bring more food quickly. If you neglect this esteemed guest, you'll regret it." Wei Ran shot a cold glance at the soldier. "Indifferent. Is it the law of Zhao that teaches you to treat the common people this way? If the law fails to instruct you, perhaps I can show you." The black-armored soldier appeared embarrassed, scratching his head as he explained, "You misunderstand. Those who are exiled to Feline Town are all guilty of crimes. We soldiers act according to the law and cannot show them kindness." Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, beginning to scrutinize the tavern's servantess features. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The servant bore an official seal on both his palms. The seal had been carved by a minor clerk from the criminal law department, using the juice of the purple cloud flower, embedded 3 inches deep into the flesh, with no possibility of being washed away or removed. In other words, those who can bear the official seal are invariably the epitome of treachery and malevolence, wielding the power over life and death. Nevertheless, Wei Ran cast a few more glances at the waiter, for the kind reminder from the armored soldiers earlier had left him somewhat puzzled. The waiter withdrew his hand and swiftly darted into the back hall to summon the kitchen. Before half an hour had passed, another table laden with steaming dishes was set before Wei Ran, igniting his appetite. Noticing that the fare was entirely different from before, he could not help but seize the waiter and inquire, Did I not request the finest dishes of the inn? Why then did I not receive these earlier? The waiter glanced at Si Ming, who nodded slightly, granting him leave to speak, leading the waiter to awkwardly explain, the town of Fu Lin is unlike any other. Here, money holds no value. Seeing you alone and seemingly burdened, I took the liberty of discussing the menu with the kitchen staff. Not realizing you, Wei Ran waved his hand and continued, is there a different form of currency here? I have yet to witness it. Si Ming hastily produced a handful of dark scales from his robe, elucidating, what is desired here are materials akin to those from great beasts. Fu Lin town is in close proximity to the great beast forest, hence this serves as currency, contributing to the town's prosperity. Wei Ran picked up a scale and examined it closely, bursting into laughter after a mere glance. 2 days prior, during the skirmish on the river, had some serpent scales or flesh been left behind, it might have sufficed for a prosperous existence in Fu Lin town, sparing him from being looked down upon for a mere meal. Seeing Wei Ran lost in thought, Si Ming eagerly pushed the dark scales forward, exclaiming, brother, do not be troubled, these are a gift to make amends. Should you need assistance in Fu Lin town, I shall certainly lend my strength. Wei Ran, fully aware of his intentions, pushed the scales back with a calm demeanor, saying, there is no need for such gestures. I have come not to reside but to seek opportunity within the great beast forest. Your goodwill is appreciated. Are you venturing into the great beast forest alone? Si Ming sprang to his feet, nearly overturning the table, and realizing his rudeness, quickly pressed it down, smiling apologetically. Brother, heed my words. The great beast forest is not to be trifled with. Even the outskirts harbor martial masters of the 7th or 8th tier, not to mention the central and deeper regions. I have witnessed many talented individuals like you, who, with unwavering determination, have entered, only to find 8 out of 10 perishing, with the few who return often mentally scarred. If you trust me, allow me to guide you through Fu Lin town for a while. After some enjoyment, you may return. This place is far from benevolent. Wei Ran waved his hand and drank from his cup. The liquor was also unlike before, as it coursed through him. The rich aroma intertwined with a hint of bloodiness, which quickly transformed into a sweet aftertaste. This was the unique spirit of Fu Lin town, known as Qing Hong Hen. Is it strong enough? Si Ming laughed heartily. Indeed, it possesses a singular flavor, quite delightful. Wei Ran replied, come, did you not hear me? Quickly bring over more barrels. I shall cover the tab. The waiter hurriedly returned from the back hall, cradling several barrels of Qing Hong Hen. The two exchanged knowing glances before tearing open the seals. The deep red liquid flowed into their bowls, the enticing aroma rendering them unable to resist. Cheers. To you. They raised their bowls and drank heartily. Excellent. Brother, you have a remarkable capacity for liquor. You are truly a person of character. Si Ming patted Wei Ran on the shoulder, intending to pour another cup. Suddenly, a crimson glow flickered at his waist, and his expression changed drastically. The intoxication that had enveloped him dissipated as he sprang to his feet, grasping his longbow and rushing towards the door, closely followed by the legion of black-armored soldiers. Wei Ran couldn't help but nod, feeling a newfound respect for the border guards, and a stirring in his heart. He trailed behind the black-armored soldiers. Their march was swift, their synchronized steps reminiscent of a well-coordinated combat technique. With each footfall, a thick, swirling black mist visibly coalesced, and at such a pace, Wei Ran found himself nearly unable to keep up. Fortunately, having had his fill of food and drink, he possessed enough stamina to maintain a clear view. However, before he could ponder further, the black-armored soldiers suddenly leaped across the river, vanishing through a swirling gate. This astonishing spectacle caused Wei Ran to halt abruptly, staring blankly at the river's surface. Was this still human? Chapter 42. Entering the great beast forest with the black-armored soldiers lost from sight. Wei Ran did not delve deeper into the matter, but returned to the inn to gather information regarding the great beast forest. However, useful intelligence was scarce, mostly consisting of exaggerated tales of little substance. After much contemplation, he resolved to explore the periphery himself. As he executed his agile movements, the scenery around him shifted rapidly. Within a little over an hour, he beheld towering mountains, their majestic grandeur awe-inspiring. From the myriad of gossip, Wei Ran learned that the great beast forest spanned an extensive area, fraught with dangers among the intermingling mountains and forests. A moment's inattention could result in a fatal ambush by a great beast, and a toxic miasma, lingering for nearly a century, permeated the area, rendering even seasoned martial artists incapable of enduring long within its confines. Wei Ran retrieved a small vial and swallowed an antidote pill, retracting his aura as he leaped into the forest. As he stepped into the region, a heavy sensation enveloped his head, and his internal flow became sluggish. Yet, Before he could adapt, a golden-patterned python, as thick as an arm, lunged from the thicket, its gaping maw aiming directly for Wei Ran's face. He swiftly sidestepped, retreating with a powerful swing of his heavy sword. The great python clamped onto the blade with its hooked fangs, its massive head thrashing violently in an attempt to wrest the weapon from Wei Ran's grasp. The struggle between man and beast commenced. Wei Ran possessed nearly 300 pounds of strength, yet it appeared insufficient against the python. Despite several attempts to break free, he found himself ensnared. Suddenly, he exerted force with his wrist, swiftly reversing his sword. The python's mouth was wounded, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Ran leaped into the air, his sword emanating a crimson glow, and pierced through the python's skull. As dust swirled, the python's thrashing body gradually stilled. Wei Ran extracted a fong from its mouth and scraped its gallbladder before continuing deeper into the forest. The roars of great beasts echoed throughout the woodland, their cold, merciless eyes lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash a lethal assault at any moment. Wei Ran felt a throbbing headache, having traversed only a few hundred steps. He encountered nearly 20 formidable beasts, each possessing the strength of a 7th-level martial artist. Fortunately, their intelligence was low, resorting only to instinctual attacks, which he managed to handle with relative ease. Gradually, the stones and earth in the forest began to display a vivid red hue, as if soaked in blood, radiating an eerie crimson light. As rare and exotic flora, previously unseen, emerged, a sense of impending danger suddenly washed over Wei Ran. He abruptly lifted his gaze to discover a dark shadow looming overhead. To his astonishment, it was a colossal black and gold rock. With crimson eyes, it swooped down towards him, its obsidian claws glinting ominously. This creature, a formidable beast of the 9th tier of martial prowess, emanated an unmistakable aura of sentience. Without hesitation, Wei Ran inclined his right hand backward and forcefully hurled his heavy sword. The impact was thunderous as the rock attempted to intercept the weapon with its talons, only to swat it away effortlessly, continuing its descent with relentless ferocity. Wei Ran, fully aware of the creature's capabilities, did not underestimate it. His garments billowed around him as if stirred by an unseen wind. In an instant, the rock was upon him, its claws poised to seize his head. Wei Ran, with agility, slid beneath its grasp, retaliating with a swift kick. The rock emitted a piercing cry, its wings flaring in a display of fury, shedding a flurry of feathers. With deftness, Wei Ran evaded the onslaught, seizing the sword's hilt as he leaped into the air, bringing his blade down upon the rock's form. The crimson arc of the sword danced through the air, but the rock evaded the strike, only to seize Wei Ran's shoulder with its claws, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Gazing up at the rock perched upon a branch, a chill engulfed Wei Ran, sorrow swiftly spreading within him. A gust of wind swept through the forest, sending withered leaves spiraling into the air. In a blink, Wei Ran vanished from sight, reappearing with his sword ghosting towards the rock's head. However, the creature's reflexes were sharp. It ascended rapidly, though a portion of its left wing was pierced, dropping several feathers in its wake. The rock glared menacingly at Wei Ran, then let out a shrill cry as it ascended skyward. With determination, Wei Ran unleashed his sword once more, casting it like an arrow towards the rock. The creature, already injured, struggled to elevate itself, believing it had escaped. Yet, unbeknownst to it, Wei Ran had another cunning tactic in store, launching his sword again with unwavering precision. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the depths of the forest, its form reminiscent of a mountain. With each movement, it resonated with thunderous roars, its outstretched arms poised to crush Wei Ran with the heavy sword. It was the mountain ape, a legendary beast of great mastery. A chill ran down Wei Ran's spine as he instinctively retreated, abandoning his sword. His instincts screamed that even a master of the second realm would falter against such a terrifying giant, an entity of an entirely different caliber, bestowed with the heavens' favor. This colossal beast, though limited by its lifespan, possessed abilities unparalleled by any human. Even if Wei Ran perfected the great tyrant sword technique and the heartbreak blade art, he would still be no match for its sheer strength. Fortunately, the gray-furred giant merely regarded him with a cold stare before vanishing deep into the forest, enveloped by a mysterious red mist, rendering the encounter a mere dreamlike illusion, although the colossal footprints it left behind testified to its reality. It was only after the great beast forest fell into a profound silence that Wei Ran dared to cautiously return to the site, retrieving his heavy sword and a few of the rock's feathers before hastily making his escape. After emerging from the great beast forest, he finally felt a sense of relief. Though a heavy gloom lingered between his brows, he had initially believed that his own cultivation would allow him to navigate this so-called forest of beasts. only to realize he had overestimated his abilities. To return in such a pitiful state seemed worse than death itself. Venturing alone into the forest was indeed a daunting task. However, if he were to gather a few companions of similar strength, perhaps the endeavor would prove more fruitful. With this thought in mind, Wei Ran resolved to return to the inn and recuperate before seeking like-minded individuals for another attempt. Upon returning to the inn, Wei Ran devoted the majority of his time to cultivation, meticulously refining his internal essence. Yet, progress was agonizingly slow. It took him nearly half a month to condense just one essence. He had previously expended 3 essences in his confrontation with the serpent, thinking little of it at the time, but now he truly grasped the difficulty of the task. The internal essence was a unique trump card for every master, often enabling them to unleash their potential and achieve unexpected victories. Thus, possessing a numerical advantage in such battles greatly increased the odds of success. Unbeknownst to Wei Ran, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary master to condense a single internal essence in less than a year and a half, as this process required not only the refinement of internal forces, but also the crystallization of insights gained from the interplay of techniques and practices. Its value was self-evident. Had he not previously consumed the blood essence of the centipede beast and fortuitously obtained the peculiar red fruit, along with his rigorous training in martial arts from a young age, he would hardly have been able to tread so easily upon the threshold of mastery. Wei Ran exhaled a breath of stale air, shouldered his heavy sword, and descended the stairs. The inn was unusually quiet today, with only one table occupied in the dining hall. He approached directly, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Wei Ran, and I have awaited your arrival for some time." The trio, comprising 2 men and 1 woman, exuded a palpable aura, well concealed yet perceptible to Wei Ran. The middle-aged man in a Taoist robe nodded with a gentle smile, saying, "This must be fate. I, a humble Taoist, have recently consulted the oracle, which pointed me to this inn. Do you too believe in such signs?" The man with the concealed blade appeared skeptical and remained silent, while the beautiful woman responded enthusiastically, "What Master Zhang says must hold some truth. I am rather timid by nature. May I inquire about the realm of this young brother? If it is not too far apart, we would gladly accompany him into the great beast forest." Such words bear truth. Let me be frank. If your abilities are insufficient, we shall not concern ourselves with your safety. The great beast forest is no trifling matter. The man with the concealed blade glanced at Wei Ran, his expression devoid of emotion. "Brother Hu, do not worry. The oracle cannot be mistaken. This friend before us possesses abundant vitality and a restrained brilliance in his eyes. He must have reached the realm of mastery, and it is indeed a stroke of fate for us to join forces." Zhang Yifan stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he regarded Wei Ran. The beautiful woman smiled gracefully and approached Wei Ran. With a slight bow, she introduced herself. "I am Qin Yunru, the chief disciple of the Moonlight Palace, currently at the initial stage of a minor master. I excel in the art of music, and my internal essence is aligned with water, capable of mitigating toxins and reducing the ferocity of large beasts. However, the effects may vary depending on the type of beast encountered. I am Zhang Yifan, a master of the internal realm, my essence aligned with wind. I specialize in formation and positioning techniques, ensuring that should any misstep occur, I shall be there to safeguard our journey." A man bearing the surname Hu raised a cup of wine and proclaimed loudly, "I am Hu Bufin, a second-generation disciple of the Golden Blade sect. Having attained the realm of mastery in internal cultivation, my affinity lies with the metal element, and I excel in swift and lethal assaults." Wei Ran clasped his hands in agreement, responding coolly, "I am Wei Ran, a gentleman from Zhao. I currently stand at the mastery level in internal cultivation, though I have yet to discern my elemental affinity. My practice revolves around a heavy sword capable of slaying mighty beasts, either individually or in groups. But what exactly is the nature of your elemental flow? Is it beyond the 5 elements?" Xing Yunru's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Observing that the trio was intrigued, Wei Ran did not conceal his abilities. He gathered his internal flow, conjuring a mist of crimson vapor. Zhang Yifan stroked his beard, a look of profound puzzlement in his eyes, and remarked, "Indeed, the world is full of wonders. I have journeyed across the continents for many years. Yet this peculiar elemental affinity is most remarkable. It resembles fire, yet lacks its searing essence, and seems to be intertwined with something enigmatic, truly inscrutable." Rising, Hu Bufin appeared to release a weight from his heart and solemnly suggested, "Since Brother Wei's cultivation is commendable, I hope you will forgive our earlier remarks. The hour grows late. It would be prudent for us to set forth." Zhang Yifan, deftly retrieving a small bowl, skillfully tossed in a few copper coins. Once the crisp sound ceased, he cryptically remarked, "Today is an auspicious day, perfect for a mountain excursion. However, beware of water spirits. Keep your distance from the water. Reverend. Aside from stones and trees, where would one find water in the beast forest? Xing Yunru chuckled, shaking her head. If that is the case, let us commence our journey. Zhang Yifan swept his dust cloth and stepped forward, each stride covering several yards. Xing Yunru and Hu Bufin also executed their movements with grace. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, aware that they were testing his limits, Wei Ran resolved to elevate his sad wind steps to their utmost, chasing after the fleeting shadows of the trio. As autumn waned and the chill of winter began to settle in, frost blanketed the fallen leaves, producing crisp sounds with each step. Gazing at the beast forest, Wei Ran concealed his aura, even applying some beast droppings to mask his scent, leaving the three in stunned silence. Hu Bufin remained quiet, joining the search, while Zhang Yunru and Zhang Yifan exchanged glances, unimpressed and making no move. To them, a quartet of masters should easily handle any so-called beasts they might encounter. There was no need for such caution in the outer realms. Sensing their disdainful gazes, Wei Ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Hu Bufin, noting the latter's solemn expression. As both were masters, he refrained from further comment. Yet he warned himself that if a minor misstep led to the loss of something desired, he would not hesitate to disregard past friendships. Zhang Yifan's expression shifted, his playful demeanor fading as he waved his sleeve in silence. Wei Ran understood that Hu Bufin held considerable influence among the group, likely the reason for their presence. The four moved forward in silence, and whether by fortune or fate, they encountered little danger aside from a few low-level beasts, soon reaching the heart of the beast forest. Here, the trees and stones were distinctly divided into two hues, the pale exterior contrasting sharply with the rich red of this inner realm, where the oppressive aura of mighty beasts intensified. Feeling the stagnation of his internal flow, Wei Ran could not help but smile wryly, lowering his aura even further. Hu Bufin lowered his eyes and spoke softly, "Esteemed friends, we find ourselves in the central region. Besides the formidable beasts on the periphery, there are also numerous creatures of lesser intellect than ours wandering about. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, let us deliberate before taking any action. Do not underestimate the situation." Wei Ran nodded and inquired quietly, "Brother Hu, do you have knowledge of where celestial iron might be found? I have a desire to acquire some." Hu Bufeng furrowed his brow, replying, "Celestial iron is indeed elusive. Without a specialized lore, even if it falls at your feet, it would be difficult to perceive. The last individual to acquire such a treasure was a master blacksmith who stumbled upon it 50 years ago. Thus, it is a treasure one may encounter, but cannot easily seek." Upon hearing Hu Bufeng's response, Wei Ran turned to Zhang Yifan, asking, "Is there any method you can suggest?" "Daoist Zhang, this matter is within my capabilities to assist with, but I beseech you, young brother Wei, to present the lure," Zhang Yifan replied. Wei Ran hesitated for a moment before producing a black stone and handing it to Zhang Yifan. The latter then retrieved a compass from his robe, and, as he manipulated it with a series of incantations, the dark stone suddenly erupted with a surge of black light. The compass needle swung erratically before eventually stabilizing. Pointing directly ahead, Zhang Yifan stroked his beard and chuckled, "You are fortunate, young brother Wei. The object you seek lies within 10 miles ahead." Observing Zhang Yifan's composed demeanor as he tucked the compass and the black stone into his robe, Wei Ran's eyes glinted with cold light. And just as he was about to voice his demand, Zhang Yunru interjected, "What I require is the saliva stone of the Jiuli bird. I hope the three of you will keep a watchful eye. Should you obtain it, I am willing to exchange it for an item of equal value." "Very well. Daoist Zhang, let us retrieve one object together. I request that the two of you accompany me to explore a cave. Any treasures found within shall be distributed based on contributions." Wei Ran narrowed his eyes, feeling quite displeased, yet he suppressed his anger and silently followed the three ahead. After advancing for approximately 300 paces, a pungent wind suddenly swept through the forest. The four turned sharply to see a white-headed tiger beast leaping forth from the thicket, its roar thunderous, fangs sharp, as it trampled tree stumps and shattered stones like mere dust. "Master-level tiger beast, encircle and eliminate it," Hu Bufeng bellowed, leading the charge. Golden light enveloped his blade, exuding a formidable aura, as he executed a mountain-splitting strike aimed at the beast's head. Zhang Yunru gently supported her jade zither, sending ripples of sound cascading forth. Wei Ran felt a surge of lightness as he drew his sword and followed closely behind. The master-level tiger demon possessed extraordinary strength, its bones and body extraordinarily tough. Despite Hu Bufeng's relentless strikes, he failed to pierce its hide, the sound of axe and cleaver resounding in the air. Wei Ran channeled his internal energy, swinging his sword in a downward arc, the nearly 600-pound blade crashing towards the tiger beast's head. Bang! Roar! The tiger beast let out a ferocious roar, shaking its head as if only slightly dazed by the impact. At that moment, Zhang, as the massive form of the tiger beast swayed, a colossal golden blade descended from the heavens, instantly splattering hot blood. The master-level tiger beast has perished. Chapter 43, The Origin Realm. The enormous body of the tiger beast was cleaved in two, its blood gushing forth and mingling with the earth, rising in waves of crimson mist. Hu Bufeng wiped the blood from his blade and turned to Wei Ran, inquiring about his injuries. How do you fare? Can you continue on? Wei Ran lowered his head, his hair veiling his face, and shook his head. I am gravely injured, and accompanying you further would only be a burden. It is best for me to withdraw. You need not concern yourself with my fate. Oh dear young Wei, you have indeed shown great foresight. I possess a remedy for internal injuries. Zhang Yifan stepped forward, retrieving a small vial from his robes, pouring out a brown pill and offering it. This is a soul rejuvenation pill I concocted. It works wonders for healing internal wounds. Please take it. Wei Ran did not reach for it, but instead extracted a pill from his own robes and consumed it, softly saying, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have my own healing remedies and would not wish to waste your precious elixir. It is the way of the Jianghu to assist one another. Nevertheless, you should take this, the Taoist insisted. I have said it is unnecessary. Please retract your offer. Wei Ran's voice turned colder as he slowly rose. Today, I do not blame my lack of strength, but if anyone seeks to gain from my misfortune, do not blame me for the consequences. I trust you would not wish to experience the taste of 3 drops of my internal essence. Farewell. Unappreciative. Zhang Yifan's face darkened as he carefully stashed the pill away. Enough. Hu Bufeng's eyes glinted with a fierce determination, yet he refrained from further action. Watching Wei Ran's retreating figure, Xing Yunru's expression shifted slightly. She glanced at the two men, as if having made a resolute decision, and said, Brother Hu, Taoist Zhang, the encounter with the tiger beast has left me unsettled. I fear there may be matters afoot within my sect. I must take my leave, but should an opportunity arise, I hope you will visit Moonlight Palace. Just as Xing Yunru prepared to depart, Zhang Yifan swiftly approached, blocking her path with a smile. Do not be hasty, esteemed friend. Moonlight Palace is quite distant, and returning now would be of no assistance. It would be wiser for us to journey together, accumulating materials and resources for our cultivation. Brother Wei has chosen to leave to avoid burdening us, yet the 3 of us have set out together. You would not abandon us now, would you? The 9 Li Bird's tear stone you seek lies within reach. I can assure you that once we exit this cave, I shall assist you in finding it. Would that suffice? Hu Bufeng's gaze was sharp, and his expression grew increasingly impatient. Realizing escape was futile, Xing Yunru feigned reluctance and sighed softly, slightly bowing. Since you have both spoken thus, it would be rather tedious for me to continue to refuse. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, in another location, Wei Ran stumbled. The flow of energy within him tumultuous, his robes soaked in blood, his own and that of the tiger beast. Only when the oppressive presence faded did he exhale deeply, using his sword to carve a large pit into the ground, then leaping into it to deliver a mighty blow that caused the earth to collapse. In an instant, the soil engulfed him, and once this was accomplished, he felt a modicum of relief. Though injured, it was not to the extent of being gravely wounded. The true reason for withdrawing from Hu Bufeng's company lay in the insidious intentions of the 2 individuals, whose depths were too obscure. The risk of traveling alongside them was far too great, and it could very well jeopardize his life. Taking advantage of the situation to extricate oneself from the matter at hand is not without its cleverness. However, even if one manages to repel them through a mutually destructive approach, it is prudent to remain quiet for a while to prevent unforeseen changes. Moreover, one must contemplate how to seek out the celestial meteorite. Wei Ran's thoughts raced, pondering potential locations. Since it is a meteorite, it cannot possibly exist in isolation within the woods. The black stone must have an inseparable connection to the meteorite, perhaps even sharing the same material. Yet, the periphery and core of the black stone remained elusive. It is likely that only deep within the 100 Beasts forest could it be found. Nevertheless, having made a promise to Miss Ruan, one must uphold it. 3 days later, Wei Ran had completed the refinement of his internal energy, restoring himself to peak condition. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, he ventured back to the ground. The tranquil forest concealed lurking beasts, prompting Wei Ran to proceed with utmost caution. With each great beast he vanquished, he swiftly cleared the scene. Observing the black vial in his hand, Wei Ran shook his head. This bone-disintegrating powder might have some effect on lower-tier beasts, but against a master-level beast, it proved inadequate, leaving him little time to expend on such endeavors. As Wei Ran was dispatching a black bear, a sudden roar erupted from the forest. The sound was ferocious and intense, spreading like a heat wave, causing the leaves to rustle and red dust to swirl upon the ground. Its momentum was indeed formidable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A violent tremor arose from beneath the earth. Furrowing his brow, Wei Ran had no time to ponder. He leaped atop a towering ancient tree, concealing his presence. Peering into the distance, he beheld a dense horde of beasts, dark as storm clouds, rapidly advancing. The ground quaked beneath their weight, accompanied by anguished cries, both human and beast alike. Although Wei Ran yearned to intervene, the overwhelming tide left him powerless to act. He could only watch as they were crushed into a pulp. The onslaught persisted for over an hour until tranquility was finally restored. In haste, Wei Ran employed his agility to flee towards the source of the red mist. Fortunately, the ferocity of the beast tide lingered, and the concealed beast showed no reaction, merely casting a fleeting glance as he passed through their midst. The red mist brimmed with mystery and peril. None could ascertain what lay within. Wei Ran covered his mouth and nose with his robe and leapt forth into its depths. As he traversed the shrouded fog, he felt an unprecedented lightness, a clarity washing over his mind. Before him sprawled an endless expanse of mountains, rendering him speechless. He had envisioned perishing the moment he entered the red mist, or being devoured by the beasts lurking within. Yet, the scene before him was breathtakingly beautiful. The sky was clear, and the undulating peaks loomed majestically in the distance, resembling a mighty dragon in flight. In front stood towering ancient trees, their leaves intermittently glowing with ethereal light. Wei Ran reached out to pluck a leaf, discovering its peculiar patterns. As he stroked it, the light flickered, as if it were alive and breathing. Truly, this was a celestial paradise. He found himself murmuring in awe. Before long, a hanging fruit caught Wei Ran's eye. As he approached, the fruit emanated a delightful fragrance. Though it appeared unripe, its aroma was tantalizingly irresistible. Wei Ran swallowed hard, and after ensuring that there was no danger in his surroundings, he plucked a fruit to savor. It was sweet upon the tongue, imbued with the unique fragrance of the fruit. It seemed as if the fatigue accumulated over the past few days was suddenly swept away. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. Wei Ran hurriedly turned to see a little white-haired monkey puffing its cheeks at him, gesticulating as if to proclaim something. "You claim this is your territory, and I should not be here?" Wei Ran was taken aback, unsure why such words had slipped from his lips. The little monkey nodded in response, prompting him to continue. "This is the Yuan realm, a place forged by the ancient martial arts masters, teeming with countless treasures and innumerable paths of cultivation. Yet, I remain curious. How did you manage to enter this realm?" The white-haired monkey gazed intently, its eyes brimming with curiosity. Chapter 44. A peculiar aura. Wei Ran suppressed the fear rising within him, lightly tapping the hilt of his heavy sword, hesitant to engage with this strange beast. Beasts that could communicate had already transformed into demons, which were only spoken of in tales of the bizarre and extraordinary, never truly witnessed by mortal eyes. It was rumored that demons possessed extraordinarily long lifespans, often outliving humans through at least 3 reincarnations, and wielded formidable innate demonic arts, capable of summoning storms or calling forth souls. The creature before him had bright, intelligent eyes, its snowy fur gleaming, exuding an aura of vitality. Its demeanor and movements were akin to those of a human, suggesting it was a great demon that had lived for several centuries. "Why do you gaze at me so? I am the one asking you a question." The monkey, sensing something amiss, glared with dissatisfaction, yet it was Wei Ran who spoke. "I was contemplating how I might avoid being killed by you." "Is your mind muddled? When did I say I would kill you? I merely asked you a question. Speak if you wish." The white-haired monkey, displaying its pride, spat disdainfully and mimicked an old sage, saying, "Go, go, go. I thought I would encounter a kindred spirit to share a fortuitous encounter, yet you turn out to be nothing but a cowardly fool. Depart quickly before my patience runs thin." Wei Ran was startled. Although his face betrayed little emotion, he decisively turned away, counting his steps inwardly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It was not until the 7th step that the little white monkey could no longer contain itself, seizing Wei Ran's robe and soaring into the sky. Feeling the tension around his neck, Wei Ran experienced a surge of humiliation and hurriedly attempted to circulate his internal energy to resist. But that wretched monkey employed some form of demonic magic, with just a few casual pinches at Wei Ran's wrist. It sent all his internal energy spiraling back into his dantian. "You sly creature, attempting to plot against me. It seems I must teach you a lesson, lest you think I am made of mere clay." With that, it released its grip, letting Wei Ran plummet straight down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a sudden azure vortex enveloped him. However, this was no boon. Sharp blades of wind surrounded Wei Ran, and in an instant, His garments were shredded to pieces. Yet this was merely the beginning. Dense beads of blood rapidly appeared on his skin, only to be swiftly torn apart into mist. As Wei Ran breathed, the blood mist was drawn back into his nostrils, mingling with the essence of the wind blades. Initially, the pain felt like a mere tickle from ants. But soon it intensified, amplifying until the agony rendered him numb to all sensation. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow erupted within Wei Ran, causing the surrounding winds to stagnate. The white-haired monkey's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as it raised a finger and gently pointed forward. Yet, this simple gesture made Wei Ran feel as though an immense mountain was crashing down upon him, shattering the sorrow he had barely begun to channel, leaving him pinned to the ground, unable to move. Strangely, he let out a bizarre laughter. This is rather intriguing. A mere mortal body can escape the control of its true self and manifest such a bizarre sword intent. Quite remarkable indeed. But what exactly is this emotion you humans refer to as sorrow? This time, I shall refrain from intervening. You may evolve it as you wish. With a grim expression, Wei Ran gritted his teeth and declared, I am but a martial artist. Whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely at your discretion. But why must you humiliate me? Slap. You will do as I command. Do you wish for death? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. The white-haired monkey raised its hand, and a mysterious white light formed countless white threads between its fingers. As it twisted its fingers, Wei Ran found his body moving against his will, performing a series of grotesque motions. What do you intend to do, you wretched monkey? Now you know fear. But it's too late. After hundreds of years, I finally have a new toy, and such a young one at that. Much more entertaining than the last. Could it be that time has rendered it ineffective? That shouldn't be the case. Such an exquisite box must contain something of immense value. The white-haired monkey leaped onto Wei Ran, prying open his mouth with eager anticipation for what might unfold. Soon, a peculiar aura began to permeate the air. Wei Ran felt it most acutely. He noticed that the azure energy was gradually spreading uncontrollably with the passage of time, though it seemed unintentional. This behavior provoked the wrath of the turbulent crimson mist. What ensued was a vengeful retaliation from the crimson fog, as a blood-red centipede surged forth, baring its fangs and aiming to bite the azure energy. Wei Ran initially assumed that the azure energy would retreat and submit. However, to his astonishment, it feigned compliance and retaliated fiercely against the crimson mist. The two currents clashed fiercely, threatening to overturn the very essence of the atmosphere. Oh, so this is the effect at last. The white-haired monkey crouched down, carefully observing the fluctuations in Wei Ran's aura. With its centuries of experience in the demon realm, it found itself momentarily perplexed. It could discern one of the energies as a familiar beast, which was hardly surprising. Yet, this newly emerged sensation was entirely foreign, imbued with an ancient sorrow that seemed to originate from a time long past, an era almost reminiscent of the age of cultivation. Oh no! It seems I might have stirred up trouble.